say something, go ahead. The streaming is on, so go ahead.
1 minute, sorry. Okay. Yep. Regarding truth, denial, truth in SS in South Sudan. Yes, this is a very excellent topic, a very excellent title, because South Sudanese are fond of that. There's nowhere in South Sudan that the truth will be said and then they will accept. So many reports coming from the UNIMES. No, this report is false. Report coming from the foreign embassies, it is false. Reports coming from independent researchers, consultants, it is false. Just like the report of Carol Berger, not accepted. Reports coming from the Colony Foundation, the Colony reports, all not accepted. Yani map report. There is no report that they will accept and say, okay, this is true. We apologize, and then we will rectify whatever has been the finding of that report. In this way, you can move forward. But each time, your own report from they have this institute, I don't know what it is called. Your own report, locally report, you reject. The UN, which you are a member, writes a report, you reject. Independent institutions, you reject. And then independent researchers. How can you progress if this is the way you do business? You cannot progress. And we cannot progress that way, because unless we accept our mistakes, we move forward. That's why today they know the problem of this country. They know the solution to the problem. But they deny the truth. There are conflicting statements, conflicting reports. Some said, okay, the IDPs came there to Equatoria because of problems in the area, because of flooding, because of communal violence, because of things like that. They are going to go back. And then yet some of them deny, no. These people came there as the liberators. They have liberated their land, and then they are not going to go nowhere. So this and such kind of denial, the conflict between the truth, denial, this is not helping us to progress. It's not letting us strategize, letting us have a plan for the future, a plan, short-term, mid-term, and long-term plans. It's not giving us that opportunity, because each time you come with a truth, the truth is trampled, and then status quo is continuing. We are calling upon Equatorians who see the truth and deny the truth. You will have only yourself to blame when the D-Day comes. Because there is nothing as refreshing and as curing as the truth. Find yourself. We have all our shortcomings, but take yourself of the true things that you say. From your mouth easily, and you feel refreshed. feel refreshed. So it is time. It is time people take a stand. And anyone who does not take a stand, the person is bound to suffer most of his or her life. Because there's a clip that is circulating on the social media, especially Facebook, how the Boko Haram arrested some Christians, 2 pastors, and they gave them simple conditions: deny Jesus and you live, reject Jesus and you die. We know Boko Haram, they're radicalist, an offshoot of Al Qaeda. So the first pastor denied Jesus, and then he was taken, and he was said, okay, he was told, you are a good man, you denied Jesus, now you can go. As he tried to go, they shot him, and then he died, sadly. But the other guy continued to pray, say, I will not deny Jesus. He was praying. Then in the process, they start shooting him. The bullets were coming from the gun, but the guy was just there singing and praising God. And he survived. So the truth always will set you free. Anyone who spoke the truth has never been let down. I will stop for the remark here, and then if Didi is there to give her input, then I'll join later on. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Moses, and thank you, Odysseus. Yeah, in reality here, people refusing to come with terms, like to the terms that, who is the problem in South Sudan, and why the problem is going on in South Sudan. But in fact, even though people know the reality of why this problem started, and for example, the whole process of SPLM is actually the whole process of leading people to what is here today, but yet people still denying. And this is not the first time that we've been in this. We've gone through this in 1982. The difference between now and 1982 is the people now, they are able to combat the things that you're holding them accountable with it. They educated themselves very well in how to combat people, how to shut you down, and when people come to tell them the reality, and then they begin to be argumentative, they begin to be dismissing people and projecting things towards you, blaming you, you're the problem, and then going around creating conflicts between people. And then when I begin to have conflict between you and me, or Odysseus and me, then the same people will come up, we turn up to these rooms that, our own rooms that we open, and then they will start telling, saying, oh, you see them laughing down there, oh, these Equatorians are not united, now Equatorial soon is going to separate and stuff like that. And you'll see them getting up and speaking and insulting Equatorians, and then you see them speaking on behalf of Equatorians, or on behalf of other people, how these people are, how they think, what is going on from their own perspective, you see, directing people to how they want people to be. And then they will conclude it by saying that people just have to unite. And then there's this passive aggressive threats that they're making to people, you see, these passive aggressive threats, you can hear them from the people to the to the top elder people, even people who call themselves generals and stuff like that. They speak in this passive aggressive languages too. They will tell people like, oh, now, for example, in Equatoria, some people want to disintegrate. Now they have to do everything in their power to stop this. People have to unite. Or, if people don't unite, you know, if the people should forget about the things that happened in the past and people should just unite, just forget it. And so it's just so weird that, how can you just forget the things that, somebody has done to you purposely and then you just unite? This is what is really that is not right. And the truth is, even come to our own people, Equatorians now, people are forced not to tell the truth. People are forced not to speak the truth. And people think that the more that they've been polite, the more that, maybe in a hope that, these people will accept, that, oh, we have wronged you, like what you said earlier, Dr. Moses. But no, they're not going to. Things are getting worse and worse. Like, if we look at into the report of that, into that press release of that guy, the head of the United Nations. What do you call his name? I forgot his name. Something Jason or something like that.
Nicholas Haysom.
Nicholas Haysom, yeah. Nicholas Haysom stated it and say that this year or the end of this year to the next year, that will be either the making of the country, the making of South Sudan, or the breaking of South Sudan. And people are not paying attention. And if you hear something like the making or the breaking of South Sudan, this is, lives of people that are gonna be perished. People gonna die, and people dying every day, And people are not looking into that from that perspective. And to me, what really hurts the most is the fact that people refuse to question themselves. Equatorians block their mind. Some Equatorians block their mind. They don't want to look into how did we got here, for example. Why are we here? Do we deserve to die? Our young children deserve to die? And why are we dying? And why are we being displaced from our land? People are not looking into that. They refuse to look into that. Like, for example, if you guys think it slowly, this thing is really so deep and it's really so hurting so badly. Equatorians were living okay. And if you look at every movement that Equatorians have done, it has never succeeded. Equatorians it has turned against Equatorians so badly. Equatorians will start very well. Somehow in the middle, something will happen. I don't know what is that, but it will come out the other way. It will work against Equatorians. Like, for example, Equatorians started the Anyanya one well. Somehow in the middle, it turned against Equatoria somewhere there. It led to Addis Ababa agreement. At the end of it, somebody came up on the top and Equatorians lost it. And Equatorians suffer a great deal, really. And then again, Equatorians were going very well. When Equatorians complained against the Dinka, Equatorians were given, a solution. Nimeri saved Equatorians. Again, Equatorians decided Nimeri is bad, their enemy that has dominated them, and they went and begged Nimeri for it. They decided that the enemies are better than Nimeri. Did you see this? Did you guys see this? Very poor decisions that Equatorians have been making, and these decisions are made on behalf of individuals that are making these decisions, and they're making this decision on behalf of all entire Equatorians. They do not even consult all the Equatorians, and they do not even see it, the consequence of the lives that Equatorians are going to lose. And people see this that is a normal thing. It's okay for one person or some group of individuals to go and trade or sell Equatoria out in the name of position, because they've been promised position. When we come back, help us to take over Equatoria, and when we take Equatoria again, we'll give you positions. And when we give you position, you'll be the governors, you'll be the Munu, you'll be commander or this like that. And then we will just come and lead. And this position that was promised to these people were given to them. Some are generals, some are governors, some are something like that, and they're leaving. They're paid well. Equatorians are dying. Equatorians are suffering. Equatorians are chased out of their home. These people don't care. They don't care up to today. They're there. They're sitting. Why? Because they sold Equatoria out. They sold the people of Equatoria out, and they continue to trade with the name of Equatoria. Because if you ask yourself a good question like this, when Equatoria was okay in 80s, what made these people to go and join these people and declare the Gali? Nimeri was bad, and these people were better than Nimeri when the same people were the worst enemy even than the enemy that they declared that is worse. They're conspiring against the Khartoum regime. You got two enemies, but you decided the worst one is the bad one, is the good one. You see, and this is where the trouble of Equatorians began. And if these people have never sold Equatoria out, they have never traded Equatoria and the people of Equatoria, then why these people today are living comfortable? Why these people today are selling they are the tomboys that are walking around, toiling the ground of Equatoria for these people that are dominating us? Why they continue to do that? These people are old people. These people are people who lived some of them lived since 50s. These people, some people they are older now. But then the younger people of Equatorians are living as refugees, they are dying. Let alone the fact that they drag this war instead of fighting. Okay, you want to take down Khartoum regime, let's go to Khartoum. Let's go in the side of Upper Nile, let's go fight there, or let's go fight next to Khartoum. Because there are borders there. If you want, you can get guns since Ethiopia is helping. And Ethiopia even did most of the fight anyway. That's what we hear. You see? So let's go do it over there. Because there are borders also in that side. They didn't. But they dragged this war into Equatoria, leaving the younger people of Equatoria, the youth of Equatoria, the younger teenagers of Equatoria by then, in those days, have no choice. No choice, because they were forced to join in. The war was brought into their bushes. And these people were leaking into their villages, into their towns. They have no choice, but they have to join. And these are the innocent that were dragged into this war. The life were wasted into the bush. And after the war finished, they become homeless. They are suffering. They are rejected. They're not even rewarded for anything. And yet they have been called cowards on top of it. And they are denied. And most of them suffered, dying very horribly. And the people who are claiming today that they are the forefathers, the founding fathers, they're liars. Today they're crying. If they are the one that the founding father be called our ancestors, that land is not new. Nobody's new. I'm not new. None of us are new. That land existed. The people existed. Our history did not start in 2011 or in 1983 by SPLM. You ought to be a crazy person to call yourself a new person by a direction that has been conspired for us to for us to suffer. We are not new people. Our ancestors have always fought, but they've never ended up calling themselves a new direction somewhere. So I wanted to say that, all these things that have happened, those people continue to deny the truth. They continue to live comfortable. I've never in my life seen old people live, yet they bury their younger children such as toddlers, younger teenagers, children of 6, 9 years old living in the camp, dying, the atrocities that are happening to the children, yet an old person who's supposed to be in the tomb is living comfortable and is happy and supported by either their clans, organizing people according to their clans, or according to relatives and friends to support them. just the style of the Upper Nile system. This is what Equatoria has been reduced into. And then yet they act confused, they're crying, yet the same person is supporting, working so hard to keep one person up, just is benefiting nobody. But to keep one person just to get them into that government, that regime, the very regime that is created as anti-Equatoria to destroy Equatoria, the very people who have conspired the entire South Sudan, you see, to gang against Equatoria, to go to the bush so that when they get Equatoria, they will divide Equatoria as a spoil among themselves. And then when they got there, they realized that their master of all wanted it all for themselves. And then they begin to kill each other and they begin to fight. But yet, they're still ganging on Equatoria at the same time. They rather kill each other and fight, but they won't let Equatoria go. And then we got these Equatorians that have sold Equatoria out, dragging Equatorians by their teeth into this mess. They don't want Equatoria to wake up. And then you got those people who are organized through their clans, through their relatives, through their friends, dragging Equatoria into it, just supporting one person just to be there up there, so that I can be happy and say that also I have my people up there. Yet you're also working with the same person. You're sitting under the same person. You're a slave to the same person who has conspiracy against you. And then you call yourself that you're somebody. To me, that's not a revolution. To me, that's not even beginning to save yourself. That's just lying. That's just buying into those who sold the Equatoria out. Manipulation. This is manipulation. Those who sold Equatoria out and they are comfortable with selling Equatoria out. And they are not satisfied with the blood of Equatoria that are dying, that they sold out. They are not comfortable with it. They still, sorry, their conscience are dead. Because conscious zone ma dead. Inta beginning ma zone. Yande it again is out of your belly taki. These people are bombing even your islands, bombing your land. It just my ass are big guns in your land. They're attacking your people. Inta God your better get happy. Your money is going, you're getting paid, you're eating comfortable, you're happy. You got your wives, some of your wives from these people. These are Equatorian men who sold Equatoria out, sold Equatoria with their children all out. These are Equatorian men, Equatorian who are supposed to be the fathers of Equatoria, to be protecting Equatoria. They are the ones that sold Equatoria out. And they continue to live comfortable, manas, among these people. Some of them cannot even come among Equatorians. They're living far there, away from Equatorians. But they want to talk about South Sudan only. They don't want to talk about Equatoria. And when they tell them Luzol and South Sudan, they don't want to about Equatoria. No, they want to tell you they're South Sudan. See? But when you put them to test about their South Sudanese, then they fail. You find them in the boat of Equatoria. You find them begging money from Equatoria. You find them collecting children of Equatoria to fight for them. But then my question is, why are you not leaving Equatoria alone and go to Upper Nile? Since you're all about South Sudan, you only want to talk about Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal. Why are you in Equatoria since you're South Sudanese? Equatoria is nothing to you. Or I will say this, why can't they leave Equatoria and find themselves somewhere in between the borders of Upper Nile, Bahr al-Ghazal, or Upper Nile and Equatoria, somewhere there? That way is fair enough. You're all about South Sudan. This is fair enough. Like in Equatoria. You want to extract the resources of Equatoria. But then when people want to talk about Equatoria, you want to jump up high, 7 meters high. You want to say, no, you're not Equatorian. You're South Sudanese. But when we put your South Sudanese into test, Nalgakita Mafi South Sudan Derak, Mafi South Sudan is supporting you. Yet you want Equatorian to support you. You want Equatorians' money to support you. Hypocrisy is not good. Nas bigo me ma bik jolo fadia ma fi adil de. Nas ma bik jolo. دم بتاع إيكوتوريا من زمن السودان في يدينكم. إيكوتوريا ماتوا في يدينكم. في زمن غابة إيكوتوريانز يعني إيكوتوريانز ماتوا في يدينكم. في زمن هذا إيكوتوريانز دم بتاع إيكوتوريانز لسه في يد الناس. والناس people are not satisfied with this blood of Equatoria. لما أنت بتيجي تتكلم واحد بيقول لك they don't understand what you're saying. What are you talking about? They don't understand. لأنه conscious بتاع زودا is dead completely. Conscious بتاعه is very dead. So I just wanted to say that in my conclusion that this thing has to stop. It could find out people that are very passionate about Equatoria. People to take care of their destiny. Not all the people who doesn't care about Equatoria. My people are sold Equatoria means the man. My people don't care about Equatoria. When it comes to these people in South Sudan, people divided themselves into nations. They know their nation. They know will never be the same. And we're never the same. We have different tradition. We have different looks, different thinking. We can never be the same people. But it's the goal, the principle of the goal that they want within Equatoria. Not you. Not you. They couldn't care less about you, Equatorians. They call themselves nation. When حاجة حصل الليلة لدينكا, Dinka be fight, be kill everybody as a Dinka nation. The same Hakaza Manuel. Hakaza Mabaginas, even how they small, they call themselves. They see themselves as together, as a people, as a nation. لكن من Equatoria بيجي بيتكلم عن nation بتاع Equatoria is a problem. Equatoria ما دار themselves to stand as a nation. Some people don't want that. لكن في ناس بتاع Equatoria they call بعدين as a nation, as a kingdom. It's fine. Equatorians ذاته يبيجي بيلقى نفسهم هناك زي كلاب defending these people like wild dogs. Yes, these people are kingdom, these people are nations. للدرجة people undermining us, insulting us, insult شتموا فينا ما شتموا زول تاني. insult لما قالوا لنا بيجي تلونا في زمن ده قالوا we can't say it. في زمن ده SPLM ما في زول قال حاجة. ناس شافوا قال ده كويس كده. لكن أنا شايفة لنا لما يحصل بيشتمونا ده Equatorians واحد ده بيجي بالشكل ناس. أنا ما فاهم what's going on. What is going on with Equatorians? أنا ما فاهم. أنا كان داير Equatorians وساعد السودان ده put their South Sudanese into test يخلوا Equatorian براو. أنت يا ودار South Sudan ده كان في زول حابة Upper Nile more than Equatoria. أنا كان بفتكر أنا بفضل زول ده كان يطلع من Equatoria إمشي يقعد في Upper Nile. Prove to us you love Upper Nile. Prove to us you love the rest of South Sudan. ما تقعد هنا تجيب موت هنا كشمك قوي أنت دربك الناس يموت around you. You don't have any solution. الناس الحسي مفروض resolve مشاكل إيكوتوريا دي ناس جابوا جماعة ديل في داخل إيكوتوريا دي ناس sold إيكوتوريا out. And then ناس المسؤولين جابوا جماعة ديل في غابات بتاع إيكوتوريا وجا دخلوا نم قتلوا ناسنا فوق. إيكوتوريا واحد نفسه إيكوتوريين تانيين ديل كانوا زمن مع السودان working against إيكوتوريا the same إيكوتوريين جوروا من هناك دخلوا مع SPLM. the same إيكوتوريين واحد شالوا مدفع ضربوا بين إيكوتوريانز. دي حاجة إنما بننساها في جو قلوبنا. الناس الحاسي بيعملوا نفسهم هم قاعدين مع الرجيم ده اللي بيقول لهم ناس رئيس ناس كماندات ناس جنرال الليلة بيجوا كمان بالصفة قروش تا إيكوتوريا صفة دوم تا إيكوتوريا لسه دارين صفة في الدوم تا إيكوتوريا تيال تا إيكوتوريا دي ناس دي كانوا بيضربوا فينا ناس دي كانوا بيقولوا جنجرن بيقول له عشان انت تلقى بروميس بتاعك وظيفة انت دايره ابوك ديو تلقى امك ديو تلقى ناس ضربونا. هل كان بيضربنا في حب في داخل ساوث سودان هنا في داخل إيكوتوريا ده منو؟ ده ما ناس رئيس ده ما ناس جنرالات ده ما هم كده. إيكوتوريا انت بي اونست بنفسك be honest بنفسك كده. stop lying to yourself. الناس اللي حسيتوا بتعبدوهم ده ما ناس اللي كانوا بيضربوا حاونات في داك الإيكوتوريا. ده في إيكوتوريا أبوك أديو تلقى، أمك أديو تلقى. ده ما نفسه ناس قتلوا أبوهم أهلهم جدوا بتاعهم. ده ما ناس جونجرين أدام أودا يقتل أهلهم وقتلوا أهلهم without common sense, without reasoning. قال أنا كان ضربت ده هنا أنا قاعد أضرب أهلي. ضربوا ما فكروا twice. انتوا surprised علينا الناس they don't care about Equatoria. انتوا surprised وانت لسه you want to support these people, strengthen الناس دي لسه to continue يدمروا Equatoria. يلا انتوا بتيجي تقولوا Equatorian ما united, Equatorian ما دارين. حتى لو إننا كنا جينا solution ما بيجي من solution تا ناس جا قتلوا Equatorians. ناس أبو جابوا عدو في بيت، ناس أبو با أخوانهم إيالهم، ناس اللي كانوا لهم بكونوا لهم إيالهم. لو كانوا هم بولدوا إبن في يانجا زمان ده كان ديل إيالهم يسقون في قام عدو، سقون في قام عدو تانين ماتوا في جوا هناك، وهم أنقذوا إيال تا إيكوتوريا ديل الماتوا ده. ناس لقوا top positions ما عملوا حاجة. هليلة دي ناس يهونا كمان دير glorify الناس ده. we don't want to tell the truth. دي ناس قتلونا. ده حقيقة. حاجة ده بوجاني لأنه بوجاني شديد. إيال اللي دخلوا تحت أفرة صغار، يلا الولدهم هم بيعرفوا ليهم قاعدين يتعبوا. تعرفي ده أهلهم يعملوا حاجة ده في راسهم. أهله يا فاتوا جاب انمي ده في راسهم. يا ليلة هم قاعدين يسمع. جينا صغير هناك الزول دينكاوي كبير طويل سمين فاتي شيكيرا شيلو جانا ده من مدرسة 9 years old ولا 5 years old جارب جانا ده كهوتيل. جينا تاني بركوبة كم ناس بيموتوا. ده أهله ده رجال تا إيكوتوريا فاتوا جابوا كلام ده. يلا يجي يشتموا ناس كمان في راسهم. قال انت ما تتكلم امشي حارب. انا حارب، انا جبت زول ده مشيت جبت زول ده تطرد زول ده مفروض. انت جبت عدو في بيت. يلا انت بتيجي تقعد تشتم في ناس وانت ايكوتورينز كمان. قالوا ناس يومتا يبورا دلولو يوم ده اوديشنز فتا روم ده تاني من شدة زعلان من شدة disbelief. ناس ناموا ايكوتوريا فاتوا جامبو دينكات في نيمول جشتموا ناس وانت نيمول. ايكوتورينز واحد قالوا they proud they brought دينكات هناك. ايكوتوريان واحد ده بيجا يشتموا في بنات ايكوتوريان يبورا دلولو كده. انا بيجا استغربت يا جماعه المنطق بوين يا رجال ايكوتوريا يا جماعه. المنطق هنا دينكاوي جا زوج يبورا ودفع ابقار دفع حاجه، ولا المنطق هنا دينكاوي انت جبت في بيت ده قاعد الرب راجل ايكوتوريا ولا تاريخ ايكوتوريا اجوز ايكوتوريا في جبات نما جبته قصرته نما في ريبورت كتبوه قال هو ذاته ما بيقدر بيجي من فاديه وما بيقدر بيجي. يعني انت بتفضل يبورا المره ده تزوجه بكرامه بتاعه، ولا انت بتفضل انت بتتكلم يا تيو الشيم اللي بيشرطوا جبات كده يا الشيم ولا يا تيو الشيم. منطق الرجال ايكوتوريانز ما عندهم بيدللوا في حاجات اللي ما عنده منطق. ما انه هو مره بزوجه اي زول كان انت كنت ما داري هو زوجه ما زول ده. انت جبت زول ده اللي في بيت، انت جبت عدو اللي في بيت، انت جبت عدو ده الدور، ولا انت كنت مرتاح عدو ده بس كان شرطه جابتك يلا ما يزوج مره، ولا انت جبت الزول ده عشان ينوم معك في جابته. عشان كده تقعد الشكل بتاع انت ايكوتوريانز، لان الناس دي يلقوا نفوسهم انتوا يا جبتوهم في ذاك البلد من في الثمانينات من في الخمسينات، انتوا يا دخلتوا ناس في ذاك الايكوتوريا. احنا زمان كنا ما عندنا ناس. عشان كده قبل زول ما يتكلم انت عارف زول يكون منطق في محله، زول يفسر منطق في محله. لما إننا الناس كنتوا ما قدرنا نتكلم فيه حاجات كتير إننا بنتكلم فوق، لأن عشان كده في ناس جابانين ما بيقدروا بيقعدوا مع ايكوتوريانز بيجوا فوق بيجروا، لأنه كان إنت just 1 minute يتكلم مع الزول ده ولا يقوم بيبكي دوم أكتر من دوم بتاع ايكوتوريا اللي قاعد يكورك في تحت التراب ده. هو بيبكي وبيكلي أوانتات بتاعه بيعمل فوقه ده، لأنه أنا بسأله سؤال اللي ما بيقدر بيجي. عشان كده خليه يجروا بعيد هناك، خليهم يقعدوا بعيد هناك، لأني كانت دوني له فرصة مع زول زي ده أنا بسأله سؤال وما بيقدر بيجاوب. في ذاك الإيكوتوريا ده أرض بتاعي، ده أرض بتاع زول تاني، ده أرض بتاع زول هناك. يا بقى بقانا كله ده أرض بتاعنا واحد ده. أنت ما بتقوم تتهجر مع أرض بتاع ناس. أنت ما تقوم قال أنت يا هذا politician ولا أنت politician، ده ما حاجة ورثة. أي إيكوتوريا عنده أرض في ذاك المحل ده you can be a politician. You're a citizen بتاع إيكوتوريا, you can be a politician. You can represent yourself, you can represent your people. You can represent your land. ما في زول حاجة قال بيورثوه، ما في حاجة قال بيورثوه في relative ولا في clan ولا في كلام ما في حاجة كده. أي زول عنده حق، أي زول أهل بتاعه ده أهلية قاعد يموت هناك، ناس قاعدين منساوين بتاعهم عيال بتاعهم، ما في جناو وسرب بايدينكا، ما في جناو قتلوه، ما في نساوين بتاعهم وسرب، لكن في نساوين بتاع ناس بيموتوا بتعب، في رجال ناس بيموتوا، في عيال ناس بيموتوا. عشان كده ناس عندهم حق بيتكلموا، ناس بيتكلموا، لأنه لما أنت بتحاجة ده زول بيذكر، زول بيشوف عيال القاعدين يتعبوا وبيتعبوا في كامب عندهم بيت عندهم لان، لكن ما بخلوه يقعد في لان بتاعه. لكن أجوز تاني يبي يقعد في لان، أجوز تاني يبي يقعد مع ناس ده جاب أدو ده حاجة ده قاعد يخلي دموع الزول بيجري، حاجة ده قاعد يوجع الزول. عشان كده مرات أنا بقول لك قال حاجة ده بودي للزول chance، ناس ده أنا بكون فوقه جاس وأنا بولع فوقهم بنزين، بكون فوقهم جاس الديل ده أنا بولع فوقهم بنزين. And then you watch them burned to death. Let them feel حاجة اللي هم عملوه في ذاك الإيكوتوريا ده ما حاجة كويس، عشان تاني زول تاني بيكون بيعمل كل الحاجات ده. So I would leave it here. بس أنا بقول دي أول حقيقة ده، الحقيقة ده ناس ما بيجرى من فوق. الحقيقة ده كان ما ونسوا في ناس بيعملوا أوانتات وأنكبات، ناس بينوتوا 7 زيمات، ناس بيفتح كورين زي الشراميط في راس ناس دارين يشتموا في ناس دارين يعملوا شنو، لكن هم بينسوا نفسهم. هم يا جابوا كارثة في داخل الإيكوتوريا ده، جابوهم هم ذاته واي هم يا جابوهم تعب الحاسب بين الحاسب إننا بيتكلموا فوق لما حسودونا، لما الناس ما دايرنا ده، لأن إننا قاعدين نتكلم في truth. إنت لو قاعد تتكلم في truth you keep banging on the truth, people will hate you, people will never like you. لكن guess what؟ لأن أنت كان ما تكلمت في the truth، بكرة أنت كان موت يوم القيامة ربنا بيجادج you, because this is written. When wicked things are happening, the good people must speak. The righteous must speak out. You cannot be silent on the wickedness. You cannot betray people. You cannot do that, because this is your responsibility to speak out, to condemn, to continue to demand for the poor, for the needy, for the widow, for the children, for the fatherless. You have to speak. That's why I'm going to speak. The voice of the righteousness, for the needy, for the homeless, for the widow, for the fatherless. That's why we speak for them. We allow the voice of the Holy Spirit to speak through us for the fatherless. Because God, Anas al-Kalomba around there, he took them to himself. That's why he opened up some people's mouth to speak. And let the wicked continue my job without them until we see where we reach. ما في زول أجوز بدفن جنة تحت وبكون فوق وقاعد مرتاح. ما في، تسقل سهارة، تسقل فقارة. ما في زول continuous الناس بيموتوا بكلامه وبلسه راسه قوي stiff neck وماشي. ناس بيقولوا أنا ما داير حاجة كده، حاجة كده قاعد ينتهي من الناس، قاعد ينتهي من أهل بيتنا. زول ده بس ماشي مع كلام ده واحد ده زول ده قصده شنو بالضبط كده. دي حاجة واحد رجال تقول need to wake up and need to face this كلام ده. احنا ما قاعدين هنا عشان واحد بس يبليس أهله يمشي يقعد فوق هناك، زول واحد يمشي يقعد مع ناس يقعدوا هناك لشنو بالضبط كده، لشنو؟ دي أرض بتاعي، دي أرض بتاع ناس في كامب، دي أرض بتاع ناس دخلوا تحت تراب قتلهم بنهار، دي أرض بتاعهم. زمان كان في قبل الثمانينات في 19 قبل 1900 هم كانوا قاعدين within their ancestors, they were in the land inside their ancestors. زمان أبوهاتهم قبل ما ولدهم life is in the person. Man carries life, and then they fertilize the life within a woman. They were existing. Men carry life. That's why today, if a woman is producing girls, all is because of men, scientifically, because of the man. If it's producing all boys, it's all because of the man. But because of ignorance, people ما بيعرف كلام ده بيقولوا مرة ده كده مرة ده كده ما قاعد يولد بنات ما قاعد يولد أولاد. Because it's ignorant, it's بتعرف. So I just wanted to say in my conclusion here, saying that ناس الجابوا ناس ده في إيكواتوريا ده، ناس الجابوا ناس ده, this is your responsibility. انت ده responsibility بتاعك عشان المفروض انت compensate إيكواتوريا. compensation بتاع إيكواتوريا المفروض بيجي من الناس ده. قروش هم سرقوا مع ناس ده سوا، قروش هم أكلوا مع ناس ده سوا، قروش هم قاعدين يعملوا بول money laundering enrich themselves ده. The one هم بقوم بقروش قال يسيبوا Equatorians ما يأم Equatorians يخلي Equatorians يقعدوا كده بس هم يقعدوا بس مع جماعة دي براو. This is their job. مفروض هم to compensate Equatorians. انت يا ما جيت هناك انت جبت عدو ده في بيت، ما اي Equatorian فات جابوا عدو ده في بيت، انما المفروض كان بيتابان. We have enough, more than enough in the home to feed us. We are not supposed to be homeless. This is the truth that needs to be spoken out, and this is the truth that needs to be spoken, and awareness needs to be raised in every community that Equatorial. The truth about Naza needs to be spoken out. The truth about Munukanga di Drubna, Munukanga di Mutfaga di Gadi Turna. This needs to be spoken out. Munukana Siana Jongaranga di Gumlom. Abuka di Talaga, Umaka di Talaga. Denas Munukatana Pidakal Equatorial. Madena salela ya anna shafinum garini ama jamadel. The hakika you worry. The story of Equatoria is a very dark one. Dark is a story that you will continue to wail until tomorrow. Can it that took how the gariji Sifi Betty? Inta kuta bitadra fi hound. Will you do that? Will you command that? Alele togo tita ka is it a general ita muno? Ita wa general aleyana ita mana praise aleyana but ita kuta gadi di order de hound yijini ana fi Betty. How they got jile na style jaranta. It's a very dark story. Anyway, I'll leave it here. But dema haja sahila nas bigulu gal haja zol bigot fogo bes alela zol bonus the zol bin saw fogo. No, it's not. It's not really. It's very conflicting and very confronting story. لأنه طالما إن قادرين نشيد كشمنا ناس ما بخلونا نشيد كشمنا. We're trying to do sutra. ناس ما بخلونا نعمل sutra. عشان كده في ناس بيقولوا جنگ صلاة كان ذاته جا قدام ناس في كونفرنس ما بيقدر بيتكلم إلا يرسل زول تاني يتكلم. لأن Equatorians have things to say. في حاجات في قلوب تا Equatorians ما طلعوا برا. They have things to say. They have questions to ask. Very hard questions to ask. وناس دارين يتكلم questions تانيين كلبن وسكر وحلاوة حاجات زريعة وناس دارين يتكلموا فوق. لأن we're not interested in that. انتوا شايفين لما إننا بنجي نتكلموا كده كودي Equatorian كنتوا نوير سؤال الإيكواتوريان بيسألوا كنتوا السؤال النوير بيسألوا. نوير بيجي بيسألك إنت ضربت ولا إنت جبت تمشي جبت مدفع ضربت ولا إنت اللي عملت كده. جيب زول تاني زول اللي بيسأل كيف لكن تعال جيب Equatorian كليه once. Anyway, I believe it here. Like the reality is, we have to accept the reality, continue to deny the truth. We cannot continue to create conflict about the truth. And then we begin to fight each other, creating conflict about the truth of the reality that has happened and is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. Thank you, Brother Moses, also for your input. To be honest, it's heartbreaking. يعني انت قلت حاجات حقيقة يا ريت لو كان في conscience في اخواننا الإيكواتوريين اللي هم يا قاعدين put us in this danger. خاصة انا صراحة يعني هسه انا وصلت للقناعة في شخصيات بس بيقعدوا بيتفلسفوا من الأخوان الاستوائيين اللي بيحاولوا يلعبوا دور كأنه هم فاهمين قضية الاستواء، وزي ما أنت قلت هم يا سبب مشاكل الاستواء، لأنه هم جابوا بيجيز دي جوا ناس دين كده قدروا يعملوا أبيوز في إيكاتوريا، وإيكاتوريا لحد هسه ما قادر يركبوا. هم الشخصيات ده بدل هم يكوركت themselves بيتكلموا كلام بجهة براه بيتكلم، لكن الأكشن بتاعه opposite يعني عنده اتنين خشم، وده بوري زول زي ده زول خائن وزول ما عنده أي مبدأ. وسادلي لما نقول لهم حقائق ونواجههم هم طوالي بقى بيعملوا شنو؟ بقى بيلقوا الضعاف الشخصية في استوائية، خاصة القاعدين في الخارج. أنا بقول في الخارج تلقاهم بقى بيحرض أو ما تجيب مع ناس ديل كلامهم سنين، لكن كلامنا قاعد نقول حقيقة. أنت كان استمعت كلام ده كويس وأنت عندك ضمير، أنت ما بتشوف كلام ده فوق الشتيمة. كلام اللي قاعد نقول لك ده الكلام ده عشان يوعيك، عشان يقومك من النوم، يقومك من بليس اللي أنت فوقه، من الوساخه اللي انت قاعد فوقه، من الديستركشن اللي انت قاعد فوقه. انستدي تقدر تسمع زول تاني اللي بيضحكك، زي ما في مثل سوداني بيقول اسمع اللي بيبكيك ما تسمع اللي بيضحك. اللي بيبكيك ده ابوك لما كان قاعد يربيك، انت قال تربيه ده ان كلنا دقونا الصوت. انا صغير دقوني صوت عشان اكون زول. يس في تانيين مرات بيعمل ابيوز لعيالهم، لكن انا بقول انا من تربيه بتاعي انا بشكر يا بيستاي ناس يمستاي ادبوني عشان اكون زول، عشان اعرف نفسي انا وين. because this world if you're not disciplined you will never go far. لو انت ما زول يعني منضبط انت هتضيع. ايكاتوريان لما نقول لكم حقيقة ده عاوزينكم تقيفوا على مصلحتكم، لأنه الانيميز بتاعنا they are against us. These people have come up in the position they don't like us. They have already stated it. بس كده أسأل نفسك نفس الشخصيات اللي هسه بيحاولوا بيسيسوا ايكاتوريان دي النايد وده. وانا بقول صراحة دي عندنا نسألك سؤال قبل ما هنا. انت كان قاعد تشوف سيدنا عندنا، لانه في ناس بيتكلم قال ايكواتوريا لازم يكون له الاي، سيدنا عندنا الاي في جنوب السودان. ده سؤال انا داير نساله لك ولبرادر دكتور موسيس ولاي زول استوائي قاعد يستمع لنا واللي بيستمع لنا، لانه الكلام ده مهم جدا، والسؤال ده دقيق في انسر بتاعه او الاجابه. انت بتشوف احنا عندنا allies دي and I know you know the answer but yeah explain it to us and please tell us.
موجودة ally ده a bit daunting. تعرف موجودة ally ده daunting depending on زول ده معاك في chapter ولا زول ده ما معاك في chapter. Right now if you look at most people who are talking about, like for example let's take one ally. For example في كتارين هم في unity في South Sudan عندهم ally بتاعهم شلوك ده بيعمل شنو في إيكواتوريا؟ destroy Equatoria completely, gain control of Equatoria from Equatoria's hand. حاجة اللي هو عملوها هسي Equatorian المنطقة defense post شلوك. هم شلوك ده بيقعدوا بيشتموا في إيكواتوريا دائما، بينقدوا في إيكواتوريا، كان بيجي بينقدوا في ذات الزول اللي قالوا ليدر من إيكواتوريا معهم سوا، سقطوا لك زول ده تحت وبيشتموا في زول ده وبيشتموا في إيكواتوريانز. أنا هذه داخلي شنو معاك؟ أنا ياما معاك في إيكواتوريانز ما كله معاك في آلاي، لكن أنت بتقعد تشتم في إيكواتوريانز ليه؟ لأنه أداوا فويس الآلاي معه، الآلاي معه قال تعال disrespect ناس بتاعي، أنا يجيت disrespect تاني له آلاي مع زول تاني. and then ثم تانية تاني يقولوا لنا هنا ينقطوا في قصة الما حقيقة يا زي قصة SPLM ده يجي ينقطوا فوق. زماننا دخلنا في كلاب هاوس زي أو آلاي زي دخلنا في كلاب هاوس نشكلنا الناس تسيسي وما فتحوا روم بيتكلموا في كوكورا. ها كوكورا was not good. ها كوكورا كان عملوا دينكا كاب وطردهم باقي الناس ده كله وقاعدين نقرأ في كتاب كده قال كتبوا دينكاوي تاني طردوه في مويه. شكلنا من هذا كده لما they drop قصة تاني pick up on history the Equatorial شكلنا مام كده لما they drop. وناس الأعلى مام أعلى بتام ده في هنا ما بقولوا لهم الجابون في داخل إيكواتوريا ما بقولوا لهم it stop it. our ally is in certain things ما في حاجات زي ده. تعرف عشان كده قاعد يقول موضوع ally ده very tall actually في زمن ده حاسة unless زول معك with the same chapter زول there the same interest حاجة اللي تدار مثلا تدار separation زول تدار separation ولا تدار حاجة تانية وزول قاعد يوقف في حاجاته بيتا هناك ما قاعد cross off ما قاعد insult ناس تاكي ما قاعد attack ناس تاكي ما قاعد walk against you. بمعنى الزول ده كورين واحد ماما ناس اللي بقول لهم رجيم تا حكومة ده وكرين واحد معك هنا يعني زول شغالة باتنين انت بتعرف تترست زول ده كيف انت بتعرف لكن طبعا انا ما بعرف سيدو يا بيعرف يترست ناس ده كيف انا ما بيعرف لكن حاجة اللي انا بيعرفه ده حاجة اللي انا شايف حاجة دانجرس لنا ده حاجة ده أنا ما أعرف في شنو قبل اتكلمنا في حاجة كده اتكلمنا فوقه في حاجة كده two incident happened for me I'll consider this is not a good sign نفس الحاجة ده حصل ونمرة اتنين تاني ده نفس الناس واي واي شتموا من داري زي الليلة أيوة اتكلمنا disarmament you know دينكا دار disarm Equatorians ودار disarm Equatorians ودار disarm ناس من داري وجماعة الجوغل دارين disarm نوير وايت أمي بتاع نوير كلهم okay let them all get disarmed نازل ما كوش نازل بقتلوا في ناس لكن نازل ما تكلموا إنه قال they should disarm themselves شلو دينكا ما قال disarm themselves as دينكا لأنه هسه هم joinوا back عملوا peace مع دينكا ديت ناس تاني this is dangerous the second incident نفسه قريب ده هم طلعوا شتموا في منداري قالوا منداري counter insurgents منداري كان ياو بيقتلوا في SPLM ونفس الزمن قمنا سبات دينكا قتلوا منداري ضربوا منداري انت كده you think it for yourself what is going on كده حلل ده they move together they're allies nobody there is working for the interests of Equatorians وده نفس الزول الإيكواتوريانز اللي وقعوا كارتوم قال خليه يتكلموا they speak better Equatorians دارين كله بأكان بتام بكتم قدام إلا إيكواتوريا بيقعد بورام بكشوفوا قال they are saviors لو فاتوا هناك هم بيجي بيسيف Equatorians وده نفس الناس المليان داك الإيكواتوريا كان شفت عدد الجماعة تشيلوا سدوا بان في كوشا في جو إيكواتوريا كده عينو زمن هما were doing acknowledgement تا كير ذاك وبعدين تا زول بتام ده عينو كده نمبر تا ناس ده عينو كده تام بتقدر تأيد نمبر بتام وده نفس الناس اللي قالوا ملك بتام في دوكيومنتري بتام تا لنا ستالك تا دينايل كينج ولا شنو ده قالوا يدخلوا في politics طبعا ملك بتام ده political كلام اللي بقوله قال ما political ده كذب ده كان مشيت في دوكيومنتري ده وما رمزي بس ساكت political كان في حاجات politics هو يا بيجي بيتكلم فوقه يا بيعمل ديلات ده لكن الناس ده رسلوا بيدخلوا في politics بس بيتكلموا في politics ده عشان بيشتغلوا مع حكومة ده نيابة representing his place يلا مفروض they came join حكومة من زمن حكومة تكارتون قال لهم join for the name of development عشان develop land بتاعهم لكن ليه ما ليه ما قادرين develop land بتاعهم ليه أنا ما فاهم أسو راحوا له كله داخل إيكواتوريا يلا يوم ده كان بيشتموا في ناس في رومات بتاعهم ده يقولوا قال إيه كير قال كان زول فات هناك بكون مرته يلا حزنا هنقول للناس الرجعوا جوا ده يقولوا ده جميل شنو مراكير ولا هنقول شنو هنقول شنو حسي they are allies there allies that is working against you to disable you to strengthen themselves man are scared to make sure Equatoria ما يتكلم ما يحرك ولا يقه ويا ده allies يا بيقولوا قال إن درنا الحق بلده قبل ما يتفرق لمنو جاي يتفرق هذا Equatoria ده ally واحد ده عشان كده موجود ally ده كان زول ما careful فوقه يتم تارتا تعمل في شنو انت invite for yourself a lot of trouble for your people they are not so ally الكان دخلوا بو في غابة ally against Khartoum جاتلا ترى ally ده جدا شالوا بلدنا ياهو so موجود ally ده is really a bit daunting يداري you need to know what you're doing and this person that is ally they need to know also have the same goals and who لازم you work on goal بتاعي you work on land بتاعه هناك ما you work on land بتاعك هنا في شنو هسه في داخل إيكواتوريا ده اللي يجيبوه فوقه هسه ده النظام كان في زول جنرال مفروض يمشي يشيل سوق جنرال بتاعه ده يمشي فري أبا نايل كان في زول دكتور مفروض يمشي كرييت هوسبيتال في أبا نايل كان في زول انجينير مفروض يمشي كرييت سيكا وبيلدينج في أبا نايل كان في ألاي سيكل زره يلا جد الناس كله فاتوا هسه يا رجو دكاترة دول يفتح أوفيس في داخل إيكواتوريا anyway I'll leave it here but I would just say that Morita ally there is a bit it's just something that if somebody who doesn't know what they're doing it will become a mess like what is happening now. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you, Didi. كلامك في محله. I also want to welcome Vanilla. And then before that, Doctor, do you have anything to say on that point? It's really sad يعني صراحة. أنا بتمنى كان أخواننا الإكواتوريين يسمعوا كلامنا، لكن طبعا عندنا كتير يعني في بقى ناس اللي they zombified them by following just cult without asking question is the best. لأنهم دايرين حاجات sweet talk، ما دايرين truth، and truth to them is bitter. يعني هم بيفضلوا حاجة اللي بيعجبهم. عشان كده بتلقى شخصيات كتير سخيف ما بيقدر يتكلموا منطق، لأن هم دايما بيحبوا حاجة الإيزي. لكن ده ما هو شخصية. فأنا ما عاوز أكتر، لكن brother doctor لو عندك حاجة to add and then we go to sister Vanilla. I hope she's a female because I see a picture of female, so maybe she's a female, but I bet she's a female. So doctor, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anna. I will just say a little thing about this Modo Bita Allah itself. If you pay attention of what is happening in Nigeria now, in Nigeria, the coup that happens more than 12 days ago, the allies speak in your defense. The Burkina Faso, Mali, plus Guinea, all spoke out that any attempt by ECOWAS to intervene militarily into the Niger Republic is an attack against them. And they did not just do it by word of mouth, they did it. They drove into Niger and with all the military gear that we are here, let them come. So Niger was supposed to be attacked the day before yesterday by Nigeria, ECOWAS led by Nigeria, but when they heard those tough talks, they moved back. As an ally is supposed to bring something on the table. An ally is not just a word of mouth. You bring something on the table. If you cannot fight the enemy at your location, come and fight the enemy with me here in Equatoria. But like you have just said, Equatorians are making allies with people who cannot help them. For them, is a parasitic kind of ally, where the person want to benefit from you, but you're not benefiting from that person. That's not alliance. That is exploitation. Alliance is where you come halfway. I come halfway, and then you put our deals together. What Eritrea did with the revolutionary rebels of Ethiopia that brought down the Mengistu regime. They had a deal. We cannot fight this monster single-handed. Let us fight the monster together. When we defeat, if you want the trophy, you can carry the horn, I carry the liver, you carry the intestine, and you carry this. This is what happened. So Eritrea went ahead, supported the Ethiopian rebels, and then on condition that it will have its own country, which after defeating Mengistu, they got their country. So what kind of ally do we have? Equatorians have Manazo. And Nasal Lela, they are telling point blank, Galiagi, Equatoriinda, they don't have a right. Equatorian are tribalist. Equatorian did not fight. People who are supporting the government of ECOWAS or the Nigerians against Equatorians. I mean, people who never one time said what the Jeng are doing in Equatoria is wrong. How can you call this kind of person your ally? And believe me, I don't want to be a prophet of doom, but these people one by one are going to Kir to be the Madidi girl. They're going to be a partner with Akir. Well, we don't know in this new world order what they will be called. Johnson Olony Masajua, Lama Kwal is already in, and the next is going to be Pagan and Edward. They will be going in. Manasimana la Jawi. Badin nite kotarin nite dabber hal komitu takun wen. So alliance is give and take. An alliance that is not give and take is exploitative, is parasitic, and is not welcomed. So let us open our eyes. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Moses. Indeed, wallahi, it's an irony, but I don't want to go far. But let's welcome Ms. Vanilla, if I'm correct. Feel free to put your thoughts. I know something that kind of touched you. You wanted to say something. Please feel free and welcome.
Thank you. I think مرة أنا أكون قاعد معاكم هنا but أنا طبعا ما زول سياسي ولا بعرف السياسة ولا حاجات دي لكن أنا قاعد أجي أنا بجي في الروم بتاعكم هنا أنا بجي بتعلم منكم كتير and I respect you guys a lot because يعني ما صعب إنه الليلة زول ممكن نمشي ونقدر يقاتل عشان أرجع حقه لكن احنا يعني I really support the idea of actual separation because انا قاعده اشوف انه لو ما في سلام احنا ما قادرين نعيشه نازل كده كده احنا ما حنقدر نعيش معهم وده الحقيقه. انا ما كبير انا يعني ادوب early 30s بتاعتي 31 يلا انا طلعت من السودان طبعا بدري شديد من 12 سنه بس انا متذكر كان احنا لما كنا في السودان يعني الجنوبيين like جنوبيين in general some people suffered but Equatorians احنا were always been civilized you know انا ما زول قبلي لكن حاجات اللي قاعد يحصل ده قالوا يعني شديد يعني احنا كنا ما في حالة بتاعتهم اللي هم I feel like هم يتعانوا اكتر من يعني يلا هم لما شافوا انه انا من الناس انا دايما بقول انا من الناس انا مشيت عملت actually vote انا فوت من استراليا هنا انا قلت هاي you know what خلاص احنا الجنوبيين احنا برانا احنا هنقعد برانا بلدنا حيكون كويس you know because انا متذكر كان في خرطوم هناك كان ناس يعني ما قاعدين يفرقوا بعضهم زي ما حسي حاجه اللي بقى حاصل ده حاجه اللي حاصل ده انا عمري ما توقعته كان هيحصل اساسا بل لكن ده حصل انا ده I was shocked انا I feel like I feel like I'm guilty like تقول انا مشيت عملت sign بالديت لاحد انا كنت في البدايه كنت قاعد افتكر انه ده بلد لسه يا دوبك انا طبعا زي ما قلت ما بعرف السياسه ما بعرف اخبار بتاع سودان في بتاع السودان هناك كتير كنت بتابع لكن نشكر ربنا ان انا جيت في كلاب هاوس وقدرت اتعلم كتير شنو اللي حاصل يلا لما انا جيت عرفت ان حاجه بقى ماشي ongoing and ongoing يلا نازل عاملين نفيسهم انه قال احنا نسامحهم وشنو في كلامات انا ممكن هكرر ذات الناس كان قالوا لكن some things I agree some things I don't agree so I'm just gonna هتكلم بس عادي so زول ممكن بيسامح زول واحنا مسامحين احنا كفطور احنا مسامحين لكن في نفس الوقت احنا عندنا زي ما انت قاعد تقولوا احنا عندنا خونه قاعدين يجيبونا انا قاعد اشوف كتير من الكوتوريين هم قلبهم ضعيف وخوافين انا ما اعرف ليه يعني حتى احنا ايضا في يعني طبيعتنا انه حقيقه ده ما بيقولوا انت لو قلت حقيقه ده زول كعب and that's the wrong thing you know ده ما حاجه تمام احنا ما عندنا انا دايما بقول انا عشرت على فكره انا انديجنا مع دينكا احنا ما مع بعض لكن احنا عندنا شافع انا ما من النوع الناس اللي انا قاعد نكره ناس ولا انا عندي قبليه ولا حاجه بالشكل ده لكن الليله يعني انت زول قاعد يعني قاعد تدور زولك حتى لو انت منو ده زولي انا closer to me انا ليه انا نمشي يعني نضحي بزولي عشانك انت القريب وده حاجه انا قاعد اقول دايما يا ابو ترى احنا كده خلينا نتعلم حاجه واحد منهم هم ده ناس دي اساسا لما هم يكونوا يعني مع بعض ولا حتى لو انت صاحب ولا انت قريب قدام الكازن بتاعهم ده ولا الزول اللي من بلده ولا هم من القبيله بتاعهم ده ولا بيضحوا بيك عشانه. ده حاجه احنا لازم احنا we have to actually learn you know. انا واخويا الغريب و انا وولد عمي، انا واخويا على ولد عمي وانا ولد عمي على الغريب. ده حاجه هم قاعدين يشبهوا لكن احنا ما قادرين نفهم الكلام ده. احنا عندنا حب بس نفسي انت تفكر في نفسك بس ما تفكر في باقي اخوانك البرا ديل. it's very sad you know. احنا كمان قلبنا خفيف شويه، ما كلنا اكيد طبعا، وإلس احنا ما كنا قاعدين هنا قاعدين نونسوا. وحاجه كان ما بوجعنا، لكن يعني it's very easy انه زول يجي الليله يلخبطوا راسه ويقوم يبي اخوه. very very sad. very very like I don't even know. uh, ما اعرف ذات انا بقول شنو. but لكن انا قاعد اشوف كلام ده قاعد يحصل كل مره. يعني قبيلك انا اتمنيت كان كنا كل يكون قاعد هنا عشان كان اساسا انا قاعد بقول له الكلام ده. يعني هو قبيلك انا سامعكم من صباح الليله، من صباح لحد مساء. لكن هو قبيلك جا قال شنو؟ قال ما اعرف حاجه اسمي شنو. انا كنت اطلع قبيل لكن انا كنت شويه بيزي. قال انه احنا مشينا امين، قال شيخ ما شيخ، قال انه انت تنطقوا عشان الشيخ ده متعلم، انت تنطقوا يلا هو بيقوم هو بيسوقوا بيركبوا. ان ده حاجه يعني احنا لازم نعرفه الالغاز اللي بنتكلم بينا ده انسولت دايركتلي. يعني لما هو جاب في البدايه قال والله انت برتيز انا محترم كده، انا كنت ممكن زل شويه فاهم. لكن لما هو جا قال الكلام ده انا حسيت بانه هو اساسا قاعد يجامل، يعني ما في احترام ولا اي حاجه ولا كلامات من كلام ده. ومن اخر كده انا قاعد اشوف انه هو اساسا قاعد اشوف انه انت يا برتيز طالبوا حقوقكم واحكوا زي ما انت عايزين تحكوا، لكن في الاخر ذاته ايفن حقوقكم دي ما تحصلوا له. دي حاجه اللي انا فهمته من كلامه اساسا انه نازل بيجي بيعملوا لنا انسول لايك تقول احنا يعني احنا ولا حاجه. دايرين يعملوا رول اوفر اس، تقول اتخلعوا بالرول ده obviously and they just wanna like come and يعني هم بيعرفوا احنا ناس اللي يعني ما ناس مشاكل زيه. حاجه ده كتير انا سمعته كتير. احنا كلمنا في ده، انا قاعد اسمع تبين تكلموا في كلام ده كتير. فده رياليتي انا عاشرتهم كتير وانا بعرفهم اسلوب كيف ناس زين honestly. يعني هم بيعرفوا احنا دايما مسامحين regardless of whatever they do to us. And that's one of the things that I'm very very proud even though أنا ما يعني ما في أي حزبة ولا أي party، لكن حاجة اللي أنا بعرفه إنه يعني it shows a lot ذاته أنتوا كأكوتوريس إنه أنتوا فعلا الناس البيسفول، أنتوا دايرين تقولوا مانيفيسكم، أنتوا ولا دايرين أساسا تشاكلوا ولا دايرين. أكيد في مشاكل حيحصل that's true عشان إحنا ناس إحنا نقول نمشي ونكونوا برانا ده اكيد هيحصل مشاكل. لكن كان ممكن ناس بيشاكلوا هسه يقولوا وي نو وات السودان ده احنا ناخده بقوه، لكن ده ما من الطبيعه بتاعنا احنا اساسا. ليه؟ بيكوز احنا الناس الاحسن. ما انا ما قاعد اقول كلام ساي ولا قاعد اجامل، ما قاعد اقول عشان الناس بينكروا نو that's the reality. ده حاجه حاصل you know. So I think it's a very good thing. انا اول زول لو حاجه بالسبريشن ده حصل انا اول زول انا بعمل فوت. ليه؟ عشان اقدر ناسي يكون مستحيل because حاجات اللي انا قاعد نقول نسمع ناس قاعدين يقولوا تعانوا بالطريقه ده. لا 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 انا والله بصراحه it's very very emotional معلش. but لكن انا ما بقدر بتكلم كدول انه زياده بقدر بمسك اعصابه وحاجات دي، لكن انا قاعد اتكلم كأوكوتورية. حاجات ده قاعد يوجع شديد، قاعد يوجع واحنا ما بنقدر نسكته خالص. وحقيقه بنقوله وكان 20 نفر ولا 30 نفر قال لك انت راسك ما في احبش راسك. وهم فعلا انا ما من الناس اللي انا بخاف ان انا اقول انه قال دينك يا هو اكبر المشكله. الليله هم قام جا يعني دارين يجي يشيلوا قال قولوا شنو يعمل دسام لنا داري. ده حاجه انا سميته كتير over and over again. يلا احنا ما فاهمين لحد حاسس احنا كوكوتورين ننزل اساسا دارين دمرونا بكره بعد بكره. هم دارين يعملوا دسام everybody and then يلا هم يكونوا عندهم اسلحه برام. ايضا زول الغبي ذاته يفهم كلام ده. هم عندهم بلان هيمسحونا والبسيط اللي احنا هنكونوا قاعدين ده هم يعني البسيط اللي هيفضلوا ده هم هيحاولوا rule over them because they will have no say. واحنا عارفين طبعا المنداري كيف، احنا عارفين انهم هم ناس يعني دمهم قوي، ما قال دمهم قوي لكن هم ناس اساسا يعني هم ناس يعني احنا لو جينا كده احنا كنا بنقولوا هم مخهم ده مختين شويه، راسهم قوي بس ده حاجاتهم ده بيشيلوا بقوه بيدين، ده حاجاتهم. الليله لو ناس يعني من الناس الاقوياء بتاعنا دين، انا طبعا انا من ينبره وانا من باري، ويلا انا عندي شويه من المدارس من خلال المدارس. So I have an idea of how we are, but honestly احنا لو ما فهمنا كلام ده حسي ده حاجه، وده واحد من الحاجات اللي وجانا، ده واحد من الحاجات اللي انا قاعده اقول لك اقدر اسمع اخواني القطرين ده في شنو حاصل، واحنا ممكن نعمل شنو عشان احنا نقدر نساعد نفسنا ده. عشان ما معقول الليله احنا يجي يبهدلوا لنا زي ده، يجي يطلعنا من بلد زي يقول ينحبوا اراضينا وحاجه. بحضارات ده ما قال انا جسمي في كلاب هاوس، انا دي ناس انا بعرف قاعدين يحصل لهم حاجات، ناس يشردوا عشان شنو كل ده. واحنا لو قلنا نشاكل ومام حنشاكل ومام لحد ما اعرف ما بعرف. So the best option is actually to separate. خليهم يعيشوا حياتهم because احنا عمرنا ما حنقدر نعيش معاهم. احنا ناس تافهين، احنا ما ناس مشاكل، احنا ذاتنا ما دايرين مشاكل، ده ما تفكيرنا. وبصراحه كده مشاكل ذات حيوانات. ده انسان انت لو ما قادر تعيش معاه احسن انت تعمل separate. تعرف تقعد تدخل نفسك في مشاكل، تقعد تفقد ارواح وحاجات زي ده. So I really support that 100% and I just انا بقيت قاعده اخاف اكتر، كل ما الزمن يقرب انا قاعده اخاف اكتر. هسه هيشيلوا اسلحه من الناس دي، ليله بعدين هيجي يشيلوا اسلحه من الناس منو تاني، ويلا هيجي يعملوا فينا شنو؟ ما انه حاجات اللي هم قاعدين يعملوا دي لسه ما كفاهم. يا هو زي ما قاعدين يقولوا الناس بيقولوا قال هم دنكا ما اعرف دنكا وكوتوريا دنكا منو دنكا جوبا دنكا مهدي دنكا منو انا قبل كنت قاعد اسمع الكلام ده وسمعته قبل كده كتير. يعني معناه انه لو اي زول الان ما بيشوف من قربان الاعمى، اي كوتوري ما قاعد يشوف ناس قاعد يعملوا بلان شنو يعني عميان. لكن I don't believe it. I believe إن هم بيعرفوا ناس دي قاعدين يعملوا بلان لشنو exactly، but هم ما دارين يقولوا برا عشان ما يقولوا فلان ده كحاب، ولا عشان ما يخسروا حاجات اللي هم يستفادوا منه في كلام اللي انت تقول ترضي زول. So it, حقيقة will set you free. حتى لو انت هتجيب براك وناس كله يقفوا ضدك it's okay. الله بيقول لما انت ما تخاف من الزول ما تخاف من الزول اللي بيشيل جسمك، لكن because هم ما بيقدر بيشيل الصول بتاعك. انا ما اعرف يعني الناس دي اللي احنا لازم نصحوا. انا بشكركم كتير بس انا اتعلمت منكم كتير، وانا يعني انا من الناس ما بعرف هيستوري، زي ما انا قلت جيت صغير بلاد برا ما بعرف هيستوري، لكن قاعد اتعلم a lot of history from يعني even rooms بتاع club house ده ناس اللي يتكلموا. انا قاعد اتعلم منكم، لكن انتوا وعيتوني شديد because انا كنت ما بعرف في حاجات كتير، انا كنت ما بعرف حاجات اللي قاعد يحصل لناسنا، لكن انا اتعلمت منكم. انا ما مولف ذات نتكلم كتير وما بعرف لكن يا جماعة thank you guys, thank you for the فرصة يا ديدي وأوديسس ودكتور موزيس. شكرا.
شكرا.
شكرا فانيلا، شكرا شديد انت جيت اتكلمت. سوري دي سوري. انا بقدر اشرك شديد. شكرا عشان انت سمعت، لكن انا اقدر اقول لك اختي don't be surprised. انا don't be surprised. انت اتكلمت كده، في ناس بيجي بيضربوا لك تليفون ولا كان بيقوك في كلاب هاوس ده بيهددوك. don't be surprised. ده حصلوا لنا وحصل لناس كتير و don't be afraid. في ناس كده شغالين ناس terrorist around، و terrorist ده equatorian ذاته agency تا دينكا، ده equatorians agency تا ناس الحاسي anti equatorians ناس upper nile ده هما عارفين زي كلامي انت قلت. هم الناس دارين يمثلوا كانوا ما عارفين، هم عارفين عارفين لأنه جون جرن ذاته كان ورا الكلام ده وكتبه تحت نمن في كتاب قال حاجة على الضوء سجاه الضوء أنف نمن شاكل كويس وما در give up ده عشان كلام بتاع أديس أبابا agreement وكلام تا كوكورا كلام تا كوكورا زمان الناس إكواتوريا فرقوا ده هم بس دارين كان يقعدوا في إكواتوريا يقعدوا you oppress нас the way they oppressing people today لما الناس جو طلعوا برا هم happy يا هم جلقوا إكواتوريين البيقدر بياكلوا راسه يعمل لهم promise ادهم قروش يلا باو إكواتوريا برا يا هو الناس داسا قاعدين مع إكواتوريا اسمهم مرتاحين انت بتلقاهم بس بيتكلموا عن ساوث السودان ما بيتكلموا عن إكواتوريا ما فاضيين أهلهم ديل طبعا اللي بيسجلهم هنا ديل ده أنا ما أعرف بكون قاعدين يدفعون قروش كمان أنت بتعرف لأنه كمان بيدفعوا قروش أهلك بيقتلوا أنت بتيجي تتكلم عن ساوث السودان زمان كلاس ديل زمان دقوم بعصايا في 82 كوركو جروا لنميري لكن الليلة العصايا ده بيدخلوا في جبهة الناس قالوا لا ما في حاجة حصل هنا وما عارف انت تفرق في شنو هسه ده حاجة غريب جدا بمعنى إلا الناس ده نظمهم في نظام كده نظمهم طبعا الناس بينظموا بعضهم من كلينز من فاميلي لأهل لأنه زول أصلا بيبي فيني من زمان أنا شنو أنا ببري وراه في شنو زول عندي دم في يدين بري وراه في شنو أنا ما بكون the same أنا أتي كان مسيت جوين زول اللي كان قاعد يقتل في إيكواتوريانز بمعنى أنا the same وزول ده ما غير لو كان غير كان كويس لو كان غير ده قال لا أنا كنت ما بعرف حاجة ده أنا تبت كويس لكن زول ده أنت من دم لدم بتاع إيكواتوريا أنت ماشي لسه للقدام وأنت لسه ما داري إيكواتوريا تتكلم وأنت داري إيكواتوريا أنت كمان يجوينك في البرنامج بتاعك وأنت داري قروش بتاع إيكواتوريا القروش بتاعك أنت مسرق الدفولو قروش ده وينه قروش الدفول لك أنت بيتا روح بتاع إيكواتوريا براري وينه هتستعمل قروش ده تستعمل قروش ده أنت قاعد مرتاح دي حاجة واحد إنما الناس ما دارين يدخلوا في موضوع ده كده ناس بيبوش ناس حادة لكن إيكواتوريا ده عنده very dark history ناس عارفوا هم عملوا شنو في إيكواتوريا ده عشان كده هم دارين يسحبوا من مسؤولية ده زي ناس كير دارين يسحبوا من مسؤولية تا hybrid code ده يهو في إيكواتوريين دارين يسحبوا من hybrid code تا إيكواتوريا they're trying to run away they're trying to confuse people they're trying to confuse the Equatorians يلا دارين يتلخبطوا Equatorians كمان مع upper nile انت بتلقاهم في تانيين ذاته adapted kids ده ناس upper nile دوم بيجي بحددوكوا انت بتيجي تلقاهم ما فاضيين مع Equatorians ناس دول. شكرا لك شديد
أنا ممكن أضيف حاجة في كلام اللي أنت قلته ده.
عايشة
أنا قبل شنو أنا كان كلام يعني آم آم أنا كنت قبل كده كان في توبيك ما أعرف ناس قاعدين يتكلموا عن سياسة ما سياسة كان في الروم يلا طبعا أنا ما أقدر نمشي كتير بس أنا زول ما سياسي وأنا ذات كلامي ما كلام السياسة كلامي كلام اجتماعي يلا أنا كنت قاعد أتكلم أنا كنت سألت ده بالظبط كده ده أنكل نيكولا ده احنا كنا قاعدين نتكلموا انا قلت له في كلام العادي انا بتفق معاه لكن في كلام السياسه ده خالص انا ما بتفق معك because it's a government support at that moment we're talking about government if we're supporting each other like if we're supporting government or not and انا ضد الجفرمنت 100% because هو معروف لاسباب احنا كلنا عارفين anyway ما ناس كلها قاعدين يعملوا benefit من government ده وبل ذاته ما قاعدين يعملوا benefit في ناس معينين واحنا عارفين أنا قمت سألت أسئلة يعني زي government نعمل شنو للبلد وحاجات بشكل زي ده وإحنا اتكلمنا في الكلام ده كلام بتاع أنت قاعد تقول تحديد ده أنا باخده تحديد some people they think هم يعني they're smart بيجيبوا حاجات من فوق تقول أنت ما فاهم لكن هو كان قال لي أنا إحنا هنيجي نتلاقوا في ساوث السودان وأنا أخذت بالتحديد يعني أنت لو أنا سمعت كتير قال الناس لما أنت تقول حاجة against the government or anything like that في السودان في السودان it obviously هيحصل لك حاجة أنا قلت له أنا ما ماشي I'm not gonna go. So حياة التحديد ده like to be honest ممكن few times كده جيت في منصة بتاع سياسة وانا اتكلمتها and then people wanna like um, يحددوني بطريقة غير مباشر. لكن زي ما انا قلت زول ما بيخاف من هجر. انا ما بقود نفسي في خطر ده through unless لو انا بعرف انه ده في benefit لناسي الليلة عشان روحي يمشي عشان قال هنا اكوتوري يتحرر اوكي. لكن عشان انا نمشي نموت وهم عشان كلام لا او not accepted. لكن التحديد ده في انا بس بدي اكد في الكلام اللي انت قلته ده التحديد ده في اساسا ناس بيحددوه انا بيجي في روم انا جيت برات انا طبعا ما بدات في روم بتاع السياسه ما قاعد بشكل ما قاعد اجي اساسا كان جيت ذاته 5 دقائق ما بقول. لكن لما انا جيت قعدت ذاته انت بقيت سياسي انت بقيت سياسي قلت لهم يا جماعه في حاجات كتير انا بقدر بتعلمه من الناس ده كان هيستوري وحاجات اللي حاصل عشان انا ذاته اواي نفسي دي شنو الحاصل في بلدي. ولكن I've learned a lot I've learned a lot especially from you guys. يعني انا عندي احترام لكم كبير كبير شديد because زول اللي بيقول حقيقة ده لازم الناس يقفوا معه. ويا ريت احنا ذاتنا ناس كتور ده احنا نفهم انه مجاملات ده ما حاجة كويس. احنا لازم نحب نفسنا. احنا ما نقعد نبيع نفسنا بالرخيص زي ده. ناس كل ما قاعدين يبيعوا نفسهم بالرخيص زي ده. اي زول بيجيب لزوله ليه احنا كتور بالذات احنا ما قاعدين نجيب للناس. It's very hurtful very very hurtful to me. Anyway انا بجيب هنا انا بس كنت أقدر اضيف كلام.
Yes, thank you for your point, Sister Vanilla. I don't know what to say, but yeah, you said a lot, and Didi said a lot, and Brother Dr. Moses said a lot. To be honest, في حاجة أنت touched on that point. موضوع يعني مواضيع كتير ما واحد بس. أنا ممكن أتذكر واحد منهم هو the reason why إحنا ذاته لما نجينا اتكلمنا هنا publicly. Want to appreciate Didi, Dr. Moses, and a lot of those who stood beside us. And Didi, in particular, I remember even the first time when we were challenging a lot of these Lekano Bihauli silences, and Didi never liked the same like you. She never liked politics, to be honest. She didn't like it. And she always liked to observe silently, and I appreciate her for putting herself in the front line. And it shows a true daughter of Equatoria when you stand out there. And I don't want to forget also, sisters like Hinaide, Auntie Patricia, and others who stood up because انت بتشوف الناس اللي بيتكلموا عن إيكواتوريا ده بيجيفوا diamond publicly in front of the line. هنايدة اسمه كمان ناس أتيما or others. So حاجة interesting احنا لقينا يعني حتى حاجة اللي was shocking to me لما جينا قال نلقى enemies تانا كان جايين من منو؟ من ناس اللي ما من الرجيم الداخلي لكن من الopposition. and I was shocked. I'm like wow. لأنه opposition وأنا بقول لكم بوضوح وأنا عارف في ناس ما حيقبل لأنه في ناس عندهم associated مع opposition ده based on هم قاعدين believe in the rhetoric the opposition. لكن let me tell you this rhetoric is just a rhetoric but in action they don't deliver. They never delivered it. هم كل يوم celebrate years and years to come بأن هم عندهم سنوات قاعدين لسه ما هم celebrate that. ده زي زول بس celebrate he's there like a birthday. لكن what did they achieve beside the birthday اللي هم قاعدين celebrate? Nothing. قاعدين يخلونا في ورا. Still they are bringing the enemy closer to destroy us. حاجة لنا شفنا يعني لما نتكلمنا and especially Didi who لما نتكلم I remember that day people there was like shocked. How could Didi even begin يعمل threat وفعلا كلامته دي ماله. They were threatening Didi to stop. Even they were trying to kind of tell Didi do not associate Manas Ethica. These people are bad. These people are not good. They're negative. And I was there, even some people don't even know, but they were like just inciting, creating lies and lies. And I was listening, and it really hurt me and shocked me in the same time. ده إيكاتوري بيجي بيتكلم لأخوانهم زي ده. بس عشان شنو بس ده نسأل عشان شنو؟ لما نقول لكم حقيقة ده you hate me عشان ده to please the enemy وenemy ده قاعد insult you قدامك قاعد يقول لك انت ما بترد له. ما عندك الجراءة ولا الرجولة ولا حتى الأنوثة عشان تقدر تتكلم قدامه تقول له ما تهيني زي ده. ده هم بتلقاهم بيجي بس زول ده هناك بيشتمهم، بكره بيجي يمديهم، يلا هم بيقعدوا تحت بس submissive. لما بيجي بيدوا اسامي تايتل لانفسهم، يعني حاجه معيب. عشان كده تلقى الحقيقه ما موجوده. انا قاعد نقول صراحه، انا قلت اخطر ناس هسه انا شايفهم في وضع حقوق استوائيه، ده ما الرجيم واضح، الرجيم already established. هم خلاص اسسوا المؤسسه بتاعهم. هو معاك لكنه ترى ضدك. عشان كده انا سالتك قبل سؤال بتاع alliance ده، لان موضوع alliance ده خطير جدا because these people they pretend هم ally. وكلامنا طبعا ما مرغوب لما نجي نوضح لهم كلام ده، هم بيزعلوا بيحقدوا، لكن والله الغبي بيزعل، لكن الزول الواعي ما بيزعل. الزول الواعي بيحلل، وكان في حاجه ما صحيح وبيحاول يناقض، لكن ما بياخده بطريقه بتاع الجاهل اللي بيكون زعلان. يا اسا مخه مع دينكا ما في فرق. كان انت قلت سلفكير ما كويس، دينكا بكورك انت ليه تقول كده؟ كان انت قلت دينكا ما كويس، بقول لا ما تقول كده. ما هو فرق طبعا. ما عشان كده من 10 قوما 40 يوما صار مثلهم. فعشان كده this is the mentality بتاع ignorant ده. بقى بيحاولوا يعملوا انفوك انه الناس ما يسمعوا الحقيقه. يلا يقعد يسمعوا بروباغندا بتاع الناس اللي قاعد يبيع اكتوريا برا. والناس الاخطر هسه يا انا شفت في اوبوزيشن، وانا بقوله بواضح اتجاه بتاع ابا نايل، وهسه السياسيين بتاع الشولو اخطر ناس اللي قاعد يحاول يدستروي اكتوريا بكل قلب. These people even are more dangerous than Dinka for one thing. هم ما دارين حقيقه اكتوريا يتكلم. حسنا هم داخلين جوا، هم دارين اكتوريا يناقض. بعدين اي زول تاني يناقض كلام الدخول تاع اسلام كول ملك بتام وجنرال جونسون ولين، وعسى ذاته بقانا مم قاعد يفتفل عشان يدخل جوا. I want them to go in عشان leave us alone. احنا اكتوريا بعد كده نفكر. وانا داير اي اكتوريا كان قاعد يجري ورا ناس زي كانه بدون مؤاخذه زي كلب قاعد يجري ورا ادم، بعد كده يفهم انه هو اغبى زول في الدنيا، لانه هو عارف الحقيقه ورافض يقبل الحقيقه. لما قاعد نقول له هو قاعد يزعل مني، لان قاعد نقول له دايركتلي، انا ما قاعد نجامله ولا قاعد نجامله. ما في مين انا بيجامل، وانا ما بنجاملك حتى لو جاء يوم القيامه. لو ده تدقني بالطلقه kill me. I will stand for what I believe because my people لما قاعد يقتلوهم هناك، الناس ما دمعوا. كده نسال اي واحد، وانا بتحدى اي واحد في على النيل وبحر الغزال يقول لهم اتدمعوا للدم بتاع ايكاتوريا قاعد يقتلون في ارض بتاعنا. These people will never cry for our people because they see us like we are nothing to them. We are lesser than them. And do you think these people will respect us لما نيجي نجاملهم؟ بالعكس هم بيضحكوا. عشان كده هم مرتاحين لما نشوف في اخواننا تاني بيجي بيحاولوا يشاكلونا، لاننا قاعد نتكلم عن independent ايكوتوريا and sovereignty ايكوتوريا. عن ايكوتوريا عنده اساس بتاعه already established. ما علينا بس نحن نكون يلا بقى حسه بقى بيحاولوا يعني يتمسخروا بعقول ناس ثانيين، خاصه اللي بيقولوا هم مثقفين في ايكوتوريا عاملين حالهم هم يعني سمف. والله انا مرات بستغرب في ناس بيكوت حاجات خواجه ولا حاجات عرب كانه الناس زي عندهم ريليشن شيب معانا. الناس لما نتكلموا كلامات اللي هم بيكوتد ده، يعني المقالات الناس بيحاولوا يدونا له في كامثال. الناس دي establish community بتاعهم على اساس اللي هم كانوا جايين منه. these people establish their own كيان. ما كانوا بيمشوا بيجروا ورا فرنسا ولا ورا تشاينا حتى ما اسس دولته على اساس اوروبي ولا اساس فرنسي ولا اساس امريكي. اسسوا على اساس بتاعهم. اخذوا مقاطع وقاموا غيروا طبيعه بتاعهم وجابوا حضارتهم وطوروها. But what about you؟ الان من نفسك مثقف ايكاتوريان الجاري الدنب ورا زول القاعد يبيعك برا قال كونه الاي، لكن في نفس الوقت بيشتمك، بيشتم قائد بتاعك وبتسكت انت زي جبان قاعد تحت تاخد تركع راسك تحت. ولما نيجي في حقيقه ايكاتوريا ده تلخبط الكلام ده كله. وفي نفس الوقت عندك اثنين لسان. يعني يا جماعه انا sometimes قاعد نجيت sick of this life. عندهم اثنين لسان. وان لسان يقول والله دينك كابين دينك كابين، لكن لازم نقعد سوا. انا عارف دينك تاني ما كابين. listen. when European conquered countries كان اديناك مثل عشان انتم بيحبوا امثال. مثل تا اوروبا when they conquered America, when they conquered Australia. هل كان ناس ديل في طيبين وما كعبين؟ ما في زول بيلوك طيب. في تانيين ذاته حتى اداب يالتا انديجينس ديل، لكن يالتا انديجينس ديل وصلوا وين؟ ما انقرضوا. ابوهاتهم قتلهم وفي النهايه هم جاء دمرهم بتزاوج وباختلاط مع الناس واختفوا. This is when they came to those lands, they did not respect the people. They just came and occupied the land without any respect. شالوا ناس رجعوهم ورا تانيين قتلوهم تانيين حربهم المهم انتهوا. So لما تيجي تقارن حاجه ده with what we are going through ده تقول لي حاجه ده ما قاعد يحصل عندنا. لان يقول لا في ناس طيبين. ما خواجه ده لما هم قاعدين يبنوا دول ده ما في ناس فقراء في خواجات ده وفي ناس طلعوا اغنياء في خواجات ده وفي ناس طلعوا مجرمين في خواجات ده وفي ناس طلعوا بوليس عشان يقدر يكابشر المجرمين. كانت قاعد تقرا قصص بتاع امريكا مع هيستوري بتاع كاوبويز sheriffs and policemen, those people in federal marshal, all these things. ما في كان ناس bad لكن ده تقول انه يعني ده exempt for what he did to the people of the Native American ولا native to Australia. يعني sometimes when I hear the logic behind these so-called intellectual بتاع Equatoria, I feel so sad and disgusted. I am seriously disgusted لأنه هم يعني رغم انت بتقول لهم يا أخوي رح كنا نجيب سوا لمصلحة بتاع استواء حان الوقت تلقاه هو بيطلع the worst enemy and the worst يعني I don't even want to I don't know how to describe them لأنه يعني ما في يعني حتى الشخصية ساكت ما في. وبيزلوه هناك مع عدو بتاعه قاعد يقول ده الاي بتاعه بيزلوا بيشتم بيضحكوا عليه بيتمسخروا فوقه and he's just sitting like an idiot. يلا انا منهم يعمل نفسهم يلا عندهم كتل كمان بتاع ناس اللي بيقولوا ده hall of shame. انا بسميهم ده ناس ده hall of shame. بيقعدوا في hall of shame بتاعهم يلا بيجي بيحاملوا قال هم قاعدين يناقضوا يحللوا سياسيا فكريا لكن حاجاتهم قاعدين يقولوا نفس حاجاتنا قاعدين نقول لهم لكن هم قاعدين يطبقوا الكلام ده او هم قاعدين يمشوا على نفس البرنامج اللي قاعدين نقول لهم يعني بيكوت some of the things we said and then they will dismiss it by like إنما كلنا جنوبين نقعد سوا نحب بعضنا نحاول change these people and we want to hear the jing the good jing. Listen كان جانا دبيبة كان قال دبيبة يا موجود في منطقة هناك وعنده بيت بتاع بيت ده طلع انت جاي فكر جاي يطلع جداد ما جاي يطلع دبيبة ودبيبة ده naturally will attack you even انت كان شنو حتى لو انت ربيت one day it will attack even أسد كان انت ربيت في بيتك attack you. بمعنى تاني this is their nature you cannot change them. حتى ذاته قالوا في marriage كان الناس اللي قاعدين يقولوا مزوجين ديل وانا متاكد جايز عندي مزوجين وفي شباب ده المزوجين ديل كده يسالوا انفسهم اي زول في marriage قاعدين يقولوا you cannot change the person in that marriage. You have to be equally yoked, right? Sometimes there is a challenge you have to figure out yourself and upgrade yourself, but changing the person is impossible. It have to be the person have to be convinced or convicted by his wrong or her wrong so they can change. So في حاجات كتير قاعد يورينا the truth but we are trying to blindside ourselves without seeing the truth. وخاصة ناس ديل have already proved to us they don't like us, they despise us when they came and occupied, killing, displacing, raping, desecrating our ancestors' grave by removing the remain يا جماعة remain بتاع ناس اللي ماتوا عندهم آلاف السنين ولا مئات السنين في مقابر بتاعنا موجود في إيكاتوريا. ناس شالوا برا وبنوا فوقه هوتيلات عشان يجي يعملوا فوقه دعارة يعمل فوقه وساخة بتام البنا فوقه أمارة. يا جماعة ما ده بيجي تقول شنو انت لسه ده انت سين انسان لما تشوف حاجة ده قاعد يحصل. Israelis when they saw these Arab so-called Palestinians try to do the same thing they stopped them. They fought them hard لما الناس خافوا. But for us إن قلنا خلي الناس يعمل حاجات ده. هسه إسرائيل وفلسطين they ما come together. Everybody عنده border بتاعه كل زول عنده development بتاعه. احنا فينا نكون اسرائيل بتاعنا في الدوله اللي كان ده الدوله انا I don't believe in South Sudan. I say in that territory اسمه Equatoria we can be the Israel within Equatoria. ما في زول cross our line if he's not Equatorian. It is done. ناس ده عملوا damage for all these years. هنا اديناهم فرصه. هم broke that trust. Once somebody break your trust you cannot come with them again. Judas Iscariot لما نو betrayed يسوع كان قاعد يجي رجع قاعد يبارك جاي قاعد يتكلم مع يسوع بالعكس قام for his conviction who felt ashamed وقام شنق حاله. لكن these people will never have that conviction عشان هم feel the pain or the shame what they're doing to us. Instead they have the audacity to come to us and tell us it. You mentioned a lot of you guys mentioned هنا انه كذا نيكولا جاي يتكلم لنا كلامات كده يعني كلامات showing you he's insulting us, acting like who very يعني humbled, talking in a language of brotherhood, لكن in his heart he hates us. In his heart he despises us. If كان عنده سكين ولا عنده سلاح كانوا ضربنا, because he know who we are and what we stand for. Even though he know that he came up there just to show us that he's not intimidated by what we say. Let me tell you that. I understand. Let me remind him something. We Equatorians, we also are not intimidated by him, whatever he say or whatever they're doing right now. It's a matter of time for us. You can do whatever you do. And let me remind them, Fiduniada, whatever you plan for evil will always come back to haunt you. It will come back to your destruction. هنا Equatorian لما welcome you the day to عملتوا referendum وانتوا قلتوا انتوا اخواننا, جيتوا قعدتوا في جوبا, جيتوا مشيت دفنتوا الراجل بتاعكم الشيطان المؤسس حركه الشعبيه, ما مؤسسه بدمانه, ما كان we don't care لو اسس ولا ما اسس, لو مشكلتنا, لكن زول الاسس مخططات تاع دينكا في جنوب السودان او في الاقاليم الثلاثه بالاخص, مخطط تاع ضد الاستوائيين على اساس يمسكوا ويحتلوا اراضي الاستوائيه. الشخصيه ده دفن في استوائيه, وده رمز لاحتلال واضح. بس في استوائيين هنا ما عاوزين يتكلموا عنه, خايفين بيجاملوا ويتكلموا كلامات ناس ورا. لكن كاستوائيين القوميين اللي في ناس تاني بيجي بيتفلسفوا في وشنا او من ورا ظهرنا, بيقول يا اخي ناس تا سبرتيز ده بس ناس ما متعلمين, ده ناس تا شتايم, ناس evil وكده. Yeah, you can call me evil, but what evil did I do to you or to them? Only I did is I speak for my right, for my people are going to suffer. National going to do 2.5 million accounted, and non-accounted are millions, more than even 6 millions, I'll tell you. Because Equatorial number of time ma minority. زي ما الناس ديل بيدعوا الدنكا أخذوا كلمة majority ده كخطة, وده من يعرف رسم لهم الموضوع الفكرة ده ناس قبل عليه مخططين, ناس تاجين كونسل ده. Because to use that language زي شماليين كان لما بيستخدموها في شمال السودان ضد الأصليين. كانت راجعت الأقليات اللي كانوا مختلطين مع بقايا أتراك, وهم بقايا أتراك ديل بقى يدعوا هم العرب وهم السيادة وهم الأغلبية, مع إنه عدد تام ما بيساوي الأغلبية, لكن هم ادعوا. وبدعم بتاع الدول زي مصر والدول اللي مستفيد من الشخصيات الغير يعني ما أصلية, يعني المغلقبتين ديل الدافع إن هم claim without any shame إن هم أغلبية بتاع البلد. And you could see this even in Western countries like America, like Australia. تلقى الماينورتي بيدعوا هم majority, لأنه ماسكين الحكم. والدينكا have pushed at that time Equatoria ما لاحظ. لما الدينكا بيجي كان في حركة الشعبية بداية إنه إنه majority وبيقولوا للعالم إيكاتوريان اللي حس اليوم إحنا بنلومهم وأنا بخطهم 100% accountable, ما يفهم run away from it, because هم لحد هسه ما قاعدين يعاتبوا نفسهم ولا قاعدين change their behavior. Instead of going to cause us to suffer لحد هسه. These people were sitting out there bragging with John Gering, while John Gering is talking إحنا المajority dinka in front of our faces. What a shame. يلا ديل قاعدين ضيوف الشرف, ما قاعدين يفتحوا خشمهم ولا يقول يتشالنج انه الكلام ده ما صحيح. يا يعني انت لقيت معلومه ده من وين؟ انت ماجوريتي بس. لا انت شتت حالك زي بدون مؤاخذه, زي يعني كان شفت صرصور كان مشى في بيت زول, صرصور بيولد في مكان بيقعد, او كان في 4 صراصير كل واحد في جهه, معناته ماجوريتي. جست انه في كل زاويه تلقى نفس الصرصور ده, طبعا شكله ما بتعرفه لكن يا نفسه بيريبيت himself somewhere. بمعنى تاني they are not majority but they claim it and they have the audacity, and then they take other people land and claim هم كمان دينكا كده ودينكا كده. خلاص راس قوي. بني شلود ده بيتي, بني شلود ده مرتي, بني شلود ده شهاده بتاعي, انت هتعمل شنو؟ انا الراجل. يلا المثقفين بتاعنا اللي بيدعوا هم مثقفين تا إيكاتوريا sitting down there زي كأنه هم, انا ما بعرف انا بوصفهم بشنو ذاته, لانه انا I cannot put them to the language الناس مرات use that word انه هو like a woman. no. نساوين اشجع ناس من الرجال اللي هسه انا قاعد نشوف في استوائيه اللي بيجي بيتكلموا كناس اللي ما عندهم رجوله, كناس كانوا ما ولدوهم من ام واب, كانوا ده جابوهم من حاجه كده من تيوب يلا خطهم زرعوهم في حقل كده, حقل تاع ناس ذاته ما معروف كان هو عنده دي ان اي صحيح ولا دي ان اي بتاعته اي مكون. بيجي بيتكلم يعني كلام سخيف, كلام تاع زول ما عنده شخصيه, وبيحاول يعني إذا كان لاحظت بيحاول يعني they don't get to the point, they will live around and around والله كده وكده بعد شويه بيجي يقول والله إحنا كلنا جنوبيين. ده أنت بتفهم زول جبان بمعنى وحقيقة. يلا لما نيجي نواجههم ونكلمهم الكلام ده بيزعلوا. ما بيجي في البيت غرفة زول لأنه زول ده بيشتمنا. أنا شتمتك؟ ما أنا قاعد نشوفك أنت منو، أنا قاعد نقول أنت منو. أنا ما شتمتك، أنا ما زدت فوقك أي شيء غير وضحت أنت منو. يلا العدو بتاعنا ده أنت قاعد تمدحه، وعدو بتاعنا ده متخلف نما غلط. كانت رجعته حتى عصر بتاع ايام بتاع الجاهليه، اذا ترجعوا لعصر الحجري. ما عصر الجاهليه تقول لا لا ده ما زول، ده ما الناس اللي بيفكروا زينا. رجعهم باك لعصر الحجري وكان لسه بيقولوا اونجا بونجا. ده بيعرفوا الطريقه اللي هم بيوصلوا فوق because they cannot comprehend, they cannot process the common sense بتاع حاجه اسمه دوله ولا حتى حاجه اسمه اخوه. ده بس بيشيل حجر بيقتل اخوه، بيشيل شنو يعني. حتى قايين ذاته بقى اطيب زول من الناس دي. قايين اللي قتل اخوه هابيل اطيب من الناس دي. ناس زينا welcome them into our homes، ما ادونا ريسبكت حتى للناس الميتين بتاعنا. عشان كده قاعد نسال اخواننا الاكواتوريين اللي بيعيشوا في كذب وضياع وحاجات اللي هم بي try to lie to themselves and then they want to also persuade other Equatorian المساكين عشان يديوا زيهم. يقول لهم يا اخي ده بلدنا كلنا هنا لازم نقعد سوا. يا اخي مكان انت مش هتدخل في غابه ده او ادخل في مكانات اللي انت شفت الناس قاعدين كوركو ده وتجرب المأساة ده وبعدين نتكلم. انت ما كنت ريفيجي الا كنت ما ريفيجي. I was a refugee and I was proud to be a refugee. I have seen the suffering of our people since I was a child. وده حاجة اللي قاعد يخليني today to speak out. I don't want to see other generation جاي وراي يكون refugee. هسه الشكل بتاع خرطوم ده، شوف الايكاتوريان هسه اتبهدلوا. انت ما قدرت تديم حتى الدعم يا ايكاتوريان قاعد في اوروبا وفي امريكا وفي استراليا ولا في whatever country انت قاعد. ما قادر تقدم دعم بالمعنى، لا دعم فكري، لا تقدر تقول لهم راح كان نتكاتف عشان نقدر نحرر ارضنا. انت قاعد تجي تقول لنا جنوبيين. لما الحرب ده حصل انت وينه؟ شوف ناس ابانال اللي يتكلموا هم نفسهم قاعدين يتكلموا للدعم عشان نساعد ناسنا. ولما هم عملوا الدعم ده، هل الدعم ده مشى لايكاتوريان؟ بالعكس مشى للناس ابانال بس. they hated Equatorial to the extent ما ده ايكاتوريان يمشي قدام شالوا يالهم بتاع ابانال اكتريتهم الدينكا ديل جابهم في جوبا. جوبا يا جماعه جابوهم عشان يكونوا another addition to the force of occupation. يلا في اغبياء تاني بيجي بيحاولوا يتكلموا مع اللغه بتاع ناس ابناء اللي بيحاول يغشنا كايكاتوريين، يقول لنا يا اخي ده مشكله بتاع سياسه وده مشكله بتاع اليت، مشكله بتاع بتريال بتاع الفكره بتاع جون جارينج. ما جون جارينج فكرته يا نفس الفكره بتاع كيريا. انت ما تكذب، ما don't lie to us. لما جون جارينج قال I'm against كوكورا، that was not just word Kokora, that was against the Equatorians, because the only people who wanted their own land to be protected and saved from people who come up and force themselves on their land. People اللي عندهم احترام للproperty تاع ناس تانيين. This man have hated us. لما declaring war بتاعه فعلا نجوا attack Equatoria. كلام عندنا من طلع في غابة كان واقف مع شمالين ده، كان واقف عشان أهله قاعد يقتلوا مع دينكا ديل under John Garang leadership. انت يا جبان ما قاعد تتكلم هسه كلام ده. You're afraid to say what happened when Clement stood up, because these people were murdered, were raped, were killed as a revenge to كلام كوكورا. وكده من قالوا منداري يا اوتر الناس ده من جوبا. كلام ده لصق في راس دينكا. منداري ده انمي بتاعنا. لما لقوا سلام فكروا بيقدروا تيست منداري خلاص هم بيكونوا رجال. منداري قالنا بنوريكم رجال ده منو. لما جروا الدولهم دينكا ده خافوا رجعوا ورا. في ناس witness what Dinka have suffered under Clement هسه كلمان العجوز ده. And I tell to any Mundari, Janata Mundari, don't give up. I have blood of Mundari, and I'm proud of who they are. I want them to stand up. وأي Equatorian believe in Equatorial لازم نحن نjoin شباب ده. We have to end this tyranny, we end this occupation. لكن I wonder إذا في ناس عندهم قلب عشان يسمعونا. في ناس عندهم ضمير عشان join them. وأنا مستعدين زي ما قلنا whatever we do, we need to do, we have to do it. العالم ده كما قد توري قوتك للعالم ده nobody will respect you. ولو ما بتقول حقيقة nobody will respect you. لأنه أهم شيء عشان تكون قوي you need to know who you are. You speak for what you are. ما تتكلم باسم بتاع زول تاني بخشم بتاع زول تاني كأنه انت ده جبني هنا والناس كله disrespect you. بوري ان انت زول ما عندك شخصية. عشان كده بيمدحوكم لكن في قلبهم trust me خلي يوم يفلسوا تلقى ناس بيشتموكم شتانا وتقول بس تقول واو that's me. لانه انت جبان. نما انا ذاته قد نختل لما نشوفك قاعد تتكلم في منابر بتاعهم بت sit out there and talk as if you are like a little child. Even a little child have dignity. انت ما عندك character. بيدوك title بس, but the character عندك is lesser than a human being. Because the man like هسه قبالك زول ده قال شنو؟ قال انتوا بتتكلموا احنا بنركب. بمعنى شنو؟ we own you. وليه قاعدين نتكلم كلام ده؟ ما لنا احنا، دي الناس اللي قاعد يجاملهم. Because for us we are direct and we don't play around because we know what land بتاعنا شنو. For those guys هم لقوا weak element ديل اللي بيقولوا لنا كلنا جنوبيين but there is some people ما هم عارفينك انتوا يا جماعه ما حتواجهوا. حتى لو خدتوك ذاته كان قال لك ادوك سلاح قال لي تتكلم وانت واقف قدامه كده وهو ما عنده سلاح، انت لسه بتخجل، انت بتكون راسك تحت قاعد تتكلم بالراحه زي جانا صغير ولا كلنا جنوبيين. Because you are a coward. That's why when they use that word coward to you, it is true. I'm sorry to say it like this, but it is true because it's a kamak coward. You will stand up with the principle ita janata Equatoria, focus in Equatoria. These people have decided not to want to give us any chance. Namanuma katalu واغتصبوا, that was the يعني قالوا واضح بأكشن. I will rape your people, I will kill them, I will take your land وكده وريني رجولة بتاعك وانت هتكلم شنو؟ كلام ان يطلع الراجل قدر يوقف التاز ديل كان. وينو باقي ليدرز تا ايكاتوريا اللي قدر يعمل كلام ضد الدين كده لك مش ناس جوين دم ولا انا كلنا جنوبيين قاعدين نحارب عرب. حتى العرب ما عمل كلام ده لينا. العرب اللي بيسموهم عرب ده ما عملوا كلام ده، بالعكس العرب ده كان بيقول اوكي احنا بنعمل تريتي انت امشي تيك كير اوف يور هوم احنا هنا whatever، لكن شنو we work from far distance لكنهم يعرف the control of the country. بس هم عاوزينك انت to leave them but they will give you your right. زي انت كان شفت هسه اوروبيين ده التكتيك تاع شماليين ده نفس التكتيك تاع امريكا ولا ويسترن كونتريز مع افريكا. انت كان لاحظت هسه المشكله تاع نيجر and I think brother دكتور منشن كلام ده قبالك. يعني نيجر ده انت كان لاحظت this thing has a connection مع فرانس مع former imperial nations او these colonialists. ناس دي لما هم عملوا قال حاجه اسمه خلاص decolonization by removing themselves out of Africa, is still they indirectly control Africa. هم قاعدين control Africa directly, indirectly through economy, through politics, through religion, through even mixing the remnant بتاعهم اللي ياو في وسطنا هنا, you know, because we all have of us, some of us. But anyway, they will use any of these elements, religion, politics, economy, يعني money, and then also resources, bribery. يلا باقي رمنا العرب ديل طبعا بيسموا حالهم عرب اصلا ما في حاجه اسمها عرب، لكن these people who claim that is Arab there بقى السياسه الاوروبيه لما الناس بزول اسمه منو ده جمال عبد الناصر, he's the one who actually could say you know evoke that spirit or that mindset of pan-Arabism, even though in the same time he's playing pan-African لكنه ما كان sincere مع pan-African. But pan-Arab بتاعه ده who made sure that Arab will maintain themselves into a league اللي هم بيقدروا decide as one group عشان هم they were forced, they were pressured, not forced, they were pressured by international يا أمريكا وبريطانيا بالأخص عن بريطانيا كان ياو in control. قال خليه join the group اللي anti the Soviet Union, anti-communist. So this guy was not happy. So Jamal Abdel Nasser with his wisdom he played this, you know, ومشى مع جروب بتاع non-aligned movement. If you go back to history, India كان واحد منهم dual del. Today non-aligned movement is shaky, it's not even clear anymore. I don't think it's there, it's disabandoned. But the non-aligned movement del هم they decide to make a group of non-aligned. لكن جمال عبد الناصر لما شاف non-aligned movement who already know that this thing has no future. وقال it's better for me to go back to my people اللي بنقول عرب ده. And ولما شاف أفارقة weak, أفارقة هنا لسه they trying to figure out themselves. وياهو يعني this guy was so genius. عشان كده كنت شفت العرب ده they praise this guy especially in the Arab countries. The idea بتاعه اللي هو قاعد يتكلم عن pan Arab ووحدة العربية. This man have seen the future of Arab when they come together. Today منو بيتحدى عرب Europeans ذاته قاعد يخاف مش عرب دول ذاته هم ما عندهم the technology بتاع western countries ما عندهم يعني the most powerful لكن influence بتاعهم بس يجيب كده قدامك بيخلي الدنيا كله يخاف. These people feared them. They work with them. America worked with them because of the resource. America agreed with them. Religion بتاعهم respected, nobody will touch it. Culture بتاعهم must be respected, nobody will touch it, nobody will interfere. عشان change their culture. هسه today Arab del is equal to China لكن بقروش بتاعهم وبشنو بprinciple بتاعهم ما قروش ذاته principle, because they held themselves higher than who they are, telling themselves انه احنا ما عبيد ولا احنا هنكونوا جزء من اوروبا، احنا عندنا culture عندنا دين وكده، وانت لو حبشت الدين احنا بنقتلك. شفتها في لما قاعدين يحرقوا قران كده هسه في بلد ده السويدن ولا وين ده، شوف الناس عملوا شنو في العراق. They will challenge anybody if you desecrate their book, their holy book. And that shows you these people have principle. إيكاتوريا لما نقارن معانا احنا في وضع لنا فوق، تلقى الناس المثقفين قاعد sell us out cheap to the enemy. إيكاتوريا ما يتكلم عن حقه. Don't be proud of yourself of Equatoria. Be proud of South Sudan. South Sudan did not, what did South Sudan give me? Nothing. It sold me out. It brought me to destruction. I know كلامنا ده ما قاعد يعجب ناس ديل، مهم هم بيسمعوا وبيجروا وبيسمعوا، لكن we will say it like it is. اللي بيعجب وما بيعجب ده مشكلتك، لكن I'm an Equatorian and I am genuinely will stand for what I believe in. Even if it would take me to die or go to hell for it, I will be proud. I will not back up from it. Because when I was born Equatorian. I was not born Upper Nile or born Bahr al-Ghazalian. I was born Equatorian. And Equatorial is my people, my blood, my everything. إذا لو ما عجبك بلط البحر. For me, I'm an Equatorian. وأي Equatorian جبان ما بيقدر يعرف نفسه، خليه يمشي يبي نفسه هناك، خليه يشيل ذاته السعودية، يكون واحد من السعودية قاعد يلبس سود جلاليب وبيقول له أنت سعودي. أنا ما سعودي ولا أنا Equatorian ولا سوداني ولا أنا Equatorian ولا South Sudanese، أنا Equatorian. So understand where we are. إيكاتوريا ده مكاننا وتاريخنا وأساسنا. أنت كما بتعرف كلام ده، that's why you will be able to speak like a coward in front of those people. You don't know what to say. أنت بتخاف، بتشكك في نفسك. You will be doubting yourself. How can I speak؟ إحنا ذاته ما united. Listen، قبل ما يولدوك إيكاتوريا مرة في ظروف وهم قدروا يتحدوا أوروبيين. أنت مناش تيجي تقول لنا ما united. إيكاتوريا ده قدر challenge the most powerful empire. لما قطعونا لدول، وإيكاتوريا never said the word I got to say in my united. بالعكس إيكاتوريان كان ماشى في يوغندا عنده أهله هنا، كان ماشى في كونغو عنده أهله هنا، كان ماشى في سنترال أفريقيا عنده أهله، كان جاب في خرطوم وكان جاب في إيكاتوريا. يعني إحنا كنا من قاعدين ننتمي للسودان عنده أهله في جو إيكاتوريا. إيكاتوريا ده is so big and is so important that our ancestors when they left it for us it was so beautiful. إنت بعوارة تاكا إنت حبيت ناس بيجيز ده جامد بقدر تبي أهلك cheap عشان بس تلقى حبة دولار تا أويل ذاته ما قاعد يفيد حتى المنطقة بتاعهم. واويل ده يا ريت لو شغال اصلا قاعد يشيلوا منه بتاعنا. هسه Dr. Moses mentioned that these people are now in the oil. ده ذاته ما معروف future بتاعه شنو مشاكل بتاع السودان. But for us in our territory in Equatoria now they're taking the minerals. ومن قاعد يكون facilitator بتاع حاجات ده they are مؤرسين اللي قاعدين governors بتاع Equatoria ده. وانا مرات بستغرب لما في ناس بتاعنا بيجي بيمجد ناس قالوا والله الناس كويسين. A man who sell you out and never change, never even try anything right عشان يجي you empower you. لسه قاعد use the same حاجات evil ده بيسell minerals بيسell اخوانه بيخليهم يموتوا ده. I don't think this person is right. لأنه already هو كان عنده كان صحيح مبدأ لأهله، ما كان بخلي حاله يكون يستخدموه كتول في جامعة. قاعدين يعينوهم كده. وريني منو من governor إيكواتوريا انتخبوه. عندما هي إهانة. So that's an insult to our dignity كإيكواتوريان. يلا لسه ده نيجي نقول اي والله الناس في ناس كويسين في إيكواتوريا من ناس governors ديل من ناس no they're not. لو هم كويسين. Oh sorry I hope انتوا كنتوا تسمعوني؟ okay yeah because حاجة شوية disappeared. So لو كان صحيح نازل they really care about Equatoria كان ما بيسell themselves cheap to the idea إنهم عاوزين يشتغلوا. لما نيجي يسموهم honorable تاني يدوم title. تاني لما غفير ذات بيجي عنده title في جنوب السودان بيجي بيقولوا the honorable gatekeeper. You know that's just interesting. خليك بقى من شاويش لازم كان جاي هناك داير يطلع منك قروش حتى تزول مسكين. فبوريك إنه this is the country nation فوق. وإيكاتوريا هنا are the victim 100%. I will never I will never compare Equatorial suffering with Upper Nile suffering ولا بحر الغزال suffering. Everybody عنده ظروف بتاعه. واي غبي بيجي بيcompare Equatorial suffering مع باقي ناس ده انا بعتبر ده ما بس غبي ده زول عدو. Because when Equatorial have brought these people into Equatoria based on the welcoming as brothers, نحن نشتغل سوا. Equatorial never expect these people will come and chase them out of their land. Equatorial never expected these people will be the one who will kill them and rape them. لما نم بيشاكلوا مع بعض بيجي هنا نطلع victim بتشكل بتام. This is what our suffering is all about. Because they came in, they did not respect us. They start abusing us. Even when they fought, they start abusing us. So what Equatoria need is to stand for themselves. كأنت لسه ما عندك قلب لإيكاتوريا. I just pray that day إيكاتوريا يكون دولة. وخلينا زي هنا خاطينكم في الليست. خلينا زي تعرفوا one by one اللي كان بي insult Equatorian nationalist. اللي كان بي mock as قال يا كيتو ما هتلقوا وين. أنا في شريط أنا played Didi and everyone. في ناس كده هم كان going to talk about something very ridiculous. It has nothing to do with Equatorian nationalists. And I think brother Moses كنت في غرفة داك. طبعا في واحد منهم block me عشان تعرف شغل جبان وشغل حسادة بتاعهم. واحد منهم block me because he's afraid to confront me. وذاته ما Equatorian, thank God. But the guy pretend to be one of the Equatorian friends وكده هم طبعا members the opposition there. You know, أنا متذكر how they were mocking Equatorian nationalists في حقوق بتاعهم. يلا قال انت هتعملوا شنو يعني they were laughing, they were enjoying their time. And I remember you confronting them, Dr. Moses, but they even didn't like you, they dropped you down. And it just shows me وده ناس قاعدين يقولوا هم part of the opposition. واحد منهم ما إيكاتوري تاني إيكاتوري كده ترتورو قاعد يجري ورا دين كده ما سموه جارين. المهم these are the people you could see the character Tom against Equatoria. لكن the day اللي Equatoria يكون دولة I want to see these people faces where they're gonna be. لأنه في كل ثورة أنا عرفت في enemies. The true revolution في enemies. واnemies ده دايما هم الناس اللي أصلا ما عندهم ضمير من بداية بتاع خليقة بتاعهم. They will always sell their brothers when they get the chance because هم بيشوفوا بس نفسهم وناس ما عندهم character ولا حتى عندهم يعني في خصلة كده فوقهم. When they were created they were not normal. That's why you will see them, they will always go against their people when they are suffering. You know, he's just an opportunistic wicked person. كأننا شفنا South Africa كان في معرسين في South Africa. لما كنا مع شمال السودان في كان معرسين في بتاع you know في شمال السودان وقت ده كنا واحد في معرسين كان بيسال Equatorians. The same thing as مع SPLA, the same thing going on. فمعرسين ده دايما بيجي في وقت بتاع الشدة عشان بيوري منو أو عنده فعلا هو ابن الزول الفعلا يعني بيقولوا ابن الشريف. زول عنده مبادئ, زول عنده أخلاق, فاهم بلده, فاهم حقيقته. هو ما هيبيع حقيقته لأي زول برخيص. بالعكس هو بيتحدى أي جبل ذاته كان فيه يقول له listen, this is my right and this is my existence. You cannot come and destroy it. You try and I will stop you. لكن تلقى الناس دي بس مطبلاتية بتاع كلام عشان كده لما يجيبوا من يقضوا في الشرف لما تاني سموه كراكه ولا ما اعرف شنو هناك. المهم ماشيين كلهم جهه هناك قاعدين يتكلموا وهم يلا تمام بيتفلسفوا يلا باشا بيلعبوا بكلام تاع المسيح بيجاي. اوه انا والله كريستيان. really انت كريستيان؟ wonder Christianity ده جا كيف لكن God knows. لكن you can tell them from their fruits زي ما قالوا لانه الhypocrites always there. لكن الناس دي اللي انا باكد خليهم يكرهونا وانا دايرهم يكرهوني. I love it because when they hate us I know I'm in the right. Because the only way you hate is because you don't like what I tell you. لكن لو انا كان بصفق لك بجاملك وانا بقعد ما والله انت زول كويس انت دايما اقول كده عشان تيجي تقول والله انت زول كويس. لكن listen man, انا ما that ridiculous like you. انا بيجي بركع على زول تاني عشان يجي زول they like me. And I'm not a dog for sure. Only dog behave like that. انت كان لحظتك كلاب كلب انت كان pet him, he will sit down beside you and lay down close to you. That's how animals like dogs always like. لكن I'm not a dog عشان تيجي تبت me أنا pet you ولا أنت تبت me عشان إحنا نكون أصحاب. إذا كان ده تكون زول صحي close to me, you have to be sincere with yourself. What do you stand for? If you don't, get the hell out. because when the time comes, and I tell you, it will come. And I remember, and I want to remember this because I really, my late aunt, rest her soul. I remember when she heard me speaking in the forum with social media about Equatoria, she panicked. She said, this thing is gonna cause you. We lost. She lost her father because her father was telling the truth, and they fight for against the Arab remnant. And then she saw herself. She was in that time when she was young. She was standing up for the people of South Sudan at that time because they believed at that time. But then later she saw this thing is useless, and then she became born again Christian, focused on that Bible and stuff. And she told me, don't go there because in a lost family. And I could tell her aunt before she died, like, listen, I seen this. Even this is a duty, even it's a holy duty equal to what you're doing, praising God. You have to also make sure you gotta save your people. Whatever it takes, you have to work with them. I know nobody will like us. I'm expecting that actually. I'm not expecting good things from them. I will not expect million of them joining us. But those who are genuinely have the same heart like us, we can make a difference. And then she prayed and said, okay, I'll pray for you, but just know that what you're taking, we have family like that did it and they lost their life. I was like, aunt, if my time comes, it will come. But I know it will not come that way because I am determined. I've been in a war before. I've seen what war is and what we did, and I came back. And I already put in my foot. Yes, when time comes, you cannot stop it. But I will not allow this because sometimes they said, if you believe in something and you said you stand on it, it will happen. And I believed in it. I was like, yes, Equatorial will be a nation. And one thing I know, we're going to make it. If the person going to do the evil to me, might be Equatorian, but at least I'll be in Equatoria. That time Equatoria will be free. It's okay. If this thing happened, but other than that, I'm not worried. So she prayed for it. But one thing I say is that these people can laugh at us today saying that we are not going to achieve it. We're just talking the social media. Yeah. But imagine if our talk is that insignificant, nothing. Why even these people in the regime were panicking when Equatorians speak? They heard about separation, but they talked about it. When we made the protest in DC, they even put it in the newspaper. We are David, you guys are Goliath, or maybe confused Goliath because your time is coming. We are coming with the power of God and our people who have been buried in the ground and those who are suffering. Those are the people who are empowering us. These are weapons بتاعنا. ما weapon بتاعكم الوهم اللي تقعدوا في غابات لمدة 20 سنة ولا 50 سنة هتضيعوا يا الناس ما هتوصل لقدام ولا هتقعدوا تكونوا مارسين هناك هتوصلوا حاجة للشعب. We are different from you. We stand with the principle to Equatoria and we will free our people, you like it or not. It's challenge, yes, and if we challenge Lena. Like in this challenge will not stop us because we are already working as we speak. It is not easy. I tell you, this is why I said only take a strong person and stand for what we do. It like strong, you cannot finish this work. That's why we're determined. When we did this thing and we spoke out, dema kalam ashan hubban lil kalam. This is because we knew and we believe and we saw it. ورينا شفنا failure بتاع opposition, failure بتاع regime. We saw the country is going كيف. وين لسه حاجات كتير, like I said, even this election الجاي when الناس going to brag about it, I'll tell you something, is not going to go forward. في حاجة هيحصل. But I'm looking forward for that day. وندر نشوف مؤرسين اللي قاعدين يجروا ضد إيكاتوريا ده بكرة اسم بتاعهم بيكون في الليست وخليه إيكاتوريا نتجدد, not us. With that our part, لكن هم كانوا ناس كويسين, كانوا يتراجعوا humble themselves, work with us, كنا احنا وصلنا لهدف ده اسرع من كده. لكن لانه قليبا ما كويس وعندهم حساده وبيمثلوا هم مؤمنين بربنا, بيمثلوا هم بيبكوا بكاء, يعني كل ده بكاء تماسيح, بيبكوا بكاء تماسيح لناس. والله احنا اهلنا قاعدين يموتوا. زي في واحد شيخهم يوم كده مشى بكى قال عشان في ناس وقعوا في مركب في بحر اوروبا. well listen, ده كله بكاء تماسيح. انما في واحد تاني كتورن اوير كده قال ده يسكتنا. disrespect يا اخي, اسمع, هو منو ملك بليز. حتى رؤساء امريكا ده كان عمل حاجه الناس تانيين بيعملوا نقد له, حتى بيعملوا له جوك. سو انت لما تيجي انت بقى تكون بوليس حركه زول ده, ما انت زول ما عندك شخصيه, وزول ده هنا ما قاعد يتكرم حتى الليدر بتاعكم. انتوا مفترض تتكلم كلام ده للليدر بتاعكم المينيكاتوريا ده, تجري لواحد تاني من ابا نال ده تجيب بقى انت بوليس حركه بتاعه. It's very shameful. هنا لما الناس ذاتهم بيضحكوا عليك, وما انت ما فاكر انت قاعد تعمل حاجه كويس, انه ناس بيحبوك, بالعكس ناس بيضحك قال شوف جبان ده زول ذاته ما بيقربوا قاعد يجي وراه ليه. عشان تعرف انت بوليس حركه هندي بس. المهم انا بجيب هنا وشكرا. انا ما نومتكم يا جماعه. اوه سوري انا ما شفت هنا ده سيستر بوس ريز هان. انا ما اعرف. انا هسه شفت حاجه هنا. سوري. ويلكم. اهو انا ما نومتكم يا جماعه. كيف سيستر بوس؟ زمن طويل. تفضلي. مرحبا بك. انا كويس الحمد لله. تفضل. جو اهيد. اتكلمت كتير ما بعرف. Yeah, it's your turn. Oh no no. Oh really? No 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 no. انا ما هنا. لا انا ما شفتك.
No, she's Vanilla spoke.
No ما فانيلا. هنا دودور بوس هسه. يا فانيلا سبوك. تفضل بوس.
دقيقة, let me connect my phone. Giving me this opportunity. I don't really have much to say, but what I want to say here is that I like the way you talk, because sometimes we as Equatorians we choose and pick who we can criticize, and that is the problem, because some people, example, somebody will just come there, wallahi, yeah, Emmanuel Adel is a coward. Emmanuel Adel is a coward, but Luis Labong Lojore, this is the man. How Luis Labong Lojore is a man? When 7 sheep or 7 or 8, 9 actually, Eastern Equatoria were murdered, especially in Nigeria, in Nimule. How he's a man, and how long he's been a governor. Yeah, and if Eastern Equatoria only Zola Lagara Debes Wing Luis Labong, Finance del Kulu. That's not true. That's not right. And then how Emmanuel Adel is different from Jadala. He's not different. Because during even Jadala time, Jadala can yabi butal Kulu kan mundukurasi bufidatul Jubara Jadala was the one who sold all those houses. And how Jadala is better than Clement Konga. Demunia can disarm Equatorians during his time. When Governor Konga was the governor, he was the one who disarmed Equatorians. Yashulu aslata Equatorian, kullu bara min Equatorian, knowing that he was even there during the Kokora. Baraf tamam. Like you said earlier, as soon as Nas Espele and Nas Tingara Figaba joined Espele, the first victim, the first people they tested were Mundari. Because Magel Batomon Alumonindu mag kill Matakokora Alkanmonindu, Mabandada Tomon Takokora Almonkanindu. He was the first, they were the first victim Al Katuru Equatorians. Madinka Del. But after you become a governor, you disarm all the Equatorians. To make it funny, he disarmed all the Equatorians and left Mundari. Maas Latumon. How is he better than Luis Labong? Bohosoro de al Jaka Basidna in Ladra Farfa Firas, Rakibu Firas Kano, Bamia Yagar Fafi Sukwele Corfolubia. Bokosora Mulshunu, Fifi, Western Equatorian. Bokosora Amul Hajar Kap. So many people even lost their life. Their life in Ajere fi denta ta Bokosoro. Bokosoro jaine fi America ine kaba sinda ine ndabe kijere wara to gulanda gituru jukandengo ngowole deshinu. And then at the end, what Bokosoro done? He went back. Yeah, at far for us. Munkulu manasnuna kupo munkulu yede guiding na. Umana mulshunu la Equatorians. That including Wani Algala as a vice president. O Sevia Tunas fi Equatoria. O Sadubunu. So the reason I came up here, I really like the way you talk. Because some people, state, they will say, Wallahi, Nasfilan Kida, Wala Nasfilan de Akwesi. Every single Equatorians that work in that government is an enemy of Equatoria. Every single Equatorian. Aizola listakal fahakumare, meaning 2005. When they knew already في 2005 قال نازل they have a plan. Juba ما ترى capital city ساكت. في ناس في eastern Equatoria، في ناس في central Equatoria، في ناس في أجري في اسم شنو في western Equatoria. They went to أجري في نيروبي. هم يا sit down as Equatorians. هم يا رودو قال كده capital city دي Juba دي ياكتو. Sometimes I feel sorry أنا كان قاعد Equatorians أنا كان قال يا إيدي باري ياكتو. That's not Bari. It's not Bari alone. Yes, there's Bari there too in that meeting. Okay. Someone can sit down, us Equatorians, sons and daughters of Equatorians, the entire Equatorians. No, best choose badum alfijo espela inagde, choose badum de, monroa krikrikrija jeto momorwa. Kaba sumon magere, gala hajere temporary, itan kede kutu, Equatorian de kan kulu inaki aje isensu. Juba, capital city. So I was sitting there listening to you, and I like the way you talk, Attica. Truth can be said, you know. Mafizoli nakal fa kumade is better than none of them. That including that Callisto. Finas anangikele, oh, Callisto de wallahi, Allah Callisto. How Callisto different from them? Because if you guys are following him, during Zaman Callisto can a chairman of youth, yes, Callisto was speaking, and he was speaking a true son of Equatoria. Guess what? As soon as he became mayor, Anamaro best mushkila tena ta Equatorian. Anamaro, if we're trying just to ignore things or we just wanna like brainwash, Hajat Nastanin, I don't know. If you guys are following the videos of Callisto before he became a mayor, he was a son of Equatoria. But after he received that governorship with a mayorship, totally, as soon as he became mayor, Callisto basanina kullu city minna kullu. Video toli safi barana. Fifi WhatsApp, fifi Facebook, everywhere. Sabab shunu al-nas gijere fi gaba. Sabab shunu al-nas der katolo nas youth. We have city already, we have our own country. We have our own country yade, and nine bigger flag, and nine the yade, Aizol bag der gani fi Sudan de, Aizol bag der gani fi Juba. The video is out there. Unless Zol al-Ataresha al-Masma video de. Now, as soon as Dugulo put Fimea Tore, Tababiga, he was running his mouth too much, you know? Ogi overshadow Emmanuel Adel sold to go bara. Now he's back to talk about Equatorians. They should know that. The Rajil Tasunu, Yani ita buguma Saba ita Rajil Benahari Tamara, Wule Banmara Tabugum be Saba ita Mara Benahari Tarajil. Kalik Rajil Ataka Guru Buru Wogi Folk as a son of Equatoria. Why you take a switch? You know? So Mafi Zola اشتغل في SPLA de صاروا Equatorians. And it's not only that. It's not only during SPLA Attica. If we are talking about the truth, it's not only during SPLA. Okay? Even during Anyanya 1, with Anyanya 2, with during Zaman Taninda. Because Mafi Zol, maybe because maybe I didn't know, but Mafi Zol during Anyanya 1, or during SPLA, Zamanta SPLA before Salamja, right? Attica, Zaman Alkan gi katolo Equatorians, ma Arab, naman gi lukuman fi helicopter folk, fi Zaman dak, katolo yalta Equatorians fi 91, or before then, yalta Equatorians gi shilu fi White House, gi katulumon, gi shiluman fi Juba, gra katulumon, fi Equatoria, a stand of Equatoria yato, al-wegif al-naru galo mutu ma isim ta Equatoria wegif zeretin fi nusnas. Ligo kan ma fi nas? Ligo kan ma fi Equatorians fi hakuma? Zaman da kan ma fi Equatorians fi hakuma ya Attica? Fi Equatorian fi hakuma. Kan de governors, kan de vice presidents, kan de munu, nas de kan kulu guiding. Le katulu Equatorian na last den nagi kore mon nagi remember gale katulu mon fi 91. During Zaman al General Thomas defect, otala ma defect, otala min Juba yaura join SPLA. Iyal tena de Zaman gi katulude kam u 50 wala 100 u kamda awlatina even after min de alasana gi remember, let's remember 91 or 92 asami to kulu ki kutu barra awlatina ta equatorial well educated ligo wenu equatorial sal kan fa hakuma because fi equatorial kan fa hakuma te Bashir wenu man some of our brothers ki jadaman fa helicopter folk some of us our brothers bes gida kalu fi kis gili zu fi bahar wenu man kan fi zaman da kan nadar wonu sal hagiga ana taib laad yom ta lela laadi yom talela fi umur taide lisana main zor rajil al zere wokif asan kalamta Equatoria. Nothing. People can pick and choose muni ya beta walai wani de kuwaf wani gade kuwaf lakina lobong Luis lobong lo jore beta you know they kulu nonsense to me. They kulu nonsense. Kan nagdar wonu so hagiga ma fi zol yom tani wokif gali fi isinta Equatoria gali yakwana. I will stand here for the sake of my brothers and sisters. Asankere naza iktara minna anna Equatorians zede mafi. Nothing. Because during Anyanyawan, Katolina. During Espele, Katolina. Has zede fi jojuba kulu ki Katolina. Can Equatorian they care so much about us, you know? Can mo care so much Momur, Luis Labong, Wani Iga, Elio Lomuro, Emmanuel Adel, Bokosoro, Nuna Kumba, you know, and the rest still Algija Sukerinde, Governor Jadala, Ladugore. All these Equatorians, son of Equatorians, Karmon get it together like this and stand their ground. Kan hakuma ta Junub Sudan de nastinka del mada sibu bele tenna wala mada sibu keren nastenna katulu kullu kerema resign at one time. Lakin tolgi kore gale wala filandi ya weak. Oh, filandi ya kida. Karmon unite together. Kan bagarat mafi kan katulunas mafi wen kan denga mafi wen itara fi Eastern Equatoria khalas denga khalas gabun ma amarat ita gura fi Central Equatoria khalas denga gabun ma amarat fi Western Equatoria fi denga hinak so kan nasal gijeni wallahi denga mafi beletena de kulu kadab denga is everywhere kan je fi Eastern Equatoria buga mongoli surutan mari kullumon you know. So kirema kabasinna kan Equatorian they say son and daughters of Equatorian kishta kalfakoma ta Sudan if they really want to save us, if they really like us, all of them need to join hands together. Kulluman as and we can stick together as an back that will give our ground. Oh, we have to unite them and us outside. Unite and then tackle the problem together. Like if you think we can pick and choose of that, we are not going anywhere and we are only looking stupid figidam ta jenge. That's it. Sometimes I can go to Sudan a politician there and I feel embarrassed. That's why, okay, if you want to support your person, you want to support us as Zolder related to you, where can I support my own? Where can I support my own? You attack my somebody and that related to me, I will attack you because you are supporting somebody that related to you. If you're talking about Equatoria, all of them. As someone kulu haramia. Ati kana zeta karua fi Juba nas General Jadala nas munu nas Luis Lobo nas wani gari nas munu aizol into building kabir amara mo ligo cruiser wen mo ni adob ja garib de malumo kan ma bin amarat before SPLA mon malba bin amarat mon abin amarat because de guru salmo sere ko madin katel mo sere go sa mo kulu haramia madin katel aizol ali rofi SPLA aizol rofi SPLA fi into amara fi Juba irak mo ligo cruiser wen Equatorians, then I'm talking about Equatorians. Can dinga uslu kiben. Mon haramia, mon nas dalgi katuru nas mon. I don't know monukala gumon kandara banal adil na gista kalam tore. I don't think so. You know. Equatorians del mahlukan mon mabino amarat. Darinde nas filan de kande de iyalta nas filan bediri. Wenu amara to mon kan bediri de. Where? Maluja abinu bega after the aje de CBA. Maluja abinu after. Mon kulu haramia. Ita bisare you wanted to be a good thief. Ita dergene kaano far ita baadi yalta baafuko. No, mo kulo haramia fikidamta kan ana de fikidamta ana taide every single Equatorian alishtaka fa hakuma ta Junub Sudan de o harami. and all of them don't care about Equatorial. All of them mean في زمن Joseph Lagu, mean في زمن ناس منو هناك من كله سوا because في زمن Joseph Lagu قتلوا ناس لنا كم في زمن ناس بيتر سيريلو قتلوا ناس لنا كم نما نجي جداهم في helicopter فوق. So you cannot be telling me Gali Filan is better Filan. Nothing. Mafizol is better anybody here. Unless Kanna Bester yani cover something up. We want to cover something, okay, that's fine. Let's do that. Like if we want to tell the truth must be said how it is. Kanna Darwanu Sal Hagiga Kere, let's bring every single person alabino Amara Fijuba ina. You will be shocked ya Atika. Nasal Kulu Abino, Ikotora Sal Kulu Abino, Kulu Fijuba ina, Alindu Amarat Altaneza to can mind to bed, again if we take Gish, as I do Amarat. And now we can't think I Haramia Barao. Fogo. Let's do that. Let's give ourselves that permission. Let's go to Juba. Not go to Juba. We have our brothers and sisters in Juba. At least the Equatorians are in the butte. Somebody go to that mission. You'll be shocked. Fit and in the end of 10. Amara ladi 10th floor. Fit akil Juba. Atikaita gerib de ajame espele. Ita yele go cruise minuin. They have $1 million. Asanta babi no ajere. BC alabino karakata de BC de shiru 9 point something 3 ta ajere de 100 almost 70,000 sambukun 1 million. Lakin imagine Amara. So keren nama gene kaba sobado. Anna kan der wonu so hagega lazima anna wonu so hagega to albonusu. Lakin zol kan gija keren gal Equatorial de better than this, Equatorial de better than this. I don't buy that. That's why, okay, if we're going to be doing that, let me support my own thief. My thief is my thief. Like you think your thief is your thief. So I like the way you talk here, Atika. The reason why I came up here, just to put my 1 cent on this, and that's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Boss. I don't know if Didi. I know Didi is late for her, but to be honest, I agree with you 100%. This is the problem with Hanna Equatorian. أنا شفت حاجات ده اللغة بتاعت they want and these kind of people are قاعد يتكلموا كلامات ده. I just want to remind you, Sister Boss, is these people are been diluted my SPLM mindset from the start. Kantarajata back to the history to SPLM. SPLM use these kind of elements. يعني ما good of Equatoria, but against the good of Equatoria. And what I have seen now is that they are now, I think they're used as a tool. كده حاسة يعني صراحة شخصيات القاعدة أنا شفتهم and without even mentioning the name of that person, but we all know he's very controversial, insulting Equatoria, especially insulting Bari, insulting other tribes. And it's really sad because this man, he doesn't love Equatoria. Like, can we love Equatoria? First of all, tribe to Equatorian have already existed together so long. History of Tana existed for a long time ago. Ma fi yom kida, ehna shufna ba'adna as superior or inferior or as who is the problem. No. Regardless how we have our own, what do you call mishap or maybe our shortcomings. لكن أجداد بتاعنا قدروا يحافظوا على البرنسبل مبادئ بتاع إيكاتوريا لدرجة نمن يعني I was born outside. I never seen Equatoria. I was born in Khartoum. I never even lived in Khartoum to even say I know Khartoum. But one thing that is so beautiful about Equatoria, even Shamalin لما يتكلم عن استوائيين, they define who Equatoria is. يعني لأنه الليجاسي تاع أجدادنا. Yes, Master Equatoria came when we begin to involve ourselves مع Upper Nile. And this is something I have to be very clear هنا لأنه مشكلة Upper Nile. And I always mention this to some of our brothers اللي getting hate us when we speak that. لأنه هم شغالين للناس ديل بطريقة تانية indirect أو direct. أنا قاعد نقول لهم ناس Upper Nile اللي عندهم مشكلة بتاعهم is not politics or what you call it the political issue اللي حاصل ده. مشكلة الناس دي go back to century of conflict among themselves. نازل ما عاوزين يحلوا المشكلة بتاعهم. يلا Denka is top of all the mess because Denka عندهم that primitive mindset, want to go everywhere, create chaos. وراسه قوي عاوز ياخد أي حاجة حتى التعليم دنيا وشلود عشان يلقى تعليم. يعني he doesn't even reason إنه أنا ما آخد تعليم ده لازم في مراحل نمشي فوقه عشان get the education. لكن ده لما هم زوروا certificate يا جماعه كده بشوف ناس اللي بيقولوا دكاتره في السوشيال ميديا من بني اولاد دينك لما نيجي نتكلم sometimes بتوندر سي ناس really educate. حتى خواجات قال لي انا قاعد كده في مكان تاني بتاع شغل لانهم قاعدين يشتغلوا قاعدين في افريقيا هناك working كانوا مشوا help DC. يعني هو الشغل قال انكم دكاتره كتير لكن these people they don't act like دكاتره. these people are beyond like they need to go to school. حتى الجنرالات اللي هناك ده they are not qualified like what general in the West. يعني ناس primitive واضح كده. And he was shocked and sad. It's like I don't know how you guys letting these people. انا قلت له اسمع انا ذاته ما عندي connection هناك لكن I understand what you say. بعدين الناس اللي قاعدين يعملوا الحاجات ده that's not ايكاتوري. قال ايكاتوري وانا قلت له ايكاتوري ده are different people. احنا هناك we are organized. We already have established a system والسوسايتي بتاعنا we're able. لكن المشكله ما ادونا فرصه ده. ليه؟ لانه يا element اللي طلع sold out element ده من كل جهات ايكاتوري. And I agree with you sister. These people have sold us out. ما في زول منهم innocent. وانا بقول لك عندي قريبي ذاته I mentioned his name there earlier. This man have done at the beginning he was a hero, but then later he became a zero to us. The way how he did not stand with the principle بتاع انه هو لازم speak for Equatorian وده وظيفة بتاع انه هو as a guardianship for a state. لكن imagine how he betrayed us. But this does not mean we have to stop because أنا هو قريبي ولا هو بيقربني من دم بتاع أهلي. No, I will challenge. أنا قلت حتى لو ما يبي ذاته my father done something against what we believe in as Equatorian اللي احنا جينا منه ده I will go against him. And this is not just a talk. This is something I believe in. Because when I was raised, you have to stand for what you believe in. And this is what we know from the time we were born. Only a person aligned to principle that will always try to shift around left and right. عشان كده كلامه بيكون واضح بيكون كلامه كل يوم shifty. And we don't like this kind of behavior. عشان كده Equatorial عشان يكون corrected, people now need to be honest. And people need to stop being biased, propagandist, because this thing is not helping us. Got to help the enemy. Enemy as dominating us. And go the weak element for certain ali they want to always sweet talk for the base of just you make themselves in whom you are like they are better, but they're not. No one is better right now. But what is better is our land, our identity. And I'm proud to call myself Equatorian. I will never define myself or describe myself as Sudanese. Equatoria is who I am and where I will be and who we will be. And this country, الناس قاعدين يحقرونا هسه Equatoria ده 200 هيكون دولة. It will be. It's just a time, a matter of time. Yes, عندنا challenges إننا مرينا فوقه, but this challenges does not mean we're giving up. عشان تقدر تكون successful زي ما قاعدين نقول, you have to sweat, you have to suffer, you have to bleed, but at the end, the sweetness of it will be great. أجدادنا kind of farmers. What do you think farmers do? Farmers كان قاعدين يعملوا حاجة ده بس بيقعد هناك قال كروجو ده whatever قال حاجة ده بس ساحل كده ما حاجة ده شغل sweat struggle. ناس أبانال will never do that. أسف واحد دنكاو مباراه أنا سمعته قال شنو من الناس السياسيين بتاع opposition ده قال شنو قال يا هم مزارين وكده. أنا قلت أي في زي ما إسرائيليين بيقولوا 200 انتوا بقيتوا مزارين انتوا متوا بالجوع. مجال قاعد يجيبوكم في التلفزيون بتاع خواجات ده قاعد يقول help Africa نما كنايس كله كان قاعد منو كلام دينكا. It wasn't Equatorian. Equatorian كان بس المشكلة بتاعنا انتوا كانوا يضربونا بحاولات بتاع SPLA. They were targeting our people, chasing them, but our people resisted and kept themselves. قاعدين يزرعوا قاعدين يعملوا كل شيء. لكن حسد today they are trying to deprive us from everything, even from عشان نقدر نزرع لنفسنا. الناس اللي بتاع فوضى ده عشان كده بيقول يا البقرة بتاعنا ده يمشي ياكل. وده ما مشكلة بقر قلنا, ده مشكلة أكبر, ده مشكلة احتلال. ياسم بيجيز بقر ده كحجة لكن حجة سخيف لأنه بقرة ده أصلا كانوا عندهم أبقار زي ما يقول ده كله أبقار مسروق من إكواتوريا. أنا بوريك يا بيستعي اللي عنده أبقار بتاعهم سرقوا كله أبقارنا منهم بيقوا أيتام and they were taking this cows to ناس بوردل وناس دين كده أصلا قاعدين يقولوا يا ناس أبقار. trust me أبقار ده ما عندهم. ناس كان عندهم أبقار ما كان بيموتوا بيجوا ما كان بيدوروا نما يجيبون في ناشونال جيوغرافيك ماشين صف عامل زي بطه بدون مؤاخذه لكن they go around there looking at كانوا هم ناس جايين من عالم تاني. كانوا هم لسه في ايام بتاع cave age ذاك. يعني انا قلت كان ده 16th century بقول له go no return them back to the cave age. We don't know these people because cannot be, this is not normal people. like يا هو عندهم بترول لسه ما قاعدين ينظموا حالهم. بترول اللي هم قاعدين يسرقوا ده They're not even هما احنا عارفين ما we're not gonna benefit from it and we don't care about the oil. لكن look at the way هما ما قادرين حتى develop simply a good institution اللي بيقدر يخليهم ما يموتوا بالجوع، ما يكونوا living كأنه هم ناس عايشين في عصر الحجري. This is how they're doing and yet عندهم راس قوي. قالنا يا حررناكم وبلد بتاعنا كلنا، وانا بقعد في جوبا دير ولا ما دير، وبقلع مقبره جدك زي انا كان دير كما انت تفهموا شمال. يعني اهانه يلا في كتون ده نيجي جاملهم. No 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 no. ناس cross the red line زي ما قلنا and there is nothing can heal can bring us together. احنا بقى زي فلسطين واسرائيل. It's time for us to depart ways. And this is the serious thing I tell. بس إيكوتوريا لسه ما قاعدين see that. I wish one day and so soon إيكوتوريا لسه قاعد hold South Sudan as if كانوا they are existent بتاعه. You look back to himself يرجع شوية ويراجع. منو ياو كان really the place that كنت قاعد to feel it a home. They can South Sudan ولا they can Equatoria. And then from there you can figure out yourself and stand what is right. You know, we love our people so much that we want our Equatoria to be free. We don't want to see our people to be in the displacement at home. In either camps ولا يقتلوا بناتنا يغتصبوهم ولا أولادنا. في حاجات أنا قاعد نسمع مرات قاعد نجيب لي report sister boss and everybody. It's really demoralizing. Like بخليك نمان ذاته. I don't know what to say, but it just destroys your soul. Like you want to do something even violent to the point, and it is gonna happen. كان ناس قاعدين يعملوا already going to push us there. But I say كل شيء وقت بتاعه. But what I have heard and what we have been given as a documented image بتاع ناس عملوا لي أحنا ده. لا. I don't think I can forgive them. Let God forgive, but for me, I'll protect my people. أنا بسend them back to whoever created them خليهم يديل معاهم هناك. لكن إحنا هنا we need to protect ourselves. وأنا بقول لكم هسه أنا قاعد نشوف أبنا البحر الغزال in particular وأنا بكل وضوح. سياسيين تاشلوا they are more enemy against us now than before. إذا أنت ما شفتوا تراجعوا ناس كويس. ناس دي عندهم نوايا هسه هم دخلوا جوا ده كده. شوف السياسيين دخلوا ليه؟ Because they want to replace Nuer and they're using them. Dinka is using them and they're also thinking they're using Dinka. But Equatoria كانت قاعد تلعب لسه في وسط تنازع خسر. عشان كده قلت Equatoria exit yourself from them, build yourself, be proud. وخلي Equatoria اللي قاعدين يفكروا أفكار ده دينك قال هنا west east central ده يوقف أفكار ده. هنا one people. First of all مؤرسين اللي في وسطنا ده لازم هنا condemn them وهنا stand as Equatoria عشان نقدر ننقذ حالنا وإلا ما هنلقى salvation بتاع Equatoria out of there. Because Equatoria عشان be saved is Equatoria to speak for Equatoria best. جنوب السودان يتكلم عن نفسه. كان الناس ما بيفهموا كيف هم بيقولوا يوم قاعدين في upper Nile they killing each other like كانوا ما في بكره. Why do you want to get yourself with people اللي ما قاعد يفهم حتى اخوه جيرانه هم بيقولوا cousins and look at the way how they treat themselves. انت بقى ما cousin ولا شيء. حسنا من جوب يا يوم ده تك تك تنازع جاي قال في لغه هنا ولغه هنا سجن يعمل confusion. انا قلنا please play this game somewhere else but don't play it with us. كان ده تبدا مالو امشي ابدا في كينيا الدوله البراو ده كان نتحدى كان كينيا برود election ولا انت تم تبكي بيقول لك انت منو. Who are you to tell me you're Lua? We know we are Lua there. So what's the deal? لأنه كلام ده هم صنعوه عشان يقدر silence Equatorian we divide us على سن يا أخي. في ناس بينتموا لناس تأبنا في ناس هناك كلنا. So we don't have to divide. Listen, this land already كان واضح. اليوم ما قالوا كلام تلوه ده وقت كان أجدادنا أحياء. لينا هم they talk about it. بس لأنه Equatoria قال كلام ده we want to be a nation. عشان تعرف شغل تارس ويجرام لما جابوا ملك من مكان تاني جاء عملوه في مكان هسه شايفينه ده. Why do they think they do that؟ ده كله جيم. ما خواجات ده عمل نفس الحاجات ده. عرب عمل نفس الحاجات ده سيستم بتاع شنو؟ زول غطيت عنده مفكرات. ناس نظام ده جابوا ملك عادل كده خطوا للناس يسكتوهم. وانا بقولوا بوضوح وانا عندي اهل مع الناس ده. لكن لما يجيبوا ملك هناك وزول ده احنا ما فتشناه وزول تاني اجى جابوا لك وزول ده قاعد اوبريس يو تعمل شنو؟ ده رشوه. Did they dismiss your mind, dismiss you from the truth. عشان to see yourself it عندك you have a favor to do to this guy لانه زول ده هناك. احنا لو ما فكرنا فوق why this guy bring it and what purpose is it. عشان زول ده يكون زي ناس وانيجا زي ناس لامورو زي ناس ياهو زول ده بوكوسورو زي زول اسمه ده لوبون زي هسه عادل و so many these elements عشان you make sure Dinka you make sure you facilitate. هسه هم مش attack ياهو وصل لحد حدود كونغو، وفي دينكا وصل لحد حدود يوغندا. ويا زي ما انت قلت يا سيستر في ناس نعم بقى يرتن روتان ماندي. So are we still trying to kind of like act like كأنه حاجة دي ما serious? حاجة دي is beyond serious. This is time for us to really take our case seriously and stop being, نجري ورا ناس كدنب، ناس قاعدين يستفزوا فوقنا. We become humiliation. عشان كده انا ما بقبل من اي زول يقول لي انا مثقف من ناس الماء ايكاتوريان. I don't care لو انت قلت لنا شنو، ان شاء الله تقول انا ذات زول ما متعلم كويس. I like it. You can hate me كويس. I like it because I don't want your favor. I don't want your love. For me, I never born for you to love me. I born for me to protect my people and to stand for who I am and what I am and my family. That's it. Equatoria belong to us. We belong to Equatoria. We stand for it. Ita can apanal stand for it. Kanta kanta stand as a Gabila stand for it. But don't come and involve us. Wala tigi tamal lana oppression. Dinka asa gadi amal violation. That's why we need to end it. Wa aya gabail al gadi work my Dinka. We know they are not our friends anymore. Ana see them that way. Huma lisa taban ashkidum behavior sometimes biharrishu bagi Equatorian khalim, using other Equatorian, to use other Equatorian not to listen to us because كلامنا ده قاعد يكون مجرح لهم. لكن ده حقيقة نقوله. انت كمان تؤمنوا به. شوف يا أصلا حاجة دي. كلامات ده قلناه بيفور. ناس قاعدين يعمل بتريل لسه مش مرجعوا ولسه هيرجعوا زي ما كلام برادر موز. ناس هيرجعوا كله جوجو. يلا نشوف بقى Equatorian لسه ده الكوري بالسودان ده وين South Sudan. عشان كده let's be careful in this word South Sudan. Let's be careful. So أنا بجيب هنا. Thank you. Well, you want to say something? Go ahead, and then we welcome.
Yeah, let me just conclude. Maybe we can pass the mic to somebody else. Thank you, Adika. The reason why I'm up here, if you want to be a leader, don't be that kind of leader that just trying to work your way up and then try to bring others down. If this son and daughter of Equatorians that is in that government need to be criticized, please make sure you criticize all of them. Don't pick and choose which one's supposed to be criticized or this one is not. Because that is not the way of leadership. Whatever has a bad again for, I'm not saying kanta nas or later can separatists or kanta speak the truth. Stand there as a son of Equatoria and protect Equatorians. The Madinga Gamula, they're protecting their son and daughters. Wherever you are. If you are a nurse, if you are Ayo, or later can if you don't speak the truth, you are not different from Jamal Hidak Jubari. If you don't stand there and say the truth, some of them even have got to say, oh, Shabab al guiding for IOD, they are better than this and FSPLA. Ay, another emotion. How is it different? How is it different? Riyak Mashar myself, are they different? No, they are not. They are the same people. So, Hayat I'll pick and choose it. I don't like that. And again, Hayat Equatorians, then that they're trying to be leaders. That's why I don't even fight Emmanuel Adel. Because Emmanuel Adel is a young man. He's following footsteps of Jadala, General Jadala, footsteps of Clement Konga. Yeah, they did the same thing. They did the same thing. Zaman mahalat gamulu shirikat mahalat kana di kumbo zaman gamulu shirikat that. So that was during I think Jadala wale Clement Konga when he was the governor. Wa mushinukan zaman that. Jebel Kujura last again na did Jebel Jenke wale Jebel Dingade. That was during their time. During their time, Almonkan governance. Between these two, I don't remember which one. Kande General Jadala wale they Konga. So ma fahayatan al-galita bijani that you pick and this one The only time when I got Equatorians I'll give the Bukasma can to do shovel. You know, and then you see them like Chihuahua, wallahi, Equatorian, can Lasagulo as a shovel that you see is going back. The same thing you all did in Nas Wanikulu, Nas Momur, Nas Munumunu, Kulu al Fijo Jubaragde. How is it fair even in last Eastern Equatorial, Luis Labonga, Mini, 2005, he was the governor up to today. How is it fair? Makere wadi opportunity na nasa nini lezolta na kama keresa Bushoya. Ogi amulu kill ma dahab ta nastajere ta nastobosa ina umongi kesi mu masalfa kiker. Unasa de tobosa ina president ta tobosa bisa gwala ajere bada lamba algiko bufogo jasi yara ga mulu beti gare ya asante ajire esem to mono atika you know leo ma saadu nas de wunu madaris wunu mushashwat nas de kulu madahab to so kan zol gonu sa hagiga zol kere won sa hagiga nas ta kulu fa espelere mon kulu mon adu ta yata ta equatorians ita kan sala fi haji biati tu you have to stand there and defend equatorians and stand for the right of equatorians and this man is also an gumal case wogi for right to equatoria so don't deceive us mata kabasu zaman de ma zaman takabasa the only person the only truth and I like the way Ateka put it because naze kulu ma face single equatorian tan wogi adil for the right of equatoria that mean if zaman taka Joseph Lagu up to today mafi your only son only equatorians al wogi the equatorian tena ta zaman da alkan zaman shakala zaman mini fi zaman yati atola hadi asan nabi kan nas juba na indunas ye na indunas keji na indunas munu na indunas nimulen na indunas the ism toshu you know western equatoria tena ta zaman da mun shakala la hadi bigan na indu belad lakin ma fi zoltan after that nothing ma so kerenas magene kaba sonas that's why if you see me supporting my teeth because people started it people supporting their thief, yeah, then blame the other thief. Oh, Emmanuel Adel Batal, Bokosoro quest. Oh, Bokosoro Batal, oh, Lobong quest. Luis Lobong Lojere quest. This is not working with us. If you want to do the right thing, tell the truth the way it is. So thank you, Atika, for giving me this opportunity to speak my mind because Anna Kalasnia time on social media because you can see people are faking, people are getting faked by a day. Sara nas altala bara war there one sukan hagiga you see them they are faking mon bigger fake they will just come there truth them agi habisu besge habisu habbato zere gisibu I habisu habbato zere yani atagi go for kalas mahajat social media de ati you see me itamagiri gonna everywhere I'm back in Facebook doing my things posting our funny thing because ma fi zolder one so hagiga ma fi zolder one so hagiga ita dar jaini ana bonus ahaltaki taati kadana bonus kidi tona bonus sokol taara tona bonus sokol haramito and then my real tip is sitting next to me and a bonus mara be communicate more I talk to them you know and then I will come out and then talk about your result so that's why you don't see me like you know I don't respect none of them that's the cool so anyways I'm done here
Thank you. Thank you, Sister. Oh, go ahead, Verena.
أنا ما كنت أقدر أدخل من قبلي لكن كلامك بوز ده حبشني وكلامك ما بطال كلامك كويس لكن يعني حاسس أنا طبعا أنا ما كلمت من قبلي كان ما قلت أي حاجة أنا عارف إنه ما بتكلم من الناس اللي زي كده لكن أنا من النوع الناس اللي لسه قاعدة أتعلم عن history بتاعنا الناس اللي يعني عملوا شنو ما عملوا شنو أنا بتفق معاك في ناس اللي في حكومة ده حسي ناس قاعدين يديروا هناك ده أغلبية بتاعتهم هم ما قاعدين يساعدونا هنا فعلا ده حقيقة قاعدين في الصورة وما عملوا لنا أي حاجة قاعدين sacrifice anything for us so أنت لما تيجي تقولي إنه ناس خليه يقولوا حقيقة أنا بقدر أطلب منك إنه ممكن توضحي لنا أكتر عشان أنا زول زي كده ده عشان أنا أتعلم نازل عملوا شنو نازل ما عملوا شنو عشان أنا نعرف نعرف ده منو عمل شنو ما أنا ما أعرف لو أنا واضح في كلامي ده لكن ده بس ريكوست البسيط يا سيستم بوس عشان أنا أتعلم أكتر يعني
you repeat your question please
okay my question is you mentioned some people right so I wanted to understand what did they do wrong and what did they do right or whatever you can say يعني الحاجة اللي أنت قاعد تتكلم عربي ولا أنا بس يعني معلش يمكن أقدر ألعب شوية مع كده ممكن صوتي يكون ما واضح
go ahead and understand what you're saying
yeah أنا عايز أتعلم يعني من طلبي كله في الكلام ده كله ان انا عايزه اتعلم اكتر منك، انه الناس اللي انت عملت لهم منشن ده هم عملوا شنو كويس، ما عملوا شنو كويس وحاجات كده عشان انا اعرف. because I'm new to our history and I'm new to politics and all of that. So يعني انا بقدر بستفيد منك، وفي انا متاكد في ناس كتير برضه بقدر بستفيد منك لما انت تقول انه في ناس ما عملوا حاجات كويس، يلا في ناس قاعدين يعملوا لهم praise. ده حاجه اللي انا فهمته من كلامك. يلا انت كنت قاعد تقول انه الناس يقولوا حقيقه، انا عايز افهم الحقيقه كله. عبد الرحمن انا قاعد اشوف.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. You done?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. It's out of place. Some of other good. Yani, there's other people trying to praise others. I can give you like an example. Some of the example. Okay. Some people will say, nas Joseph Lagude de kan ya nas hero. You know, nas General. Peter Cirillo. Nas muno nas Tom. Ism shinuzolde ism tomuno. You know, ta Western Equatorial there Attica. These people, they were hero. Then as zaman Arkangi Shakala depend Equatoria. Where? How? Because I don't see none of that. Lukanza Mandaku Maka hero if they were strong. Len Najari Jabaka San Najadakal Fies Pele. How come one can defend that during Arab? During Arab can Nasdenda Kamal Kutufu White House or Katulumon. Where were they? Fizamandak. Where were they? Lemon Magder safe. You know, safe Equatorians. Because Anar Equatorian Fizamandak Katulu, you know, Katuluman. And some of them were there during this Hakuma. In 91 Zaman Aulata Equatorians Katuluman. Al engineers, the Kater, Shunu, I don't know if you know, every May Itagano Naski celebrate their life. Aulat tena ta Equatorial leg to fi hella fi Juba kullu Katuluman wudumon White House Malta Mandekana additional white whatever bed Abiad wala Shunu. Katuluman hinak, some of them even are thrown fi helicopter in the air. Jada fi folk min folk. Ligo there's a son and daughter of Equatorial kan fa Hakuma tada fi Zamanda. Now, let's talk about Espele. Espele, when you see other people speaking, they will come out here criticizing Emmanuel Adel. Emmanuel Adel is very weak. Emmanuel Adel is that, or Waniga is that. Lakin, Louis Lobong Lojore. Wallahi. If Louis Lobong Lojore is that is strong, Le Denga Shilu Nimule. Because Nimule is occupied by Denga. Lahadi Yom Talela Katolo 9 chief of Nimule Madenka Del. Sultan Kankoto Nasdengare Bijabe Katulo. Where is Louis Lobong? Louis Lobong is being governor mainly for 2005 up to today. Is he the only Equatorian Alagara of Eastern Equatoria? Maluma Gero. The Gibel Attica Kelim. Nobody bought it even for him. He was appointed. Asanare Kanta Kunogi Fimidan and I will come appoint Attica. What does that mean? That mean like fee benefit Gilgomino. It's not what mean ya point no. He was appointed by Muno by Isanto Muno by self care. Oga for a dahab ta mahalle ta tobosa mongiges mu self care. Maratomin Dingapur. How is he better? Maratomin Dinka. Min Jenga Adel Dingapur del Geta Bunari Marata Louis Lobong. How is it better? How is he better than Emmanuel Adel? Clement Konga when he was the governor. Okay, that's the Central Equatoria. Emmanuel Konga can disarm all Equatorians. Munuma bar history de. Oshilu aslata Equatorians kullu barra min Equatoria. Yellow sibuta mundari. Yes. Oshilu aslata nazze kullu sibuta mundari. See that? He knows very well. Galinas Dinka del Monkija na Monkija le revenge. Because zaman espele the first time Dinka go to Silafi dentomon umoro mankatolo ism shinu mankatolo mundari gibelat ka kelim kalamde katolo mundari. Okay? The same thing as governor is Tomuno Jadala. Zaman Jadala mamul aya haja. When people are talking about land grabbing, let's go to Suasedede, people trying to block land grabbing mini the day Jenge kutokura fituba. Mini the day Jenge kutokura fituba, that's when Jenge started grabbing land. Yes. Mahala lasa gina di serikade, de mahal de gina di gumbo. De hella tanas. De gina di gumbo. Shilu fi zaman da. Jebel Kujura lasa gina di Jebel Dingada. De shilu mini fi zaman da. Around that time. But people doesn't want to talk about that fi zaman da because ahal tomon kish takal fi zaman da. Oh, ana min mandari kera na monu su zere de kan zaman da kileme ni aga bana ana min bar kera na monu su zaman da de kan jadala ya fi na kera na mo expose jadala. Del de kulu amarat fi juba. Amo ligo guruze min wen. Mo ligo guruze min wen. Mon masara go fa hakuma why de. That's what I'm trying to say. Ita kandel wonu so an equatorians, please speak the truth. Mafi equatorian tanal usul yom tani we give zeras and get defend equatorial. No, I didn't see that. That's my opinion. Lakin kan fi opinion tanas tanin that's fine. Kere wori lana galai. Munu kida kan stand my equatorial o proof to kida yao kida. But I don't see it. Ana maino. I cannot blame Emmanuel Adel and trying to bypass pass on Governor Konga. I cannot blame Bakosoro and pass on Luis Labong. I cannot blame Luis Labong and then pass by Wani. Because when those things happening during 2005, Wanikani was the Speaker of the House. He was there. Maloma ma wurila jadala ma Konga mata kuna don't disarm my people. Wale mata kun biu de bara le dinka. He was there. He was the spokesman, Speaker of the House. Fizamanda. So what I'm trying to say, nazekulu bukutu fugufa haid mo kulu sawa. They are not there for the interest of Equatorians. Nobody is there for the interest of Equatorians. Mafi. Because if they are there for the interest of Equatorians, can buy no change them in one. And I can buy no changes them in one. For me, that's my opinion. I don't see anybody I'll go give Zere Galiki protect Equatoria. No, Mafi. And then feed this young politician Algejare, they're just trying to work their way up there as an investment commander goes to Fiturta and as Apollo. Because you cannot come out and then say you choose to blame. Ana be blame filan, ana be sibo filan, ana be blame that wala na central Equatoria de kuwa fin, na central Equatoria de akawat, lakini na west, yes, ana na east, yes, oh na eastern Equatoria kuwa, ana na central, yes. That's not a way to go. If we realize that the time has come for us, Equatorian, to stand our ground, let's stand our ground together and start from the beginning. And every leader that don't put the interests of Equatorian first, we don't follow them. We don't. Like Ananda can pick and choose, that's not a way forward. That's not a way to go. It seems like just because yani itamaa haja, and example Kibana Najibu Kalisto, some people believe Gary Kalisto leader. Yes, Kalisto, when he was a chairman of the youth, he was speaking good, and Nakulu, we are impressed. Like Kuto Maya, what happened? I know when I start to go into cave. Lenas Gijari Figaba, let's Galifini, this is politics. You call politics a dirty game if you're a dirty. Politics, it's a bore hagiga. You cannot play politics with your own people. And I said, we play politics with my own sons. I cannot play politics with them. I maybe play politics with other people, but when it hits home, you cannot play politics with your own family. We're family. We don't have that history of killing ourselves like Tanas Jengere. Undermine the history, you go there, nas Eastern Equatorial Bigum, Bujaro fi Central Equatorial Bisara Goyal, when nas Eastern Equatorial Bukum Burafi, Western Equatorial Bisara Goyal. Undermine do that. Anambaza to mind to Galta Bum na begin a cattle badum. No, Anna Tenar Gonun mini bodri. Sala National Kanma Garaden Nabaru Gonun. Zoltake can maybe example Kalamato Zol Diakolo Zara Take, Bishilufi court. And the mind is enemy today, but now we have. Even as I'm speaking to you right now, they want to kill each other. Bokosoro, Nuna Kumbo, Wani Iga, or Luis Labong, they're all fighting to be a running mate as I'm speaking to you. Okay? Everybody's competing. Munia they run to be the vice president. Oh, they are into seniority. Oh, and they're fighting each other as Equatorial. Kutumo Kereman Adi Adi Badum. They begum kriki bura fi officer Salva Kiir bejara de fi under the bus. This one begum kriki bura ina. You see how embarrassing is that? How are they there for interest of Equatoria? How? They are not there for interest of Equatorians. Not at all. And all of them are the same people. all of them. Because في حاجات من قاموا ده من مسؤولين قابلوا أمارات ومن مسؤولين كمان شنو قاموا شنو من راسوا ريال تمن في مدرسة في the best school أسان بكرة كمان بيجا كنترولنا أسان بكرة كمان بيجا كنترول ريال تنا because they are teaching their kids this is how life is. Tamagano nasa drug de itakanendo rajala ta drug ko be teach yalto how to do it. Bukra kanje yalta la kubar mo bidakal fog. So they are teaching our sons and daughters now, but then to manipulate us, to control us, to thinking that they are good leaders. So all I'm trying to say, nobody will deceive me. Galeta bijata bonus filande quest filande batal filande quest mo kulu batali. And if we have to pick and choose, okay, my thief is my thief. Let me support my thief. Because Mafizol, nobody would raise their hand up here and say that Anna mind to ahal fi your espele. Mafizol, when Anna mind to ahal fi ayo. Mafizol lidi. Kande cousin, brother, sister, marataku, munu, all of them. All of them. And no cool into ahal fi your hakumade. And no cool into ahal fi na. But if you think you can come and deceive me and saying that ahal daya haram itaki de ya quest utaki into amara, that's not gonna work with me anymore. I don't want to be deceived, especially Mazola and Moatin Zaya Guzeni. I'm not gonna take that. That's why I like the way Attica. I put my phone down there, just listening to him. You know, I was just laying down, relaxing, and I like the way Attica was speaking. I like because Hagiga tokere Hagiga tanas muri. You cannot come here and deceive me, Gali. Filan amulukwes kan nas just blaguza mandao stand their ground. Recruit more Equatorians kan na maja dakal fi espele fi hakuma ta dinka del kan na maja dakal fogo ina. You know, if they stood their ground, you know, espele kan anyanya one day kan anyanya de has den na Equatoria. Umon kan lukan work very strong and kan mabe join espele. You know, has pal muafin de ta killers del and kan mabe join. Kan zama da mon kan united at that time kan no su kena jeten na mama isim to shunu na kan gene ma jeten na de. You know, algina de anyanya wande na kan wagi momon la hadi and kan bitru you Arab. By the way, na kan yabada for Eastern Equatoria, where the first Equatorian does is shoot the gun. You know, I don't know much about history, but all I know, anamali go Equatorian tani yom tani al wagi gali a son of Equatoria lana be believe gali wagi finak is protecting the interests of my sons. Anamai nubisa. I didn't see that. Because if that person is there, somebody please help me. Because now the cool fi more cool they're sitting there for interest of their own good, for interest of their families. That's why when you see me supporting my own thief, they don't be surprised. Because I have seen people supporting their thief. So now I'm gonna say, okay, my thief is my thief, can I support my thief? You know, let me clap hand for him. Since Namadel Wurial Hagiga. So I hope you get what I'm saying. Like I said, I don't know much, but all I know in my own belief, Mafi Janata Equatorian Tunnel out there that are standing for Equatoria. Annalisa Maino. Thank you. Inside the SPLA, inside government.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Yes.
I'm done.
Thank you, Sister Rose. Just, I don't know if I can just put some remark on that. You know, the thing about it, you stated it right. One thing I want you just to know that Sister Rose is like, never worry about those people who already sold their souls to the devil, like they say. When somebody sells his soul to the devil, he will never, recant or repent from what he have done, because he knows what they do, or they know what they do. And they done it, as you said, about materials, about being paid, regardless who will die in their behalf or what evil they will do. They don't care. They have no conscience. They killed their conscience from the time they joined SPLM to the time even they were promoting the SPLM, and SPLM gave them positions and honorable things, or whatever you call the thing that they're now enjoying. But of course, these things has a time. And like I said, for us Equatorial nationalists, I know it's still ours is a bitter pill to swallow, or bitter medicine, like a decerte mellow. In a way, when we speak our point, we speak exactly for the interests of Equatoria. I know it's tough because a lot of things is still yet some people not able to swallow the thing that we're saying, but it will take time. But one thing I want you to believe that there is Equatorians, not necessarily out there, because I know those that are in SPLM, Mafizol, لكن اللي عايشين بعالم تا Equatoria now are speaking, and we are challenging anyone that tried to silence Equatoria right. أي شيء ما بيدي dignity and dignify Equatorian in the proper way that we knew in the past how we were, as Equatorian, or the ancestors اللي هم established this Equatoria, then we challenge them. Because in the عاوزين دولة ده, يتكون على جماجم بتاع أجدادنا. Because this country called South Sudan is actually, I mean, يتكون على جماجم بتاعنا وأخواننا وأخواتنا وأهلنا. You could see today they are thriving, enjoying life. Dinka ma kan access to Uganda, Kenya, Central Africa. Today they have that power. Why? Because of these elements of the got promoted and then worked and took their money. And I don't want you to be like those who want you to feel like you need to defend because, one of your people. The truth is always there. Hagiga daima بكون موجود. Finas, I will hate you for what you say or what you stand for. It's natural. But what you need to do is do your what is right by example, and never give up, because the challenge always, they want to just demoralize you based on, oh قبيلة بتاعك. I mean, imagine حاجة اللي أنا بيأسفني أنا سميته في غرف مثلا في غرفة بتاع الشخصية ده، وأنا بقول بوضوح، أنا ما قعدنا shy away. Other تواعد اسمه جون تشانغ ده, and I think a lot of people know about him. That guy have يعني the disrespect اللي قالوا, يعني it just shows you the man is an enemy within. Do you know that Equatoria never was like that in the way how he said? It was just shocking. يلا قال قال هو قاعد talk this عشان خلي الناس يكونوا شجاعين. أنا ما أعرف يا أخي الشجاعة. This is actually, you're giving the enemy all the power to take advantage of what you just said, and all these things that he said is not true, because just because he saw individuals coming from that area does not mean all of them are. لأنه كان say كان جوبا ده وده أرض تاباريا كان say هم ناس كان قبليين ولا هم كان ناس بتاع تارسا. ما كان جلابة ياو مسك مكان ده أول. كان جلابة ياو بيجي يسيطر في كاتوريا كله. لكن what did they do? They stood their ground. هم cultures تا كاتوريا كله thrived there. Before that كان في the capital تا كاتوريا before كان مانجلا. Before that كان ناس كوندوكورو. These capitals have changed. لكن ليه بقى جوبا? Because later the British لما جو هم established that place there, it was right. And then also يعني Equatorian ذاته في things benefited from it. Kondokoro وناس سيناي Mangala كان a little bit all about business وكده, وحتى البريتش ما felt like it's gonna be like forever. They chose that Juba is a center that it can connect all Equatorians, and it did play a role. We Equatoria before Makan ذاته كان European tried to divide it into two, east and west. ما في كان حاجة اسمه central. So انت لو لقيت هسه قبائل بتاعنا تا ايكاتوريا ده كلنا مختلطين. كان انت مشيت في اي قبيله تا ايكاتوريا، حتى لو انت قلت مثلا انت مثلا ابا واما انت من قبيله بتاع ايكاتوريا، انت بتلقى كان انت عملت سيرش، انت بتلقى انه في قبائل تانيين انت مختلط بهم من اجدادك. انا هسه عندي 7 tribes mixed mine, and I'm proud, and I have investigated to find it out. I'm like, okay, that's good. And all of them are Equatorian. Yes, they might be outsiders, but those are far away from even Upper Nile. في ناس هنا عاوزين يعملوا دعاية up and anyway, it doesn't matter, this nonsense. But حاجة interesting is that يعني it made me proud in Equatoria. يعني هم قدروا establish themselves through a culture or through a system اللي خلاهم يكونوا proud. لما اسم بتاع Equatoria don't be use it, ده ما بس كلام ولا شعار، ده حاجة جاي من أساس بتاع how they have developed themselves. Yes, إن عندنا our failures, حاجات societal، ده حاجة طبيعي في society. يعني في حاجات هنا مرات بنمر فوق communities society. It's natural, but what makes society better is when they follow and respect the law and tradition and system. And our people used to do that. مقارنة مع على النيل, they never done that. That's why you see على النيل always chaos. يعني اليوم واحد بيقول ده cousin بتاعه، بكره بيجي يقتل cousin بتاعه. How could you even understand such people? So this situation have brought us a clear understanding انه احنا كايكاتوريين وصلنا مرحله uh, challenging to us. I know هسه استخدموا اخواننا وده ما جديد عادوا بتاعنا استخدم اخواننا بفوق وهنا ذات كان راجعنا تاريخ الدول تانيين حتى like South Africa in particular خواجه كان بيستخدم افارقه تانيين عشان يكونوا ضد اخوانهم ال South African against the revolution بتاعهم اللي هم قاعدين fight against the white oppression. ف I want us just to continue believing in Equatoria and standing for it. I know it's not easy. Some people are hurt by some rhetoric جاي من Equatorian المؤرسين بتاع النظام ده لأنه ديل كانوا agents أو هم still agents tool used to make sure Equatoria thinking into divisiveness into mindset إن ما كلنا united إن ما كلنا كده ده كلام فارغ أنا ما بؤمن بكلام ده because Equatoria is not united because of us. Equatoria was established before it existed. What we are doing now is that we need to kind of protect the legacy of our ancestors instead of breaking it. لأنه واحد جاي بقى يتعلم تكنولوجي قريب وجاي من بندو هناك ولا من ياتو منطقة ولقاه وجا جابوه من حركة الشعبية بقى داير يفكر أفكار غلط داير يقسم ناس عشان وحاجاته كله بس ده وأنا كنت لاحظت الشخصيات ده sister boy most of these people they are just only what you call it they are seeking attention عشان كده تلقاهم بيتكلموا زي ده one day يوم الدينكا بيجي بيشتم دينكا بكره ده ينادي كاتوري والله كاتوري إن ذاته you know we need to come up أنا ذاته you know حاجات كده ما قاعد make sense يلا بكره جاي يشتم كاتوري انتوا يا ناس سنترال انتوا يا ناس ويسترن انتوا يا ناس دي حاجات ما عنده معنى وزول زي ده انا بعتبر زول ده mentally disabled ده ما زول انا ذاته look at him as someone I want to talk to or even kind of like challenge him because he's already challenged mentally عشان ذاته زول يجي challenge him in his thinking so زول زي ده انت بس بتعافيه وبتخليه you don't even have to buy his lies and I have seen this kind of element is now a tool being used by the enemies وانا شفت السياسه بتاع الناس دي اللي كان شفت في سياسيين كده دخلوا كان في غرفه بتاعه بيحاولوا يتكلموا معاه they were using him for a purpose طبعا هو كمان anti equatorial nationalist so much لان ما قاعد tolerate his nonsense he always talk nonsense انه بنقول له اسمع انت ما زول جاهل اصلا we don't even consider you as a person with common sense all you do is you just want to brag you have no solution. Equatoria was not thinking in a tribal mindset. Equatoria always think about a broader who they are as a group, as a one community, as a society. That's when the Nakan Nas Bashahir for Equatoria, yes, some of them have done amazing. And some of them, even though they came short during the Anyanya, like Finas, they did their best. وفي تانيين ما شافوا ذاته إيكاتوريا يكون in this condition ولا حتى شافوا ذاته اتفاقية ناس لاقوه وفي تانيين ذاته ما شافوا بعد شكل تاجرين شنو وصل. All they see is that they were bitterly hurting that Equatoria is going to be in a danger. And they were right. Now احنا هسه قاعدين let them down لما نيجي نخلي ناس زي اللي يجي abusers يلا احنا كمان نيجي look at ourselves in different way. But let us not worry about these people, sister. I know they will do their evil, but trust me, we counter them because they are not real. They're not honest, and what they say is not true because what reflect in Equatoria is a history that older than him. وبكره بيموت بفوت ما في شيء. وبس بكره الناس كله بيريكورد انه زول ده كان mentally disabled. He's saying the negative thing. He's lying to the people. He's trying to, you know, وبس يعني ده زول اللي عنده dementia, عنده some issues that cannot come to comprehend إنه في generation هسه ظهروا they are not going to take no for an answer and no nonsense. يا هنا قاعدين نتكلم عن إيكاتوريا واضح. Yes ناس قاعدين يشوفوا طبعا شكل بتاع leader ده لازم يجي من مكان بعيد كده مكان فوق glory لكن leaders بيجي من تحت بيجي simple humble يعني last time I said David ده nobody expected him to be a leader. He was nobody. Everybody when he came to them saw them sitting ساكر مع Saul and he see the Goliath mocking them. He said, who's this guy mocking you guys? He's insulting you. Like he was so angry. He's like, who's this dog? عشان يجي insult, you know, the God of Israel and Israel. You know, عشان يجي يعمل لكم. يلا الناس كله خايفين ساكتين. وده ناس كله professional army. ها؟ ناس كله عندهم political understanding. But they cannot handle Goliath. لأنه Goliath جاب الشكل ده خوف ناس. They panic. وده كله عشان يوري glory of God. إنه God في نفسه. I don't want to preach it, but I'm just saying. God ما قاعد look at people اللي بيجوا لأنه كل ما الناس قال بيرفعوا نفسهم كل ما God put them down and I believe in that because I've seen it. You know, once you stand with the people al God is suffer, then God will look at you. لأنه conscious talk is clear. You want something right. لكن لو أنت conscious talk evil عشان كده ترفع نفسك بيخليك لما to look foolish in front of the world. But the child اللي بيجي قدامك ده وبيقدر يهدي جبل ده، بينزل Goliath ده تحت. عشان كده لما في ناس describe this is Goliath against David, it's a symbol now between the person and nobody expecting إنه هو بيقدر challenge this guy. They are لأنه هو جاي idea differently and somebody who can see things clear. ما زول اللي قاعد يعيش أوهام بتاع titles وأوهام بتاع إنه هو مشى برتب كده عشان يوصل هناك. No, no, no. They believe in something because they were taught and they knew who they are. And they were confident that no one will overcome them. And this confidence does not come out of the limbo, out of nothing. It comes out of experience. إذا كان رجعت حتى David ده قالوا كان experience. He fought, the evolutionary bears and lions. So he knew how to fight big giants. So Namunu Shavzolda, he have never. And that's what we say. When we talk about Equatorial nation, it is not something that we talk out of the limbo. We know. And we have assessed our situation. We've seen everything. It's just that I feel sad that some of our Equatorian have lost confidence because we blindly begin to conceive whatever they tell us that we cannot do it, and whatever other people say, this is the way. I'm not here to tell you this is the way. We know where the way is, and our way is when we stand for our right. But if you want to stand against your right, then you might need to reassess ourselves. Or when we look at ourselves, Zemanas Apanal can look at ourselves in that mindset, bitam huma, بيقولوا كازن بكره بيجي بيقتلوا بعضهم. They're barbaric. احنا ما زي ده. So I will stop here, but let me give a chance to Mr. Lodoro. Or you want to say something, or any one of you guys? I don't know, Moses there, and Moses not here. Didi, I know you might be tired sleeping. Vanilla, and then if not, boss, we can give to Lodoro to speak. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm going to give my last statement here that we Equatorians are not going to unite. We are not going to go anywhere. It's just a part of disaster coming. More disaster coming. Because the same shit حاجة كان حصل زمان, like I said, for me I believe في zaman that when Equatorial supposed to stand their ground during the Anyanya one, أنا كان ما جدك في SPL الوسكان ده لحظة يا وسكان إنه كله كان نجافن كارد, you know. When people are saying Equatorial and Del are united, I don't believe that, because if we were united then Len Naja abandon Anyanya one and then we jump into SPL. The commander in chief can be Jenki Alia Kerengde. If we are united then, because we knew their behaviors and our behaviors, someone they Nasdel Kalman our behaviors that Inga can give. How they are able to abandon Anyanya one and then when we join for SPL.
You know? Sister Boss, can you tell me? Yeah, and that the good in because of the joining of SPLM that makes Equatorial not united. Can you explain to me in that so I can?
No, because what I'm trying to say, sometimes we Equatorian used to united and Nakanza we were one, we are working together. If they are working together, how they jump from SPL from Anyanya one? Because I know that Anyanya one was a Equatorian thing. You know? Mm-hmm. How they jump from Anyanya one to SPL, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Oh, okay.
Because Equatorian then on Baro Galitin Kadma quiz. Another Kalamde quiz. Dinka Hajata Dinka Master. I is a lot of behaviors that Dinka. I is all for Sudan, for Sudan, Kulu general are behaviors that Dinka. How do we abandon Anyanya one and then jump to the SPLA if they were united? That's what I'm trying to understand, yeah, Attica. Okay? And then during SPLA, inside the man of SPLA, what have they done? Generals del Kulu, Nas Wanide, Nas Munu del Kulu Mankani Nagde, why can they promote their own people if they were united? Lena Jakan end up with a small few general. We need to Yalta Equatorial Malian for SPLA. Why do we end up only few? As a big guy in Australia, na end up how? We come Yalta Equatorial can for SPLA. If we were united, or if we are looking out for the interests of Equatorians, why do we end up with few generals? FSPLA. Now, bigger after the Salam, Now look, how many people were in the parliament? For Equatorians, where are they?
May I explain you on that point, if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead,
Yes,
please.
thank you. Well, okay. And to be honest with you, or sincere with you on that matter of these elements, like I said, even now I look at it. We're diagnosing these things every day. Every time these guys come out and they speak, we look at it very carefully, observing. Especially in the social media, also gives me more hint of what have happened in the past. Because sometimes, like they say, you can know them from their fruit. Okay, in the past, yes, there is mistakes, definitely, no question about it. The mistake that happened was based on there was what you call conspiracies committed against the Equatorian leaders at that time who were exposing their weakness within leadership. Example, Joseph Lago and others, even like Joseph Oduhu and others, who have departed, but of course Joseph Lago is still alive. May God prolong his life. They did their part in a time being where they shined up as leaders and spoke well. But their mistake is when they included those of Upper Nile within the issues that Equatorial actually supposed to speak about. Like what we are now witnessing is the same repeat. What they did is they went over the line, combining the Upper Niles with the Equatorians. When Equatoria, they knew, those people especially, they knew the history of Equatoria actually not, it was not Sudanese. We were not part of Sudan, and people still don't believe that. I tell go and check it. Go check in the record. Equatoria was an entity by itself. We were existed as a nation by itself before, and that's why we resisted those Ottomans, those Belgians, those French, those Germans, Italians, Portuguese,
step ya tu yamon bishilu, step tu yamon bishilu. Wanna gija for social media, you're telling them exactly how we fail. Wallahi filande quest. Wallahi, like you said, John Garen de kan kida. John Garen katoro awla tena come, like I said, zaman 91. Come awla tena ta Equatorians katulu, ligo finas ya hakuma ta Arab, Equatorian were there. They didn't speak. And how do you expect Nas Wani, Nas Elia Lomuro, Nas Momur to come out and speak? Because Tanin Del Calmonuso, they didn't say anything, you know? It's all about food. Everybody there is a food lover, brother. And we're supporting it because we're still doing the same thing. They don't see no any different because we are out here fighting ourselves. We still, you know? I told them again, Mahaja, I told them again, Kida, I told them again, Kida. But on top of that, other than saying that, okay, Attica is doing the right thing, as separatists, continue doing what you're doing. You know, if you succeed, I'll be there for you. If you succeed, you save me. But Domoga is a nurse. You know, you think nurse is going to bring peace? Okay, continue. If you succeed, you save my life. You save my children's life. But yet we still sometimes attack ourselves, sometimes fighting ourselves, sometimes doing that, blaming each other, picking and choose. Munia question hakumaina. Munia, like you said earlier, you saw it in this social media. Nas Munia Kwisin, Nas Munia Raf in Nairobi, Nas Munia Marwa, Munia Wodi capital city, Munia Mawodi. Is that gonna help us? It's not. So like I said, Gibel, if you see me supporting my thief, you know, which is a Bari, I'm supporting them. They are my thief because people show me that okay, I can pick and then insult Bari, knowing that Bari is not the only one in this mess. So I'm only looking for solution. What can we do from here? How can we move forward from here for the better of Equatorians, for the better of the Sudan? Like so we can be respected as Equatorians. So people will know that this Equatorian, nobody mess with them. What can we do?
All right, thank you. I want to just put some clarification here, and also I will answer you. What can we do? Like I said, our answer to this situation is simple. Equatoria can never survive under the circle of South Sudan. That's the reality. Still, people don't get it, but it will take time. Equatoria under South Sudan, you will see this thing continually. Like Anna Giberik mentioned the history of Tanas Anyanya, and you have spoken on it. Anyanya was betrayed and duped into believing in Junubin dead working mom. Like in Kanta Shifta, Nazakan getting conspire against us from the start. None of them worked for Equatoria for what Equatoria believed in, this brotherhood and unity, because Equatoria tried to bring what they had into the South Sudanese, the rest of the what you call the two regions. But these guys betrayed. That's why Kokora have came to existence. And Kokora was a clear lesson and also a message to Equatorial to be careful of now it's time for us to reassess and focus on ourselves. Of course, our leaders at that time, I would say, based on their knowledge in the politics of what at that time and what they have done, have failed to see it, and they failed to deliver after Kokora, especially when the Equatorians, especially those what you call the educated, not all of them, began to join. Some of the Equatorian, the military with Khartoum joined in, some of the politicians, former politicians, because most of these people have lost any support from the north. They failed and they came into nowhere. So this is the reason. But when you talk about us and NAS, and with all respect, I know you're a NAS member. To be honest, sister, we never attack NAS, but what we see is the most hostility come from members, not you, but members of NAS against us. Especially, one time they opened a room about me, denigrating, insulting me, and it's not even true, but they said some horrible thing. And this is are the people who I'm not afraid to say their names, like Nas Teresa, Nas Group de Kulu came out there. But I contradicted one person, Elder Ismumunuda, Yabada Bisamuna Stanley. Because in Stanley, in his rhetoric, used to say that Equatorian Gani raped their people. I'm going to, what? Yani, you want to say that those abuses happening in Equatoria is Equatorian children? And that was just a horrible rhetoric. And I'm not afraid to say it because we challenged it. And we challenged, like, you know what, the leadership of NAS need to actually correct this guy or say a statement about it, because statement is very dangerous. The enemy are keeping denying the issue that Equatorian when they call about rape and murder and displacement. Yet, unfortunately, we see the response between us toward us based on the members, not the organization, but according to what they claim they are, the you know flag bearers or whatever they are. But they came in there. Even this lady Teresa, and I used to listen to her and all that. I was shocked. They gang on us, and I did not respond. I wanted to respond, but I was like, you know what? It's wasted time because they went personal, insulting me, insulting us, like, and it was just like so disgusting. I was so disgusted. And do you think that we don't understand we are our people pain? I said for our people case, I don't have to lower myself in that stand. So automatically they twisted the saying like gonna attack us. And this is not the first time. I have seen the hostility and the way how they treat us. Because we are not trying to sit down with Nas Upper Nile or Bahar al Ghazal and bring our issue to them, like some of them are using. We said if Nas is speaking on the issue of South Sudan, then we are not in the same page. And I have nothing against them personally, but I want them one day to see it. And if Nas is doing his part, let them do it. No problem. But if we critique, they can critique us, we can critique them, but we don't go insult or personal like what they did to us. You know, they attack Didi, they attack me, they attack CJ, they attack a lot of people in that group. So it's become like when you face them, they become hostile and they twist. And I was like, if this is how politics in the way how they deal, I don't think they're not going to succeed in anything, because success of politics or what you need to focus on the objective. Yes, critique, but don't insult, don't denigrate others. You don't know them. So I hope I'm clear, because we don't have anything with Nas. To be honest, I feel sad now when a brother or sister who support Nas or member of Nas think هنا adapt بتاع Nas. What we say is that if you guys keep like this way and you think it's going to bring any solution, I don't think so. And I was like, okay, challenge. Yeah, they say, oh, you guys, how you gonna do it? خواجات ما بيقبل separation. أنا قلت ده منو قال لكم؟ Just because Dinka guy they repeat this in our head, خلاص we believe it. وseparation ده جنوب السودان ده كيف؟ انت قال لانه شطارة الدينكا ولا الدم بتاع الجنوبيين اللي ماتوا مليون ده؟ No, they didn't care about our people. There was an objective. And they say if you're a good politician, you play your card right, you succeed. And yes, we're going to succeed as Equatorian nationalists for establishing this country. But the problem is that we are challenged now by things that is not necessary for us even to respond to. But what we want is to awaken the conscience of Equatorian and Anabar in them all the intelligence, all the capability to join us and work with us. And Bukra history will remember what we did is right, and what we did will never be forgotten. يعني احنا فينا نقدر you know نعمل بس isolate others, like we don't. We want everybody to participate. لأنه this is a project of everyone عشان بكره ما يزول يقول خلوه. And we are tribalism, like we don't like tribalistic people. Anyone في group بتاعنا nationalist Equatorian انت قاعد تتكلم negative about any tribe for whoever they are excuse me, insulting them, denigrating them, and accusing them falsely, we will condemn you and boycott you, because we don't believe in that kind of thing. I'm an Equatorian mixed with 7 tribes from Equatoria, so I'm proud of it. So nobody can come here and tell me, demunu kangabail de kulana indi dambitam. From 7 they huma be relate to other gabail al kabir fi Equatoria was صغير fi Equatoria. And the sad thing when I see some people, like what I have noticed in Clubhouse and Facebook, social media in general, the way how they insult some tribes is really sad. I'm glad that I come from my, lineage of my father. It's like a small tribe, and I'm okay with it. I'm proud that this is a small tribe because we don't have to be big. Ashanasi recognizes my tribe is not who I am. I am me, but I'm a son of that tribe, and I'm identified as a son of Equatoria because Equatoria has a history established. My tribe bitai, who tribes are in this 7, though other tribes are limana jamian. Ya kawane hina muno. Shinkeda, I will not let this thing to be diluted and corrupted by mindset that tribalism وبالناس اللي دارين believers يعني characters تاع ناس يعني شخصيات اللي عاوزين يقول احنا anti ناس ولا احنا anti individuals or like this is not true. And I feel sad when I hear that. But I hope you understood me, sister. And please, like, see us. We're not your. We don't look at Nas as something to hate. When we critique, it does not mean we're insulting or downgrading them, but we critique some things that we say. Do you know that Equatoria is going to be left out when you do this policy or when you take this decision? They're supposed to understand our message. Instead, they feel like ehna kaano bad people. So I hope my point is clear.
Well, I don't know about the fight before. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
Umma
follow.
Amaloa for Clubhouse. I think I don't know if they did it in Facebook, but it was very insulting. Even I felt like I wanted to just was like, nah, it's wasted time to respond to such behavior because they were razatu shakhsiyat tanaze. They're not as they claim they're civilized or intellectual. That's why أنا بقيت بقول لهم ممكن انتوا هو civilized انتوا ناس بيقولوا مثقفين احنا بولدة هنا ناس جايين من شارع هنا ناس ما متعلمين جايين من بندر لكن guess what, we have reason. When we talk, we don't talk nonsense. We talk on the base of issue بتاعنا. But it's okay. We forgave them. لأنه في النهاية ده أخوانك. مرات أخوانك بيشتموك بشكلك. But we don't hate them on that.
For me, all I'm saying that I didn't see any Equatorians that stood by Equatorians that started way back many في زمن Talagu. There's a great evidence that supposedly if they stood together as Equatorians, that's my opinion. I will stand with it. Up to today, I don't see any difference between Zamantanas Lagu and then Zamantanas Munu and then Zamantanas Wanide. It's the same blame game. I don't see any difference. Because if they stood together, can then and I can remain with Anyanya one and then we will succeed. Leadership they can bukun fi tena mafi ay giri tane be jaje shiru len tena ukida mafi. And the same shit, now the same thing in SPLA, they're doing the same thing. They're playing the blame game. Munia folk, Munia dead. It doesn't matter. Munia folk, Munia dead. If they stand together as a son or daughters of Equatorian to defend the dignity of Equatoria, we are not in this mess. So all I can see in the social media, people are just choosing who to support, who not to support. Central Equatoria is weak. Eastern Equatoria is better. The other is better. That's not helping me. That's not even true. Because like I said, Bokosoro is the same person. Bokosoro biyu nas kam jaini. La hadi ka basena rijuto alfao Bokosoro baras ka anaga alfao kwete for us. We forgot all what he have done. The same thing my Luis Lobong. Luis Lobong is not doing anything good. The Eastern Equatoria. Nothing. Mini kutuna busy ma Saragu gold. Saragu dahabat mon masal fakir. Mongi Saragu dahabat. Etani Angelina jay nag mang der dakal fi game to mon taharami de gubudok baki. Turujo fi shokol. Because Haji also is between Salva Kiir and then Luis Labong. Or Omar Toman al Dingaborde, Alta Luis Labong. They're the one benefiting. Lakin Angelina Roy ni kiri dakal pogo pukuk ya de turujo. There's no different. Luis Labong is not the only educated man in Eastern Equatoria. There's a lot of educated men that they can become a governor. Lakin when nas dinga yada dinga board. Abinu kalas mangalimon magura minimule. They are not moving. Like I said, some of them are speaking Rutan Marina, Mon Marwa, Katulu Chips, Sultan, Tanimule Tisa, and I watched Luis Labong. He is not different from Emmanuel Adel. Emmanuel Adel is not different from him. Like Emmanuel Adel, Kikutu Nagi Katulu Nayade can fi can fi Daki Juba, wale fi Labana, wale fi Lokiliri, wale when Emmanuel Adel is the same as Bokosoro. Bokosoro is the same thing as Inuna Kumbo. They are all the same people. So they are not different from the other person. So for me, I stand my ground here. Mofizol will also work with the goodness of Equatorians. That's it.
No problem. Let me give a chance. I see some people want a mic. Before I give you Lee a chance. Oh, welcome. Okay. Okay. تفضل يلا فانيلا بجيب you a chance and لودرو ما يتكلم. Yeah. تفضل brother.
Yeah, أنا جاي بعدين ورا بس دقيقتين للكومنت بتاع بوس. أنا داير كومنت بكلام بتاع بوس ده كده. يعني إن شاء الله لما نخلص شغل أنا أكون معاكم بعدين. So يعني حاجة الموجود في جريد إيكواتوريا يا جماعة نكون صريحين. يا بوس يعني أنت كلمت كلام تمام بالنسبة لي أنا ما في إيكواتوريين مسؤولين لإيكواتوريا من اتفاقية أديس أبابا ب 72 خلاص من بقى في الحكومه وما بيعرف مصلحه بتاع بس من بقى في الحكومه من وزراء ومن شنو. لكن القضيه بتاع جريدي كوتوريا من كنت تحت نسيته من يوم ذاك لحد يوم الليله زي كلامي. ما في زول ايكوتوري مسؤول لايكوتوريا ابدا. اللي بيشيلوا ارض، اللي بيشيلوا قروش، اللي بيكذب، كله موجودين في جريد ايكوتوريا. يبقى السؤال هنا، ربنا ده اصله بديك الخاص ده كم مره؟ ودانا في 72 عشان نجيب نحن جريد ايكوتوريا، جبنا السلام. ميليشيا عندنا نحن خليناه. ادانا كوكورا، الامر نتمسك بكوكورا وزي كلامك الاساس ده شنو ده تاني اللي تمر. احنا عندنا كوكورا. اذا اس بي ال جاي شكل جريد ايكوتوريا نحن بنتحلب مع سيتان. نحن بنتحلب مع سيتان عشان نجيب في جريد ايكوتوريا كالناس. ده هاس. الهاس الثاني الثالث الاخير مشينا في اس بي ال، خلاص مشينا في اس بي ال، جينا من اس بي ال جينا جبنا شنو؟ ناس كله عنده ميليشيات. وين ميليشيا بتاع جريد ايكوتوريا الجايبين من غابه؟ وينه؟ والقايد جوا وينه؟ يا جماعه الله بديك الفرصه 3 مرات ما في نادر، لكن نحن عندنا 3 مرات وفشل. فما تتوقع اذا مثلا انتم ما قمتوا فوق كلكم عشان تدافع انفسكم، هذا مره نحن هنمشي نسجل انفسنا عبيد لقبائل. يعني انت شفتوا دينجا طبعا نمره واحد في سلطه، نوير هذا خلاص بلاش من سلام بتاع 2018 وصل نمره.
Oh shoot. Sorry, Yama. I just tried to kick me out. Just give me a second. Uh, sorry guys. Just give me a second, please. If you don't mind, share the videos or the audios in this section. That'd be great. So and this message is to our fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters. Is important because we need to be clear. نحن نكون واضحين في قضايا بتاعنا وما نخلي. I'm back. Okay, I'll talk to you.
And that's the reality يا أكبر. كان بالمرة أنا قاعد وناس قالوا سكالي ناس فلان ده كان يا في زمن تاع ناس فلان أنا كان accent ودي. I don't see none of that. I don't see none of that. I don't see none of that. ما في زول stood for Equatorians. مين في زمن تلاقوا ما في. Nobody. So Atika,
Yes.
Go ahead and
Thank you.
give the chance.
Thank you. Let me give a chance to Vanilla. But before that, also, I want to say for those who are in other streaming, please share it. I know that if I want to say share it, not because we care if you share it or not, but for those who will benefit from it, from what we have spoken here. Because then again, should كتير messages, mixed messages and wrong messages they give to people. عشان إيكواتوريا ما fight for themselves. إيكواتوريا يتكلم باللغة الثالث أو بكلام الثالث على السمى الجنوبيين. While جنوب السودان never respected Equatorial sovereignty or Equatorial existence. عشان كده تلقى اليوم شعب بتاعنا كاستوائية معانين يعانوا من ظروف ومشاكل. And if you're an Equatorian and listening, wherever you are, share it with some of the brothers and sisters عشان you wake up. Instead يسمعوا للدرامات و language بتاع propaganda اللي ما بيدينا لقدام أو language بتاع ناس اللي support the regime based on benefits. وإحنا ما عندنا any benefits غير benefit بتاعنا. We want to see our brothers and sisters thrive as we thrive. When we were brought refugees in these foreign countries, طلعونا بسبب ده إحنا عندنا مشكلة. And of love of our people, we said we're not going to leave our people behind. Now it's our turn to give our duty by awakening the conscience of Equatorian, by speaking to them and joining us to do the revolution, the true revolution. Revolution will be save Equatoria, we shall be put Equatoria back to the enemy's hand and to the enemy's abuse again and again. So I don't want to go far, but please share it if you can. If you feel our message makes sense. If not, it's okay. We don't force you. It's your right to do that. But one day you will learn that our message has a point. Hopefully you'll wake up and see the truth. Sister Vanilla, please go ahead. And then we'll give Lodoro a chance later.
Thank you. أنا بس كنت بدي أضيف في كلام بتاعك الجبال اللي أنت قاعد تقوله ده، كلام بتاع قال أنا I forgot that point I was gonna mention it because I was there. كلام بتاع uncle ده قال قال إنه Equatorians كده يعملوا Equatorians. I was actually there in that room. And I remember, I just didn't know it was you because at that time I was new and I كنت بتكلم شنو اسمه. أنا بس كنت بدر يعني أكون witness لكلام اللي أنت كنت ما قاعد تقول كلام ساي ده كلام أساسا فعلا حصل. أنا قعدت هناك لحد ما هو كان يوم تاني هو قام جاء يعتذر. وعلى فكرة هو إنه بتاعنا very very close to him. راجل خالتي كنت أمي الكبير. You know, so I was disappointed at the fact that he said that. You know, you cannot compare the type of things. يعني عدينا even أنا وأخوي إحنا ممكن نشاكل لكن زر البر اللي لما بنيجي أنا ما تعرف ليه بيعمل زر لأخوي حتى لو أنا بنشاكل لأخوي. And another thing إحنا ما عندنا حاجات دي. إحنا كتير كنفسنا حاجات دي يعني ما بسهولة كان في أي مكان بايتين يعني قال حاجات ناس بقدام الريب والجلة بصراحة كده إحنا ما عندنا لو كتيرين. I don't see it. إحنا ما عندنا حاجات دي. So كون إنه الليل الزول يجي يقول قال you know justifying the fact that إنه قال الناس تانيين كده يعملوا حاجات زي ده يمشي يعمل ربح حبوبات children ولا كان نساوين ولا كان أولاد يجي يقول عايزة قدرت كده تعمل حاجة زي ده. I thought that was very very wrong. But أنا بس كنت أدري أضيف كلام يا أنا أنا اديت فرصة يا هو كده بيقول في الكلام ده.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, and the one thing that really shocked me, the response of some of these guys, it was just unbelievable and unethical, and it shows really a lower standard. But it's okay. Hopefully, one day people will remember what they have said about us and attacking us in person. That's like really, it shows lack of if anything, to say wisdom is not even close. Lack of adequacy, someone who actually understand the meaning of you know قال شارع الحجة بالحجة زي ما عرب بقول, you know instead of insulting a person just to make yourself feel good. And that's why I said we never attack the personalities of none of them, but when they go to us they will hit us below the belt just to show us that they have group to gang on you. But thank God we're not about groups. We're about just principle. We stand with what we believe in, and we're not afraid of speaking our mind on that truth. I know some people will not like what we say, they will hate us on it, but it's okay. It's part of the struggle, you know. I'm not trying to put myself as like those because even I know what give me courage too. Like when you look back in history, can نقول best example like Bible or Galileo in the science and how Christ, when he was speaking, of course people didn't like him. They hated him a lot, even especially who hated him, those who are benefiting from Rome. But when they got to the point, even they persuade people to believe the lie that Jesus must be crucified, right? And they crucify him and they let Barabbas out, the most barbaric killer, murderer, criminal. Why? Just to satisfy the ego of those leaders. And that's why I say we cannot do that. If this is what we are, we fail. Equatoria must be stated on principle. I know some of I would say some, because those leaders, like Lee mentioned, that there was something happen where they ignored and neglected Equatoria, and at the end see what Equatoria is paying the price for. But for us, we must not give up and must not dwell for the sake of just looking back in grief, like somebody who lost child. When somebody die, people cry for them for a while, bury them, and they just hold them in memories of bad or good. But you move on. You move on by focusing on building yourself, because some people lose their spouses, some people lose their children, some people lose their brothers and sisters. So what do you need to do? You're not going to be always sitting in the cemetery and weep. You will have to move on, living and doing the best you can. So what happened to us is a terrible experience, but we must not repeat. That's what I said. We must not repeat it. It's in our hand now. If we don't learn from that mistake, then we are doomed. It's not about who did it and where they did it and why and how. Yes, this will be a history archive later, because what we need now to do to save our people. So it's very important. If we don't do that, we really lost. I hope it's clear. But we have nothing against anyone who disagree with us. We love our people, any Equatorian, even if you disagree with us. But just know that we will speak for Equatoria. And if we challenge you, don't think that we're your enemy or you're a hater or we hate you. No, we never. Because if we hate you, really, we will stop even speaking about Equatoria. We'll just be joining those group over there and like, yeah, خلي دينكا دي برج البلد كله. What we care for it. But no, it break my heart لما اشوف اهلنا قاعدين suffer. Because I lived a refugee and I know what refugee life is. خليك الناس جوا هناك because a refugee in their own home mind them access to live as human. They live as refugee, so it's not right. So welcome, Mr. Lodoro. The mic is yours. I hope you're ready to speak, and thank you for your patience. I don't know if Didi. I know Didi is sleeping, but if she's up, she can speak. Go ahead, Mr. Lodoro, please. Shili Jali, ana detak fursa, lakin Shili Jali, you're not able to come up. I sent you a request, but go ahead, Mr. Lodoro. Sorry. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, would you please hold a minute?
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder,
yeah.
Yeah, let me say hello to every one of you guys. We've been talking, nearly been talking for a while. Didi, I didn't hear Didi voice, would you please, maybe
she spoke earlier. Okay. Yeah, let us speak. We're talking about
the comments, on all these
hello
talks that you have gone through, so I can jump in.
Okay. Like I said, the title is clear.
If you go there, then okay, I'll come in.
Okay, let me explain to you because I think she's resting a little bit. But what the topic or the title is clear: conflict regarding truth and denial of the truth in South Sudan, Part One. As we have seen time and time again, there is a lot of this, sugarcoating, hypocrisy, all these things you can describe in stating the issue of South Sudan, because South Sudan issue have become so complicated with many narrative, false narrative. I wish it was correct. Things that is not even genuine, that try to dismiss the issue as if this issue is either regarding all of us as South Sudanese, or either is like, saying the truth but half truth, where they fear to confront the enemy who caused these issues. And we have seen, like, I bet you have been in different rooms before. Like recently, you said you've been in a room where they narrating John Garang and issues like that, which is really shocking when I sometimes hear from our brothers in Equatoria that John Garang, they give him the word, they give him a praise for what he did when he actually was the enemy number one of Equatoria, and his plan has now succeeded. Yet they know it, but then they will twist it into like, yeah, Gering had this, but Gering also had this, and like it's not clear. Like Kalam Abu Khashman and two mouth, one hina Kalam Tani, Kalam Tani, and it's not well because this thing is destroying Equatorial opportunity to be or to be known what's the issue, because as a hassle occupation in Equatoria. اللي هسه حاصل ده this is crime against Equatoria, and منو قاعد يرتكبه قبيلة ده based on what. طبعا في ناس قال oh the government, no, that's not what this government is. Like a bridge, is facilitating for the Dinka to roam around without any accountability, without any judgment on the crime they commit against others who are non-Dinka, in particular Equatoria. وهم أكتر ناس اللي they have come to the possession of, this political power, because they're getting support from the neighboring country. And that was also, like Sister Boss have mentioned, the fault of our elders, Alikano for Anyanya, who failed to deliver, brought these people and exposed them to these neighboring countries that Dinka never even dreamt to have known them. And knowing them also gave these people power to dominate Equatoria politically, because what they did, they kind of like lobbied their way and convinced these people to support them. That's why you see like Museveni is supporting Kir and the Dinka hegemony process, as we all know. And then you could see also the action that have been committed against any message Equatorial or any argument Equatorial want to raise in those so-called peace conferences, or to talk about the issue that brought the 2013 issues. You will see Equatorial are always silent. And of course, we look at the elements that also have put Equatorial to this position. These elements have been part of SPLM. Some of them still in there who have made SPLM more powerful by enjoying the loot and then making sure Equatoria are being abused, dismissed. And we have known like names. And of course, I agree with Boss that some people are picking and choose. They will try to blame only the issue in Central or in like people like those of Waniga, and then they will left the others. And I say this is not right. This is completely uh, what I call violation and incorrect, because most of the people in Equatoria who join SPLM from all over, and those who join SPLM, they join either by force or they join, especially the one who call themselves educated and people of privilege and power, they join by their own choice. And even we know that some of them join not necessarily because they were convinced by SPLM, but they joined because also they were running away from crimes committed in the north or under the authority of the north at that time. So then these guys have established themselves in there, or maybe been promoted because they can be easy access to Equatoria, and they succeeded to the point now Equatoria is succumb to this abuse. And so these truth is there, but the problem is some of the people who are supposed to save Equatoria is speaking the truth. They will come and they deviate the whole thing into like it is an issue that has leadership issues. Like even the radical thing, or the most ridiculous, not radical, ridiculous point is they will give an excuse that this is leadership issue when it wasn't a leadership issue. And you and I, we have been in this argument before many times, and you have stated it clear that this is not the leadership issue as much as it's about a project, a plan, مخطط مرسومة من Jongereng, bringing the weaker element, these who call themselves leaders, to be in there, to be used as a tool to make sure Equatoria is subjugated, and they succeed. That's why you could see Equatoria in every issue raised by the people of Equatoria, not by the politician. People of Equatoria is always dismissed and pushed aside. So you don't see any genuineness of truth there. And then the intellectual is not even helping. The intellectual is also taking sides, supporting things that sometimes does not benefit us. And it's a very big challenge, and it's very sensitive, but we have to be sincere that this truth and denial conflict will never get us anywhere, because the truth is there to stand against what is not right, and then the denial keeps inventing itself by those so-called intellectual and by those who are attached to these politicians of Upper Nile or inside or outside, by system, like by saying that we are all suffering, and using other languages to pacify and to even dismiss that the Equatorial issue is nothing but a simple thing. Really, if it was simple, Equatorial will not come to this clear message that we don't want to be part of this country. We have all the right, and we have a history to back us up, and we have all the capability to be a nation. And you could see that nation that Equatorial can build is more different than the Upper Nile. Upper Nile, they were all focused on the oil, but where this oil came, I mean, where did it go? Nothing. These guys were actually have an objective. Yes, they use the oil, but the objective is to dominate as a tribe. And these tribes also have a cultural issues from the past. They fight each other. So now they're running the country, and they want the country to be messed like them. And also they have no good intention for Equatoria, only ill intention to dominate Equatoria based on this tribal hegemony that they have been practicing within their territory. They want to use it against us. And now you could see we are victims to this thing. So for the intellectuals of Equatoria, they fail to speak blunt, to speak bravely for the issue, and to say, let's challenge this. And also to admit the mistakes that they have done. Because this thing, you don't see them talk about it. Some of them joined SPLM as academic or intellectual. Even some of them supported SPLM to the point until point zero, until the point 100. And you could see some of them repentant, not necessarily repentant, but they act like repentant, but still they still have this attachment to SPLM leadership. I mean, the SPLM group. So that's why you could see no hope from these guys. And most of them are in eldership, and like some of them are elders, because I think these guys are older than us in our generation. We were not in that generation who supported SPLM. We didn't even understood SPLM process, but we can see that SPLM have caused a lot of destruction in Equatoria. So I hope my point is clear. This conflict and regarding truth and denial, because it's so wide and broad, it's not just something that I can limit it to one thing, but it's about everything that concerns Equatoria in the condition they are in today, and the start of it and the end of it, and how can we correct it. The correction is simple. Like I said, I'm an Equatorian nationalist, and our objective is independent of Equatoria. Trust me, there is nothing else can bring salvation to Equatoria, only when Equatoria stand on the principle that we don't want to be part of this. There is no shame, no shy, no fear. But the people who put fear and shame is that they are doubtful because they have no clue, and they have never, they claim they're educated, but really when they talk sometimes I wonder this education, where it came and how it went. Because a simple thing is you don't have to worry about what the other person opinion when you have your house. So can you actually say that your wife is not going to be approved by your neighborhood because she's your wife, if that's your wife, your legitimate wife and everything? Of course they will be, they have no right to even express their opinion about your rights or your house. If you have a house, the houses belong to you. You paid for it, you work for it, you build it. So Equatorian is acting like انه هم يعني خدادين تاع ناس تانيين عشان يقدروا، وده الانتلكشوال ده لان يقول يا اخي هنا ما بنقدر نكون دوله لانه الناس ما بيقبل. يا زول انت كان بيتك ده جاهز establish، بيتك ده بيكون هم يا ما بيقدر establish a country لانه المايند سيت بتاعهم ده and they afraid because هم هيكونوا out of Equatoria، هم هيرجعوا في المويه بتاعهم ده. but this is not our issue. هم wasted their money باويل بتاعهم ده في دول تانيين. يا ريت لو هم ذاتوا develop Equatoria، هم develop other countries. يا يوغندا قريب ده وكينيا benefiting from the money. that's why يوغندا نعمل رأس الجيش عشان يبروتكت سلفاكير ببلادها بتاعه ده مع ناس دينكا كله، لانه هم عارفين كان نوير مسك الحكومه ده ما خلاص دينكا انتهى. the contract is over. So it's really shameful for Equatorian to see themselves as if كأنه ما بيقدروا. This shows like lack of confidence, inferiority complex, somebody who's weak in even logical sense to see. يعني إذا داير خلي خواجة ده يبوسك عشان يقول لك خلاص أنا بديك دولة. You have to be confident who you are and stand for yourself, and then the khawaja بيحترمك. لكن لو انت زول جبان وزول mind the capability to speak, definitely he will look at you and laugh. It's like, this guy is useless, I can't trust him, he will do it good. I think I'll just let the other guy to continue. That's why Europe got the work man. As I shift America today عشان اديك فرصة مع Niger. All the other countries in Europe, especially France, were angry about what happened of Niger. But guess what? America came up with different policy, using the language of persuasion, talking with them, trying to kind of understand, negotiate politically, like an window plan. See, if you understand these kind of people, then you can understand how to actually get your country back. Because yes, we want our country back, because Equatoria was taken from us, we will take it back. Equatoria belong to Equatorian. That's the final thing. But some people say, what's the solution? أنا ما أعرف solution ده يلقوا يعني في جنجولة ولا في على النيل ولا ملكال ولا بحر الغزال. ما حاجة ده في إيكاتوريا. ناس على النيل ياو befix the issue. بحر الغزال befix the issue. إيكاتوريا befix the issue by being Equatorian. Simple. كأنت ما فهمت ده، خواجة ما بيشوفك كده زول ما normal. And it's not about خواجة, it's about us. عشان زول التاني أي واحد كان خواجة Arab ولا Asian, you respect who we are. And I stop here. I hope you can go ahead from there.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric, and everyone. You did express yourselves fully. But our greetings goes to every one of you guys, fellow countrymen, wherever they are, particularly those who are being victimized by the ongoing young system of operations, of terrors, and all that. It is true. It's not something easy that you can, for someone to listen to it. It's really painful. And if بيعمل إحباط يعني, destroys people morale, what's going on, when you compare it to the Equatorians, when you look to our people, the way how they're behaving, understanding, But unfortunately, to this moment, none of us have stand firm to challenge those people, but rather they have become allies, collaborators, and conspirators at the same time, in a similar mind. Something that will always draw my attention. And we associate with that Harami. You don't expect and will associate with that Harami. Will be somebody whom you could rely on, or you can depend on and says, that's the guy. That's my guy who I can rely on. So these things are clear. We have been going through it for a while, for a long period of time. Not to mention, if we were to go deep, some of us seems to be confused when the reality is out there and everything's clear to everyone for us, even a newborn child, which was, ever since, let's say, those people taking over, hijacking the government of the people, who went and vote so that we could have that country, we will love South Sudan. And then they're now calling it South Sudan when in real fact, it would have been, a claim it will be how, let's say, if we were to call it East African, it should be different name, should have all different name than the other, and the one that we are now confused about. It is true. That is painful. It is painful indeed. If I had to go, after listening to you carefully, let me start first of all with the questions that have been thrown by Sister Bose. Yeah, indeed, Sister Bose seems to have no trust on anyone's. And the Mafia Equatorian, there's no gentleman. Gentlemen and Equatorians whose gentlemen can come and play the role of leadership. So he didn't see anything that is positive for many Equatorians at all ever since. When we come to the issue of why wouldn't Equatorians stand with SPL or Anyanya or the South, the liberation of South Sudan? And then, why wouldn't we stand for it? There were many factors. Many factors people who have been confronted with. In the first place, of course, the message was clear. This rebel leader, the militias, militia, SPLA, his message was clear. Definitely, he was against Equatorians, and it was there in the manifesto. It was clear. Their main starting point was, of course, to go and, make sure that the Dinkas are the one in control, and that they are against Equatoria. That was clear over there. And they are against the divisions of the redivisions of the Southern Sudan regions into 3 states. That was there. So because then they began to walk through it. That is when, of course, when they failed, when they lost their positions. See what was self-autonomy. The regional government, the South Sudan regional government, that was being guaranteed as a self-autonomy, where Southerners has to enjoy the fruits of their fight since 1955. So when these things happen, of course, when these things erupt, when it comes to Equatoria were not actually well organized in a manner that, you can say they can be able to plan for future and see where will Equatoria stand. Other than randomly that, of course, the other thing is that, of course, Jalaba came and hijacked. They also come and, they took Lago. They make sure Lago, those the ringleaders, the liberation ringleaders, the South Sudan liberation ringleaders, to be accommodated there to, play some kind of brainwash and all that kind of things. And also as making them as try to make some kind of intermarriage in between and all that. So people like Lagu was taken
buying
to
trust,
Khartoum.
right? Buying trust, their trust.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, people like Lagu was taken to Khartoum where they have to work on him, even trying to, convert him to Islam, from Christianity to Islam. So this has become a rumors, of course, but then people were almost left without any leaderships, Equatorian in particular. So not until later, of course, when we discovered, when the guy was bombarded by words and media, and also people talk and all that, of course, he managed to come back later on. And then, of course, Jalaba has already played their games. This was one of the issues that was also that didn't bring us together. And the other thing is, of course, most of the Equatorian leaders by the time, well, all these, of course, were just kids, but we were just watching and observing all these things. We have never observed or heard of any Equatoria proper gatherings that will bring all Equatorian to a tables. Those who have rebels as well as the people and intellectuals and politicians. There has never been a proper gathering where Equatorians would have come together and start agreeing upon some and come up with resolutions and visions of what we should do as we are heading ahead. Nothing of that kind. Everything was being capitalized also. The government, the parliaments, even when the parliaments was established, all these parliaments, I could recall the parliament, the first parliament, looked at Equatorians there was a club, Kadugulo, club which had Mozofin, Arif Cave, Nadir Mozofin. So when those three things were done, it's all now under capitalism, Aliar, So the guy was the one capitalizing everything. In a similar way, how we are now looking. When Dinka came in, when we got to the independence, but in 2005, how Dinka and Nuer went on taking the first and second positions, hijacking everything from even their colleagues, those whom they fought side by side with people like, as Moagat, those all who fought, to remind, for instance, like Kalaman, Mani, Thomas, none of them have been given. But then, of course, Thomas was not. I believe he was not there, of course. But there were those of the farmer leaders, that's Sailor Logali, So there wasn't anything. So when Ebele took over the way how it is, because the others has to align it after him. Boss, and that's it. So Equatoria, there wasn't any, it wasn't coming. Equatoria Makanin proper value that, to stand and also take their positions. This was one of the weakness also. One of the answers to Sister Boss. I don't know. He didn't see any Equatorians, any proper Equatorians. So there's some kind of distractions. Jalaba was working hard. Dinka was working hard from their side as well. Mambiemshu, they will go and organize meetings, Shius Bitam. That was the starting points where Dinka began to flow to Equatorial lands, killing Equatorian distance areas, the innocent civilians, of course, using all their groups as well. All the good things that comes, donations and all that can kulu gadiga fieta think. So Equatorian was having none. Education-wise, scholarships, ayedel kulu, all those people managed to benefit from it fully. So those can be counted as one of the reasons why Equatoria House was not well organized and prepared. And the wise would have known that, for those rebels, once they arrive to the country, people were supposed to be, the civilians were supposed to be ready also from their side, and then they comfort them. كان عاوزين يشيلوا حاجات لأنه بعدين civilians were there شغالين مجالات بديل, and though it was in lower levels but yet they were there. So in a similar way زي ما أنا قلت لك أنه لما يصير ليجا كبنا زي الكل أو دانو ليجا ربنا يلعبوا. So they can't set back بالنسبة لكتوري. The other point is that of course, but then there was this culture, people have been, most of course, what happens in Khartoum, of course, Khartoum become like a big city star kind of, a big metropolitans where everything is there. Company, Hajat al Kulu, everything, schools, medical, and everything was already being concentrated in Khartoum. Of course, this was Jalaba. Meanwhile, the rural areas, including South Sudan or Ayat, they were nothing. They have nothing. We have no any value. There wasn't any value for us. There wasn't any value. We have no any chance. So because of this, later on in time, then they come up with an idea that, and start executing it with a plan that, people have to be removed from the city, from the capital city. Then people were being thrown out, of course, in a bad way that you will even not feel you're a citizen of that country. So you have to be arrested, the way how they look to it because of your nature or kida. يشوفوك انت مثلا جاي من قرية أو زول كذا, and then you are thrown to the jail and taken out. So this, of course, create enmity between people and all that. Then comes to the second round, which is Sharia Islamia. And then Jalaba went on establishing the Sharia Islamia. Of course, Southerners were victims, as I've said long ago. The first victims were Southerners, where they have been chopped, بطعم الخلاف بالطوريلك, بتري يدك وكراك وخيب بشكل ده. So we have suffered because of all this generally. But then, of course, Garang managed during the time when under the plans, their tactics, and they managed to get to that point. So all those people were playing all these games terribly. So that it put Equatoria in between two elements. Those jenge today, and at the same time, in the Kajalaba Vijay. So Equatoria can position Bitana Cape, it was definitely weak. You can say it is weak. And then comes the Intifada, the popular uprising, 1985 popular uprisings. That was another blow. Then comes Akhwan al-Muslimin, the Islamic brothers. Nasurabi Majmuadeya, they began also to play, work, tirelessly against the Kulu Nazil thousands, Equatorial in particular, where they favored Denka. Denka was being favored. And the Denka, they jali, they like in Equatorians, he was a very, very serious target. So this was what we are doing. This was our lives, daily lives. And so Equatoria, Kalas, comes a time where Equatoria parliaments, the national parliaments, total government, we could not see Equatorian just only numbers. They don't fight. There are no people who can fight and say, oh, one thing is that, you have been deprived in the state of dividing the positions in an equal manner. Is relative to Shamali, as well as Garugul Sudan. He's relative to that one. So it's a Equatorian Israel. And then comes the issue, big about Shuakida, oh, this Equatorian that cannot Sudanese. So Dinka was used in another way as a means of how to destroy it. Remember that. There is an ally here. There was an ally, which is very, very serious matter. So did we overcome it? Equatorians? Never at all. not until later. لما يكتوري جساهو when they wake up يعني من كان بنفس الكيفية لسه كان نعمله ده قاعد يخش في حالهم they try to go and ally وأن كلنا واحد وأن كلنا كذا أن كلنا جنوبيين when within us there was a double agent, somebody who is playing that game, so we wouldn't have come to realizations at all. أنه كان نعمل أي ده بس كان بنشيل كده بس لعبة. At the end of the day you could see حاجات دي ناس scholarship وحاجات دي لو ناس قاعدين بيجي أخذوا فرص scholarships من الكلمات ده الدوم بوس وحاجات ده من خلال إبريل والجامعات الدوم الدعوة عنه زول كان في عسكري في أنيانيا بتاع شنو يلا كمان حتى لاقوا يا يتلقوا على زول كان نعمل please there's something wrong here. At the early days this guy didn't talk about that. We've never heard of what's so called Kerang by the time. Mafi.
Sorry guys, I'm just gonna get back if you don't mind. Just hold on a second. Just trying to open it.
We'll teach you a lesson. What do you think that is? That was a threat. There was a clear threat to Equatorians. And then you have those Equatorians who, out of curiosity, out of nationalism, and I had to go لما جلبوا بكون عملوا حاجات أو سمع حاجات أو كذا وكذا for events or another, then you could see them stepping in and says, I could recall a guy from Mundari, a boy, whom they were in primary school together. When they went together, this guy went, of course. He was trying to speak with his friends, they didn't call it. Al-Assasan to go and join this really. He joined this Haraka Shabia. It was called Haraka Shabia. All of a sudden, Zoli Kam Gallo Shano. Shalu Dinkawina, Katuta Bitawali. لما شاف الدنكاوي تاني لقى صار قال دير انجوبا جاي من وين؟ تعال شنو هنا؟ What do you want؟ قال له يا اخي ده زميل فتايا. That's my friend. That guy is my friend. ما بدك هاي كم منادو زولي. أحزول ده ما تفنش اسمه نيت وده البتاع ده المنداري اسمه برجوك اللي كتوريان ده اسمه برجوك ده عمل كانوا ما بيعرفوا خالص. But then what was Garang doing here? What were those people doing here? They were trying to establish themselves, something that we have told our friends and our brothers. And to start with, you need to start, charity began from home. And yet, they went on turning us down. I wish ladies like Boss would have heard that. They went on turning us down. Yes, this is what Garang did. He went and making sure that his people has to be the dominant. They have to be the majority. They're the ones who have to enjoy all these guns. Here for guns, has to be the followers. In a similar way. And I'm and join somebody without making sure that I will have a position, a proper positions where I have to take, where I have to have a lead as well, or a word. It's unfortunate. So those are the things, the things that cause the trouble with Equatorians. Check our home. Our home was shaking in another way. Home to Equatoria can't shake it. Those who are in a higher position, oh, that's Fulan, Fulan, you could see them over there. Like, will they do anything? No, they wouldn't do anything. But as youth, we did play a role. We did play a role as youth by then. As middle schoolers, we did play a role as high schoolers. We did. In the last days, of course, that was later on. Because the 80s calamity, which was already been too late. Like him, we tried. There are many people among us. I believe we have many. They did it. So our issue is not of today. Our issue is so long. Today the enemy has gone in. They had explained us that the enemy has gone in, has penetrated us terribly through Al-Marasin, the collaborators. When it comes to the issue of the collaborators, national collaborators, the legends there is one lesson each of us has to learn from it. During the first movement, the Marasin, those collaborators, what Marasin and Kangana Bionas Arab, the Jalabo, Jamadel, those people have never been held accountable. The Equatorian man hold Jamadi accountable. I could also recall some of them went on sneaking. لما جروب تنازل لاقول يا من يرو لخرطوم يرو هناك وهنا كان قال بيه ناس عادي كده بيجي عربيه بيجي بيقول يا اخي تسع نيانيا بس يشوفوك انت لابس كويس بس just in good well dressed suit انه قال كان نيانيا دخلوا جو يشيلوك خلاص يتوضوا راسك. If you're lucky enough, can it end up higher position enough? Okay, ناس بيقولوا انه فلان فلان probably they will go and at least get one or two. The rest will go, will disappear. Leave alone the areas like Yambio, East, Mabari, وين محلات جلابة مسيطرين هنا. بنفس الكيفية هلاسة دينكا the same. يعني دينكا wanted to follow the same tactics اللي جلابة عملوا. And worse than that, the worst of it is what? Those are now today are occupiers. So we should call those people occupiers. Can't they give them cow or later? Ligid Nasa Alanilo, please, it's an occupier. Remember, there's a day it will come. You will have to leave this country. The salam, how can we We need to warn those people, give them a warning. This life doesn't belong to you. Anytime soon you'll leave. You can talk and say anything. But soon enough you can leave this country. But the generation has to come and take over. So it is our role. Awareness. And I'm proud of you, proud of everyone who's always speaking out, who's an outspoken. I understand there are some areas where you are in, you may not be able to speak, but yet, you should do something. There's always a way out. Can a dog trap you can still do something. So لما نيجي لمجموعات بتاعنا ده لسه كمان نتكلم في موضوعات كتيرة مسألة أنه نازل, you don't have to blame this. Why shouldn't we blame all those people and all that? There is one thing, so I may agree and disagree with her. In every movement, in everything, every conflict, there is always يعني كان في خيط مشربك لازم تفتش راس الخيط ده وين عشان تطلعه. احنا بنفهم في النقطة دي. يبقى عندنا شنو؟ There is always somebody in the starting point. There is always somebody who has to be blamed. Where the rest will always be followers. The rest كانوا wise enough. That's the time when they will come and sit down and say, no, كلام القايم شيء غلط. That is something that, we're missing as Equatorian. عارف كيف؟ أن الناس مجاملة. And we like appeasing people rather than speaking out. And if I speak out to you, it's an offense. No, it's not an offense, my friend. Tell me, there is time, sometimes, we need to know what is my weakness? What is my point of strength? What is all that kind of things? Those kind of questions, sometimes we need to ask ourselves. Particularly when we're, it's not good, of course, to comfort someone in open, in publics. But, in a different arena we would have played. We have been calling, we have been giving those people signals. Nasa lasa gadugula na yaudi gadugu kurba, gadugular gutat, go Muhammad. Ana ma wonder. Ya akhi, when this gathering start, we start awal tabadi lam kom ala hali bitauda. Adin kawal mutalim fi mora when lamam kulu hodak desila, and then they move. لما شاف انه جماعته دي خلاص كله بقى كتايب كفايه قالوا فتح فرصه لناس ثانيين دي. So later on, where did they end up? ما هو كان قاعد يقول تعريف السودان مش؟ The guy was what? He was saying تعريف السودان. And still, those people are for تعريف السودان. But where are they today? هم عاوزين يخلقوا base. They are now building base in what is South Sudan or Equatorial. Then هم قاعد build their base so as to reach their goal. Remember, to this day, they have never given up what so-called SPLA. To this day, the Sudan list against my SPLA, Gadiakomna, who is still a military, with two positions between who are military and the politicians claiming as if they are politicians. Those people are still existing in our midst. Are we supposed to accept them in? No, we shouldn't have accepted them. But do we have that gut to do something so as to change our positions and say, hey, get out of my way? Let me take my way too. Do we have that? We don't have that. The weakness of one Equatorian, if we were to leave him, he's stranded, he's swing left and right. If we don't take care, it's going to lead to a destruction of the entire nations, like Basel as a you need to get rid of it, or else stop it. That means removing it. If he's your brother, tell him keep aside. If you don't keep aside, the consequence will be severe. Warn him. So mujamala yaudi hamtatana. عشان كده انا قاعد اقول لإيكواتوريا ما تجامل الزول اللي قاعد يضر. زول انت سمعته انه زول ده عمل كذا. Go and comfort him, tell him what you're doing is wrong. كانوا عامل تاني امشي gather others and tell him what you're doing will be hurtful to us مش عنا وإيتا لأطفال بتاعنا generation to come. So because of this we could see نازل كله like both they have explained it. كل زول بقى عنده عيب. وعيوب بتاعهم أسوأ. No. We have ever heard that kind of things. I remember long ago, in the earlier days, when those people come in, Mungalai, Nazil Akhadu be correct, and Akhadna be Malaga. Hopefully, some of you might understand that. What does it mean here? And part of, of the same كانوا criminal when this part of the same criminal. عشان كده don't expect a criminal, somebody who associate my criminal or my gangsters to be somebody good unless it's a multi orientation, unless you make some kind of angry management, all that kind of things, you need to go and play this role. Otherwise, the guy is going to spoil us. That is why today I'm going to reach out to them. Come on, let's go. Let's sit down and discuss these two program points: separations and union. Arako, let us go. You are a unionist and I'm separatist. Let's go and sit down and see. Let's go and debate and come to a conclusion. See which way should we go to, which we follow. They are always rejecting it, definitely. And imagine what a setback. As you can see them today, see what are they doing. As well as how so that you can go and be that stick. The stick with Jalaba can be a stick with our colonials, can be a stick of everything. That is what those people are now going toward it. So to this day, is still ours is just only discussion. Guys, there is one thing that we need in order for somebody to establish a business. What is the first requirements? That is what we should concentrate in as Equatorians. If indeed we wanted to eliminate the bad guys, we wanted to have that future visions where we will benefit, everyone will benefit from it. As we move ahead and our people are falling day after the other, if we were to establish that kind of thing, that will be the way forward, the way forward. Something that both also have just mentioned. What is the way forward? Exactly. Another way before, okay, capital, you're nothing. You can't claim that I'm a businessman. You can't claim that I wanted to establish the business. That is exactly the situation, guys. So, after all, that point will be the point of unification. If you can see that we have a sharing amounts of money, and that I'm holding that amount, what do you think? Are you going to leave me alone? No. You're going to go after me and say, come on, man, Lodoro, where's this amount of money? If I were to be the treasurer or anything of that kind. That is one thing. The other thing is that the leaderships in Equatoria were confused. The issue of leadership is easy to settle. It is easy to tackle it. Very, very easy. I believe many of you have heard of it. I don't have to go there. But we shouldn't think of that. We should think of the common denominator. I mean, what are we looking at? We're looking at an occupation of Equatoria today. That should be the point of unification. The fire is all everywhere, burning everywhere. What should we do? Should we look and talk? Come up and say awareness? No. There is something that we have to do. Of course, as I've said, just put it easily, as if the establishment of a business. If we can guarantee that amount, if we can guarantee that, and stand in a strong position, financial positions, believe me or not, we will have the change, whatever it is. When it comes to independence of Equatoria has been an entity where many evidence and documentations, everything that can support our case, if indeed we're serious. But it looks like we're scattered-minded, something that is hurting us and is destroying our movement. So let's be the sons and daughters of Equatoria. We can have that feeling. We can look that before I could leave this world, what should I do? For the rest of my brothers, for the release of my brothers, in order that the future for them will be bright, for our children. That is exactly what we're in need of. ladies and gentlemen and brothers. To this point, I would say thank you, guys. Sorry for prolonging. Yeah. Thanks, Erika. You can take it from there. From here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you did not prolong. Actually, you spoke well. Doctor, Dr. or Vanilla. I think Didi is like resting. I believe Vanilla too, because you guys in a different country and different time zone. But go ahead, Dr. Dr. Moses.
Yeah, it's almost getting about midnight to me here, so I will just be thanking Dodoro and whoever spoke here, Vanilla, for hanging around. Is there a groundnut farm? Is there something? Some natural resources that they can bring from there to feed the people in Equatorial? No, nothing. So that road is a white elephant. What about the road to Bor? The same. What will they bring from Bor? There's no rice scheme there. There's nothing. The same fish that they have in Bor. We have this fish here in Terkek and
We'll try to resend the recording again back, so hopefully you can hear it completely. Thank you and have a blessed day. Until then, bye for now. Thank you.